Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. X. Su Yang's heart moved, and he immediately began to check the function of Hogyoku after strengthening. Because he had a guess about the situation of this swallowing evolution ability, the result was the same as he guessed. In the last strengthening, although Hogyoku did not strengthen into an SSS level item, but with the addition of this swallowing evolution ability, it is more special. Swallowing evolution. As the name suggests, it can evolve by swallowing. In other words, although the Hogyoku in his hand is SS level, as long as it swallows enough special items, it can evolve to SSS level. Even above SSS level, it can evolve. Of course, with Hogyoku's current level, not everything can be absorbed and swallowed by it. In the simulation, when it was in the Shinigami world, it didn't even absorb Arankar. Now after strengthening, the level that can meet Hogyoku's requirements may be higher. Perhaps for Hogyoku, only super-level life can make it evolve now? Su Yang had a guess in his heart. However, even so, Hogyoku now has extremely strong power. One of the abilities is called Breaking Limit. It means to help break through one's own limit. For example, Su Yang can now break through his own limit, choose his own skills or a certain power, and use Hogyoku's Breaking Limit. This can break Su Yang's current upper limit. And he also used it. Then, Su Yang found that his god power was upgraded directly from LV$5 to LV60. Just this one time, equivalent to 3 million simulation points? Feeling the surge of god power in his body, Su Yang touched his chin and felt that giving up the reward of god power before seemed to be nothing big. But this kind of breaking limit takes a while to be used a second time after using it once. Su Yang now feels that using Hogyoku to improve his god power may have to wait 2 or 3 months. Wait, this can help me break the limit. What about other people or other existences? Su Yang's heart moved, then put down the monster princess in his arms and flashed outside. As soon as he came out, Su Yang notified Arya. Soon, Arya appeared in front of Su Yang. TSK, groom, you are not accompanying your young wife, but come to me, your old lover. What do you want to do? Have an affair? Arya looked Su Yang up and down and said so. There is the groom, the young wife, and the old lover. Even though Su Yang has adapted to Arya's outrageous conversation, he is a little speechless at this moment. Deduce, if I use this thing to strengthen the neighboring world to break the upper limit, will there be any problems? Su Yang directly chose to ignore Arya's words and ordered. Because it is a serious matter, and it is also a top priority related to the neighboring world, Arya's face instantly straightened, and then summoned the whispering chapter without saying a word. It must be figured out. She is already afraid of this man. She is afraid that if she is a step slower, this man will suddenly have a strong temper and do that kind of strengthening. She really doesn't want to see it. TJ. After a moment, Arya raised his head and smiled. Hee, super good luck, my lord god. You can start now. Well, there is definitely nothing wrong with this expression and tone of voice. Arya's expression made Su Yang feel that his speculation was correct. Hogyoku can indeed improve the neighboring world. With a thought in his mind, the power of Hogyoku was instantly triggered. The next moment, an invisible force burst out from the Hogyoku in Su Yang's hand, and then spread out directly and merged into the entire neighboring world. The entire neighboring world was instantly affected, and then shook slightly. Both the Siri created by Su Yang in the dimensional space and the Zhantong world changed instantly. Buzz. The entire neighboring world shook slightly, and then Su Yang saw the sacred tree growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sacred tree, which was originally 100 meters high, doubled in an instant and directly grew to more than 200 meters high. Then it slowly stopped. The entire neighboring world also underwent huge changes, which Su Yang could feel. You should know that the creation of the neighboring version of Siri consumed 1/3 of the spiritual power of the neighboring world. But now it has not only recovered, but also improved a lot. Su Yang can see this from his attribute interface. 10,000 World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, ninja, demon slayer, shinigami, imperial tool user. Talents, perfect body, world class, God's possession, world class, reward enhancement, gold, dream come true, gold, 10 consecutive attacks, red, magical genius, red, simulated target, red, inspiration, red, combat power amplification, orange, accumulation, orange. Skills, sage art, god class, bloodline network, dimensional space, keto, ninjutsu, god's power, LV60. God tree blessing, LV63. Simulation points, 214, 625, 000. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. Number of real simulations, 1, once after SSS level perfect pass. The God Tree's blessing of Su Yang's God's power is now LV63. Whether it is the super class or the sub-God class, the energy of cultivation is divided into 2 levels. In terms of magic power, the low-level magic power level is LV1, LV10, the middle level is LV11, LV20, and the high level is LV21, LV30. But it is different when it comes to the super level. Because the magic power of the super level 10 is divided into 2 levels, ranging from LV31, LV50, a full 20 levels. The reason for this is that the magic power of the first 10 levels still belongs to the range of magic power. Only after completely evolving into a super level creature and evolving the magic power to a higher level can it truly belong to the super level strongman. Su Yang has learned from Eurifia that although Surzax is a transcendent, he is at most super level 4 or 5. The level of magic power may be a lot, but it is only close to LV40 and is still in the state of magic power. The reason for this is that Surzax did not merge his own destructive power with magic power. Only after the fusion, his magic power will reach LV41. And only by doing this can there be a chance to temper the power of God. Do you really think that the power of God can be tempered by a super level? What a joke, it's not the case at all. The power of God at the sub-God level is also divided into 2 levels, ranging from LV51, LV70. Su Yang's own power of God is still in the first level, which is the influence of his godly position, and he has tempered the 5th level in advance. When he obtained the godly position, Su Yang might be able to defeat Surzax, but he actually did not belong to the sub-God level. Even the level of super-level life is brought by the perfect body. But later, after a series of simulations and gains from other places, especially after obtaining the godly position, Su Yang's strength has really improved. But in terms of the power of God, he only got it because of the godly position, not cultivated by himself. If Su Yang really cultivated himself, even with his current physique, it would take several years to cultivate the power of God to break through the limit of LV60. However, now, under the blessing of the sacred tree, he directly hit LV53 and completely broke through this upper limit. Therefore, don't underestimate the blessing of the God tree, which is only 3 levels. In fact, these are 2 completely different concepts. The power of God at LV60 is just the power of God, but the power of God at LV61 can already touch the law. Of course, touching the law does not mean that you can master the law. At most, you can use the law to comprehend and practice, and thus obtain the conceptual power under the law. The law is something that only the demigod level can play with. Su Yang is still a long way off. Even if it is just touching the law, it means a qualitative change in the power of God. To put it bluntly, if Su Yang had faced Orpheus in his prime before, he really had no confidence. But now, once the God tree blesses, what infinite dragon god? Just take the little sister. Come whatever you want. The God tree is now one with the neighboring world. Now that the God tree has such a big change, the neighboring world is naturally good. Something even more unexpected happened to Su Yang. After the neighboring realm was upgraded, an invisible will descended. Under the influence of some kind of power, the will twisted and transformed, and finally a girl appeared in front of Su Yang. The girl had long silver-white hair, and her facial features were as neat as those of an angel, wearing a white veil like a wedding dress. "Hello, master." The girl smiled so gently. Takamiya Mio? Su Yang was silent for a moment and said a name. Sure enough, Master knows me. The girl Takamiya Mio was happy, and then she threw herself on Su Yang. I knew you were the one I had been waiting for. From the moment you entered the neighboring realm, I knew you were here. Su Yang was surprised. You had consciousness before? The consciousness that belonged to you. Of course. Takamiya Mio nodded, but I was always in a sleeping state before. Until 18 years ago, I had my own consciousness. And this consciousness was completely awakened after you entered the neighboring realm. 18 years ago again? Su Yang's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, but before he could ask anything, Takamiya Mio said with regret, Sure enough, it still doesn't work. I can only maintain this state for a little while now. However, Master, don't worry. After you cultivate the power of the concept system from the neighboring world, I will be able to appear by your side for a long time. While speaking, Takamiya Mio's figure began to blur. Before it completely turned into the previous consciousness, it seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, By the way, Master, she. The rest of the words were not said, and Takamiya Mio returned to the state of neighboring world consciousness again. However, at this moment, Arya, who had been keeping quiet, suddenly flipped her pages. Finally stopped on one of the pages, and then a map was displayed. This is a map of the neighboring world. After becoming the master of the neighboring world, Yang has already noticed a problem. That is, the current neighborhood is not complete. What does it mean? In fact, it is equivalent to the current neighborhoods being one after another. Simply put, each elf has a neighborhood. And these neighborhoods add up to the entire neighborhood. Comparing the neighborhood to a sea, the neighborhoods where the elves like Kwang San were born are islands. It's just that the islands are not separated by seawater, but by layers of space. This is why Kwang San can't find other elves, because no matter how far she goes, it is equivalent to entering the space layer, which actually belongs to her own neighborhood. The reason why Takamiya Mio can't completely appear, this is also because the neighboring world she is in will only appear when a certain number of elves are close together. Once the elves like Kwang San meet, their neighboring worlds will gradually merge. Therefore, after Kwang San and Naya met, they did not know that the seemingly unchanged neighboring world had actually merged once. Then it was Miku and Shixino. It was not until Su Yang became the master of the neighboring world that he vaguely understood this. It was for this reason that Su Yang did not look for other elves in the neighboring world, because he could not find them at all. Even Su Yang tried to come to the changes in this part of the neighboring world, wanting to break through the layers of space. But after he broke through the layers of space, he found that there were still a lot of space layers. It was even extremely difficult to break through each layer. But this time it was different. This is not only a map, but also a special power that can open a space channel. Looking at the content on the proclamation, Arya exclaimed immediately. So that's it, and it's Toka? Su Yang understood, and then directly mobilized the power of the sacred tree according to the content on the proclamation, opening a space channel. Boom! There was a loud bang that seemed to come from the depths of space, and a surge of divine power blasted out from the sacred tree and smashed towards the space in front of Su Yang. The space was broken layer by layer, and soon Su Yang felt that there was a trace of breath coming from the cracks of the broken space. At the same time, two figures in a huge light ball seemed to be startled. Sister, it's bad, someone is coming to our side. Don't be afraid, it should be that person. That person? Who? Didn't you receive information some time ago? Is it the information given by our mother? That is not mother, we are also bred by the neighboring world, and even belong to the consciousness of the neighboring world. She is at most our eldest sister. What mother? What are you thinking? Oh, it's the eldest sister. The two sisters in the light ball talked, and the younger sister was very curious and asked this and that. On the contrary, the elder sister kept explaining and was also very curious. Click. Bang. Finally, after the space was completely broken, the passage was opened. Then, the two heard a fussing sound. Wow, it's really connected. You man, get out of my way. Let me, your sister, see my lovely sister first. Su Yang was speechless when he saw Arya pushing him out of the way. I won't really rush in. It's best for you to go in this situation. Sure enough, after Arya passed through the space channel and stepped into the other side, the space channel disappeared. But the next moment, only Su Yang felt that the neighboring world seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, Su Yang's figure flashed and disappeared. When Su Yang appeared again, he came to the other side of the neighboring world. Originally, there were layers of space here. Because Su Yang cancelled the teleportation and illusion, only a space barrier remained. But now there is a large area here. It is the neighboring world owned by the new elves that has been integrated into it. Su Yang didn't observe too much because his eyes were attracted by a huge ball of light in front of Arya. Su Yang, come quickly, my two sisters are still in there. Arya called and asked Su Yang, who was close, to explain. Su Yang finally understood. Just as Su Yang guessed, seeing the two figures in the light ball and Takamiya Mio's last words, this must be Toka and Tenka. Yatagami Toka. Yatagami Tenka. In the original work, Su Yang didn't know whether they were two personalities or two souls. But the reality is that they are two sisters and they are twins. It's just that although they were born very early, even their bodies are very perfect. But because they are too weak and have not been completely born, they absorb the spiritual power of the neighboring world in this light ball to improve themselves. In fact, according to the original situation, they would have been born a long time ago. But because of the appearance of the sacred tree, the neighboring world has changed. In other words, the improvement of the neighboring world has also affected them. When the elves like Kwang-san were born, they were at least the highest level demons. After a little growth, they would be quasi-demon kings. But because of Su Yang, this condition was raised. As a result, Toka and Tenka were directly transformed by the power of God, and the transformation is still continuing. Therefore, they are the most terrifying. As long as she is born, she has the power of God, which is definitely the sub-god level. But even so, Takamiya Mio is not satisfied and plans to go one step further. In fact, Takamiya Mio's method is very simple and direct. She just wants Zhixiang and Tianxiang to reincarnate as Su Yang's followers and directly push the two sisters to the realm of the sub-god level. Then they will be strengthened and nurtured in the final stage by the neighboring world. After they are born, they are likely to be demigods directly. Takamiya Mio's idea is to let Zhixiang and Tianxiang be born as demigods? Su Yang was confused. That's probably it. Arya said. Why are you dithering? Hurry up. Not to mention that this is Tianxiang's voice, and then Zhixiang's voice also sounded. Yes, hurry up. According to the eldest sister, if we don't become your followers, it may take decades to get out. Zhixiang said in a panic, decades? This is too long. I want to go out and eat delicious food now. Very good. You think you will have a common language with Xiaohua? Su Yang understood in his heart, but he was not slow in action. Directly use the god's possession to separate two soul incarnations, pass through the light ball fish, and merge with the two sisters. Wow, what is this? It suddenly came in. It feels so hot and long. Shut up. Zhixiang, you idiot. Don't talk nonsense. What? I didn't say anything nonsense. The conversation between the two sisters did not last long, and soon they fell into a deep sleep. TSK, look, my sister is so innocent. You dare to do it? Arya had a weird smile on her face. Su Yang didn't say anything, and he moved the light balls of the two sisters to the sacred tree directly, so that they could speed up their birth. Then he grabbed Arya and flashed to the bedroom. This scum elf doesn't know how to write a wrong word without a lesson. What do you want to do? Haha. Haha bullshit, come on, who is afraid of who? Today is the day for me, Arya, to turn over. 1 hour later. Can you stop for a while? Haha. 2 hours later. Please, I was wrong. Hee. Don't laugh, I'm really wrong. Chat room. Shoulder elf, help. Shoulder elf, hurry up and get some people to save me. Mizuko who doesn't want to see. Mizuko who doesn't want to see. What's wrong with Sister Naya? Yuri Kawaka, is she in danger? Who's going to save her? Time elf, hee, go save her? I'm afraid you'll put yourself at risk. Yuri Kawaka, huh? What do you mean by that? Tuanzi, yes, what do you mean? Kasumi Shiko, Xiaohua is a newcomer, but Yui-chan, you haven't understood it after so many experiences? Akagumi, I don't understand either. 390. If you want me to take action, I will definitely show up. Ace, are there any enemies? Yukino Shida Haruno, hehe, let me tell you a piece of news. I sense the presence of Naya in the neighboring world. Yumiko, in the neighboring world? There shouldn't be any enemies, how come? Yumiko, okay, I understand. Hokage Eri, why can't I understand? Kasumi Shiko, as expected of you, Eri, who in the neighboring world can attack Nia? Kasumi Shiko, and in what way, you probably don't know, right? Denko, this. Hayasaka AI, needless to say, there must be someone who challenged the master beyond his ability. Haiming, how brave. Xingren Hui, this is in line with Nia's personality. Ace Des, you can't save him, wait to die. Yuri Kawaka, what's going on? Miko, who doesn't want to see, don't ask here, I'll tell you. Yukino Shida Haruno, don't. Isn't it best to experience this kind of thing in person? Miko, what if you tell her now and she gets scared? Kasumi Shiko, that's right. Miko, who doesn't want to see, I'm afraid if I don't explain it clearly, she'll get scared. Hayasaka AI, I see. Another young lady? Shinomiya Kagaya. Iwanaga Kotoko, haha, this be D is really a scumbag. Time Spirit, hey Kotoko, you came in too? Iwanaga Kotoko, just reincarnated into a family by AB D, and then you know what happened. Kasumi Shiko, TSK Tisk, it's really a scumbag. Yuri Koeka, I was reincarnated today too, but why don't I move when you say that? Iwanaga Kotoko, Kiko, you should give this newbie some science. Kiko, who doesn't want to see. Hoshino AI, huh? Are there 2 newcomers today? That's great. Kasumi Shiko. Shinjin Hui. Umi. Hiraki Eri, no, I still don't understand. Didn't Nia ask for help? Why are you still indifferent? Hayasaka AI, I don't know what to say anymore. Haiming, hey Eri, why haven't you reacted yet? Kasumi Shiko, ahem, Eri, you can go over and take a look now, and you are also very powerful now. Yumiko, I'm afraid she is not going to deliver food. Haiming, that shouldn't be the case? Shenjin Hui, you are not going to reply? It seems that it has passed. Miku, great. Hokage Eri, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, you are a black-hearted woman, wait for me, I will definitely. Time Spirit, as expected of Eri. She really went there. Kasumi Shiko, what can I say? I just said it casually, but she really went. Iwanaga Kotoko, I have nothing to say. Umi, well, it can be considered as sacrificing oneself to save others, right? Hayasaka AI, sacrificing oneself to save others? You actually have expectations for a weakling. Kasumi Shiko, it's a very vivid adjective. Yukino Shida Haruno, well, now that you mention it, it seems that it's true. In Eriri's situation, it's not a big deal if she goes. After a long time, looking at Eriri who had fallen into a deep sleep, Suyang didn't know what to say. Especially when Eria saw that only Eriri came, he became even more desperate. With your fighting power, you can't even let me breathe. What are you going to do? This was Eria's inner voice at that moment. And Eriri, who finally discovered the truth, wanted to escape as her first reaction, but how could Suyang let her go? Soon, Suyang came to the sacred tree and asked him to observe the situation of Toka and Amana. There is no big problem. The two of them relied on the improvement of the reincarnated family to communicate the will of the main world in this situation, and, even in a sense, they took advantage of the main world. So, coming to the world as a demigod is not just talk, but it is really possible. But it looks like it will take a lot of things, by the way. Suyang seemed to have thought of something and took out Hogyoku. He planned to use the power of Hogyoku to help the two of them complete their evolution quickly, but unfortunately, the information Hogyoku gave back was that the two of them were also in a special state and needed the power of breaking the limit to break through. After the entire neighboring realm was upgraded, Hogyoku was consumed. At least this ability cannot be used for a short period of time. However, this does not mean that Hogyoku cannot be used at all, but it is temporarily unable to use the ability of breaking the limit. Others are still possible, especially Hollow. That's right, now Su Yang with Hogyoku can create a Hollow. Of course, the Hollow created by Su Yang's SS-level Hogyoku is much more special than Shinigami's Hollow. Even Arrancar, a Shinigami Hollow, is not in perfect condition. Even Ulquiorra Cypher, who can perform the second stage of the blade, is not a perfect Hollow. A truly perfect Hollow has no Hollow. Arrancar only possesses the power of Shinigami, but does not completely integrate the power of Shinigami. And now Su Yang has known that in the Shinigami world, no matter how Shinigami, Hollow, or Quincy evolve, it is impossible to achieve perfection. The only way to achieve perfection is to gather the power of the three tribes. In fact, Shinigami has already produced a perfect creature, that is, the Soul King. Whether it is Shinigami, Hollow, or Quincy, they only have a part of the power of the Soul King. The end point of any creature's evolution in the Shinigami world is the Spirit King. Before this, Bai was so powerful that he could not be a superclass creature. Su Yang did not understand this before, but after understanding this, he knew very well that the Spirit King might have his own laws, and his so-called omniscience and omnipotence were obtained by the laws. From this point of view, he is completely a strong man of the demigod level. Why would a strong man of the demigod level seek his own death? Su Yang seemed a little confused, but he still cared about the situation in the Shinigami world. If he could study it more and figure out the other party's situation, there might be some clues. But even if he set the simulation goal in the simulation, he would not get the answer he wanted in the end. Maybe can CGCC a real simulation? How it is, this is also a matter for the future. Yang now wants to try other abilities of the collapse. For example, this Hollow. After all, the experience he gained about Hogyoku only came from the simulated Hogyoku. Now Hogyoku has improved a lot, and his abilities should be strengthened. This naturally requires some experimental subjects to try. So, you are going to try this Hollow thing on me? Gojo Satoru looked at Su Yang with a painful look on his face. Ever since Geto Suguru reincarnated as a Shinigami and completely surrendered to Su Yang, he knew that Su Yang was a super boss. Damn, he is no match for Geto Suguru now. Geto Suguru even deliberately let him into the infinite space and then beat him up like a flower. But facing Geto Suguru's invitation to reincarnate as a Shinigami, Gojo Satoru refused. If you had invited me before, maybe I would have agreed. But after this, what the hell are you? So, when faced with a text message from Su Yang saying, "Do you want to become stronger?" he didn't hesitate at all. There was nothing he could do about it, because not long after that, Gojo Satoru encountered a top-level demon, and this time he almost died. In fact, it was fine at the beginning. With the power of the infinite void, Gojo Satoru was not only able to fight against the top demon, but even had the upper hand. But when the demon cast space magic, it was completely different. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. If Makima had not been there at the end, Gojo Satoru might have been dead. What made Gojo Satoru most helpless was that if Makima fought against the demon, Makima could not last 10 moves under any circumstances. Therefore, Gojo Satoru understood the weakness of his ability. Once he was targeted, it would really make him desperate. In addition, several new people came to the branch in recent days. All of them were super strong. They were the followers transformed by Akino, such as Kurono, Leona, and Main. Although their strength was not as exaggerated as that of Su Yang's followers, even if they were reincarnated as Akino's followers, their strength still needed to be improved step by step. However, the difference was that they could also practice Su Yang's ninjutsu and Kido. And the improvement speed was also quite fast. Even when they were brought to the world of Soman by Su Yang, their strength had barely reached the middle level. With the cooperation of ninjutsu and Kido, they could kill ordinary high-level demons. Even against the highest-level demons, as long as they were not particularly troublesome, they could fight. It is worth mentioning that after Akino came back, she also accepted a follower, that is, Sonoma Tuka. This was a request from Miko. Rias did not agree directly, and even after examining Kirishima Tuka, she planned to reincarnate her into a demon follower. The reason why Akino was reincarnated was because Naya noticed the luck of Kirishima Tuka and suggested that Akino reincarnate. For Rias, it was the same whether she or Akino's reincarnated follower. However, knowing that reincarnation as a demon could completely get rid of the identity of a ghoul and everything, Kirishima Tuka had secretly made up her mind to practice hard. Then, after becoming a superior demon, she will go to the underworld to obtain her demon chess pieces, and then reincarnate the store manager, uncle, and her unreliable brother into demons. Junai had no objection to this. But Gojo Satoru gradually found that he, the branch director, seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Bullshit, he also practiced secretly and became stronger and stronger. But there were more and more strong people in the branch. That's right, because I have no experience in this area. Suyang nodded directly. Then what's your choice? Gojo Satoru was silent for a while and asked, if I transform into that hollow, how much can my strength be improved? It must be a lot, at least your physique and strength are several levels stronger than now. Suyang paused slightly and explained, in fact, you are not weak. According to the realm division, you can be regarded as having the combat power of the middle level. The so-called middle level is. Then Suyang roughly talked about the realm division of the world, and Gojo Satoru became more silent. But his face was a little dark. So my strongest sorcerer is just a mid-level minion? Let me ask you one last question. Can my strength after transformation beat that guy Geto Suguru? Gojo Satoru looked up at Suyang, his eyes full of desire under the eye mask. It's about the same. After all, I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. Suyang didn't say it all, but he did say one thing. But my current strength can easily beat Geto Suguru's Shinigami-me in seconds. Let's do it. As soon as this sentence came out, Gojo Satoru stood up excitedly. The meaning is obvious. Su Yang's strength has become stronger. Then the means of reincarnation of other races will naturally be more powerful. Well, that's not wrong. In fact, Geto Suguru's Shinigami are not perfect. In short, Geto Suguru's upper limit is at most high level 10, which cannot break through to the super level. As for Gojo Satoru, if he hollows him, Suyang thinks that with the current Hogyoku, it will be no problem for Gojo Satoru to reach the super level after hollowing. Of course, if Geto Suguru really upgrades himself to the high level 10, Suyang doesn't mind using Hogyoku to strengthen him and let him advance to the super level. After Gojo Satoru agreed, Suyang took him directly to the downstairs of the branch building. A few days ago, a huge underground space had been opened up by Akino for cultivation and training. But it was limited to Kurono and others. Suyang suddenly appeared with Gojo Satoru and was discovered by Kurono and others at the first time. When Gojo Satoru knew that this was the underground space downstairs of the branch building, he became a little autistic. As the deputy director of the branch, I don't know the true face of my own territory. It doesn't matter if this deputy director is not qualified. However, he was soon attracted by a special bead in Suyang's hand. What is this? Why do I feel so attracted to it? Gojo Satoru asked. It's the Void Jade, Suyang said. This is not Hogyoku, but the Void Jade that Suyang deliberately created. It is the same as the Shinigami Jade. It also has the same effect as the Shinigami Jade. With Hogyoku here this time, Suyang naturally didn't want to be as embarrassed as he was when he made the Shinigami Jade before. However, this still consumed a lot of divine power. Similarly, all the clansmen were still drained of divine power this time. This time, only 70% was extracted, and the rest was born by the sacred tree. But even so, this still consumed a lot of energy from the neighboring realms, plus the previous consumption. It would probably take more than half a month to recover. This is after the sacred tree was upgraded. It would probably take longer to recover before. Not long after, the Void Jade was integrated into Gojo Satoru's body by Suyang. This time, Gojo Satoru did not enjoy the painful treatment of Geto Suguru and directly turned into a huge white cocoon and entered the evolution state. At first, Korwa, Leon and others were still curious, and even Korwa poked the white cocoon that Gojo Satoru had turned into. But as time went by, they felt speechless and left one after another. Suyang did not wait any longer. After making sure that Gojo Satoru was not in any danger, he left directly. After all, he was very busy. For example, he needed to attend a cocktail party tonight. With Su Yang's personality, he would not attend any cocktail party unless the party was attended by his family members. Even though the cocktail party tonight was held by some ancient families in the extraordinary realm. However, Yang still went. As for the reason, thank you very much for participating in this cocktail party. Looking at the girl in a luxurious dress in front of him, Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. Very good. Although it was a dress, it was very conservative, but it also set off the girl's beauty and figure. Minghina, you don't need to be so polite to me. Since I promised you, I will definitely accompany you. It's just a cocktail party, Su Yang said with a smile. The girl in front of him was Yuki Minghina. Under the strategy of Shinomiya Kagaya, she naturally did not refuse. Well, in fact, she had no room to refuse. Because the order given to her by the Yuki family was like this. But even if she accepted Shinomiya Kagaya's so-called recruitment, Minghina was still very uncomfortable. After all, after today, she belongs to Su Yang. It is even very likely that tonight. Relax. Su Yang seemed to see Minghina's nervousness and patted her on the shoulder. Okay, get in the car, otherwise the cocktail party will start. Oh, that's right. Minghina finally reacted. In the car, this extended luxury car, there was only the driver and a bodyguard in front, and there were 4 cars around. In the car, Su Yang and Minghina were alone. At first, Minghina didn't feel anything, but gradually she felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Su Yang smiled in his heart and said, Minghina, has Kagaya made it clear to you? You will become my family. Ah, this. Minghina was stunned at first, but soon reacted and nodded. Yes, I understand. Then do you understand the concept of becoming my family? Minghina hesitated for a moment and said, Kagaya didn't explain it to me in detail, but just told me that I would know it when the time comes. Sure enough. If you really understand it, I'm afraid it won't be like this. So, what do you think it will be like to become my family? Su Yang asked. It should be a reincarnation of a demon, similar to a demon's followers? Minghina asked tentatively. How should I put it? Su Yang pondered for a moment and asked again, how much do you know about the extraordinary field? Me? Minghina smiled awkwardly and said, in fact, I don't know much, because our branch only half belongs to the extraordinary field, and only the main family truly belongs to the extraordinary field. Is that so? Su Yang understood that they must have known his hobby, and then the Yuki clan found that there was a very beautiful girl in their branch house, so they were pushed out. Anyway, there was still time, so Yang roughly explained it to Minghina. Gradually, the awkward atmosphere in the car disappeared, but the girl's exclamation was heard from time to time. Minghina originally knew about ghosts, cursed spirits, and some demons, and she didn't know much about demons. So, when she learned that demons came from the underworld, and that the heavens also had angels, and some Western Europeans also had so-called gods, her worldview was completely messed up. Especially knowing that the real strong can destroy the country under their feet with one blow, it was even more surprising. In such an atmosphere, the two finally arrived at the place. After getting off the car, the two came to the purpose of this time. This is a manor, and the cocktail party tonight is held here. As for who the organizer is, I'm sorry, Su Yang didn't mean to understand. But after getting off the car, it seemed that someone had been waiting for them for a long time. 3 people. A young man in his 20s and 2 others, one of whom is Minghina's brother and the other one. A bit part, Su Yang glanced at him and ignored him. Minghina, you're late. The young man looked unhappy. Su Yang's eyes turned cold. What kind of person is this guy? Minghina revealed the other person's identity. Young master, I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. Minghina apologized immediately. Obviously, this person is the main family of Yuki, or should we say that the other party is the real eldest son of the Yuki clan. No wonder Yuki Koichiro looked respectful. Humph. The young master Yuki snorted coldly, and then said impatiently, "Okay, go in quickly. Don't keep me waiting for too long." Ming Hina was about to nod, but Su Yang held her shoulder. "Wait a minute." Su Yang's words made the young master Yuki frown. "Su Yang, what do you want to do?" "Oh, you know me?" Su Yang smiled. If someone familiar with him saw it, they would know that he was angry now. "Interesting." Su Yang looked indifferent and whispered, "Whose meaning?" "What do you mean by whose meaning?" "Yang, don't think." Bang. Su Yang didn't give the young master Yuki a chance to finish his words. He made him kneel down with a thought. "Su Yang, you?" The young master Yuki was instantly furious. Someone actually asked him to kneel down. This was simply a great shame. But Su Yang's next sentence made him feel a chill all over his body. "If you talk nonsense again, you will die." The last word of death was pressed down, making the young master Yuki almost breathless. The strong breath of death approached, making him dare not talk nonsense again. Because he felt that if he said another word, he would really die. "Stop." A voice suddenly came, and any man with a gloomy face appeared. "He is the current head of the Yuki family." Ming Hina suddenly reminded Su Yang in a low voice. Because she suddenly remembered that she was not alone, and this scene also reminded her of what Kaguya said when she asked Kaguya how strong Su Yang was. "I can't tell how strong Yongjun is. But you can see that in the field of ordinary people, the status of our Shirgong family is several levels higher. This may be the strength of Yongjun." To be honest, Ming Hina didn't quite understand the meaning of the text. But she knew that Su Yang was definitely very strong. "Sir Su Yang, what do you mean by this? Why did you attack my child?" The head of the Yuki family sank. "With such behavior, I have to consider whether to let the children of my family contact you." Alas. Su Yang shook his head slightly and said, "I am actually very annoyed by this kind of self-defeating temptation. Since you want to know my bottom line, then I will tell you." This remark made the head of the Yuki family's face change slightly, and a trace of badness arose in his heart. Su Yang turned back to Ming Hina and said with a smile, "Ming Hina, let's go back to the previous question. If you don't have a general understanding of the concept of the clan, I will teach you. The first point is, we are not in the mortal world. The superclass is just our starting point, so all the rules of the mortal world are nonsense to us." Boom. At the end, Su Yang burst out with a terrifying and sacred aura. For a moment, the sky changed color. The earth trembled. It was really trembling, as if it could not bear some supreme existence, and the land had fallen. In the manor, a secret room. 3 figures were discussing something. "The world that appeared this time is not that strong. I can take it down by myself." "Dongcheng-sun, what do you want? You want to take it all by yourself? And this time the entrance is on the witch chassis under my command, or do you think I have no power?" "Ha ha, Lord Baiji is joking. I'm just joking, just joking." A middle-aged man with ordinary glasses laughed. The one who talked to him was a woman with pink hair and a white dress who looked unhappy. "Ms. Lunyas, what do you think?" Dongcheng soon turned his head to look at the other side, where a somewhat drowsy girl was. The girl had long fire-colored hair with 2 ponytails draped over her shoulders and a hair ornament that looked like a small crown on her head. Coupled with her drowsy state at the moment, she seemed like a confused and ignorant little girl. But neither Dongcheng-sun nor Baiji underestimated her. Me." The girl looked up blankly, but the next moment, her eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and she turned her head sharply to look outside the room. At the same time, a breath of cloth burst out instantly. "No way. How could such a terrifying guy come?" Dongcheng-sun's face changed slightly. It was just an ordinary small world, but it could also attract the attention of other masters. But soon, he found that Lunyas had disappeared. Outside the gate of the manor, the head of the Yuki family had completely knelt on the ground, even kneeling. Not only that, in the manor far away, one by one, under this terrifying breath, all of them fell down. Yuki Koichiro was fine. Although he felt a very terrifying aura, He was only a little shaky. He was one of the two people who were still standing. As for the other person, it was naturally Minghina. Minghina looked confused. She didn't feel anything. At this moment, the head of the Yuki family was extremely regretful. He actually knew how powerful Su Yang was, but he thought that since Su Yang accepted Minghina, he would naturally take the Yuki family into consideration. He would definitely be more polite to him, the head of the family, and maybe even treat him differently. He was not sure, so he asked his son to test it. It can only be said that the head of the Yuki family had seen many strong people, but they were only the strong people he thought of. Although the Yuki family had a good foundation, it was obvious that the head of the Yuki family had not entered the real mysterious side and did not know why the real strong people were strong. Anyone who had come into contact with the Demon King level strong people knew that the existence of a certain level of strength was inviolable. Haha, why bother with this young man? A haha sounded, and Su Yang found an uncle in front of him. Junior? Su Yang was speechless, but after taking a serious look at the uncle, Su Yang was slightly stunned. This look. Donchung Sin. Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Haha, it seems that I am not very famous. Donchung Sin laughed, then pointed at the head of the Yuki family, who was lying on the ground, and said, So, can you give me some face? After all, I am the owner here. Give you face. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. When you say this, do you want to understand the situation first? Donchung Sun frowned, feeling something was wrong, and waved his hand secretly. The next moment, a figure appeared behind him and whispered a few words. Then, Donchung Sun's face changed slightly, and his eyes looked at the head of the Yuki family again with more annoyance. What are you doing, you idiot? Do you really think that getting a branch house girl can restrain a strong man? T3. Donchung Sun looked up at Su Yang, with a flash of shock in his eyes. Originally thought it was some old immortal strongman, but it turned out to be a teenager? Oh my god. Young people nowadays are so scary? Ahem. Mr. Su Yang, if possible, please forgive them. Donchung Sun's tone was quite helpless. They can barely be considered my fellow tribesmen. Family? So, the Yuki clan came from the village of heroes? Su Yang was surprised, but in this case, Brother Su Yang agreed, and then let him give up this world. Suddenly a fiery red figure jumped out, but it was a cute but giant girl. Su Yang. Brother? Looking at the reaction of the girl in front of him, Donchung Sun's face twitched. This old witch made trouble again? Yikes. First-generation Gremmery? Su Yang recognized this person at a glance. After all, on the surface, this person is Rias's sister. But you call me brother? If it's another place, I don't care. Isn't this not suitable for such a public occasion? Su Yang didn't say anything, just looked at Lunia's Gremmery quietly. Seeing Su Yang's appearance, Lunia's didn't know that she had been exposed. She was immediately furious. Tisk, Rias is really useless. She actually told you my identity like this. Lunia's looked dissatisfied. Not Rias. Su Yang shook his head slightly and said, I know your identity, and I know a lot about the underworld, and even I know a lot about this world. Oh, really? Then do you know who I am? A white figure appeared. Su Yang was not surprised to see this figure, because he had learned some things about witches from Erori earlier. Among them was the witch named Huahuali Linghua. Bai Ji? Bai Princess? Eternal Vermilion. Su Yang said 3 names calmly. The first 2 names were fine, but the last name made Bai Ji frown. How did you know the name of Eternal Vermilion? There shouldn't be many people in this world who know this name, and even if there are, they are all old immortals. Fortunately, I don't know, so I'm not an old immortal. Donchung Sun exclaimed secretly, but his eyes looking at Su Yang became more cautious. Su Yang ignored it and fell on Donchung Sun. I am very interested in the world, that Lady Lunia said. Well, actually, the 3 of us just happened to discover a world that just appeared. I see. Su Yang nodded in understanding, and then smiled slightly. In this case, the deal is established. Well, for Minghina's sake, I can give you an extra face. While speaking, Su Yang just pressed his right hand lightly. Puff. Puff. With 2 muffled explosions, the father and son of the Yuki family instantly turned into a pool of blood. You call this giving me face? Ranfu Dongcheng Sun was a little angry at this moment. However, just when he was about to explode, he saw Su Yang gently wave his hand, and a special energy wave appeared and fell directly to Yuki Kojiro, who was not far away and looked confused. The next moment, the three strong men present, whether it was Lunyas, Baiji, or Dongcheng Sun, were instantly shocked. Because under the cover of that energy, the breath of Yuki Koichiro, who was originally just an ordinary person, was increasing at an exaggerated speed. In just a few dozen seconds, I reached the Demon King level. This is the Demon King level? This is completely contrary to the cognition of these three strong men. This is too outrageous. Even Lunyas was a little dumbfounded, although she was mostly asleep during her long years. But every time she woke up, she would understand the contemporary things very well. She was sure that no one could directly upgrade an ordinary person from a lower-level demon to the Demon King level in just a dozen seconds. The three strong men quickly began to check Yuki Koichiro. Until then, Ming Hina spoke in a low voice. Su Yongjun, this is nothing. Su Yang looked like it was no big deal. I just think that the guy just now is not suitable to be the head of the Yuki family. I think your brother is quite suitable. Ming Hina seemed to have 3 question marks slowly appearing in her mind. What do you mean my brother is quite suitable to be the head of the family? That's not what I'm asking. Ming Hina changed the subject. I want to know what happened to my brother. Oh, this. Su Yang said lightly, I just strengthened your brother, but the disadvantages of this method are too obvious. Your brother's potential has been completely exhausted. He will never make progress and can only stay in this realm. I say, you kid, that's enough. Lunyas couldn't help but turn to Su Yang and said, this is the Demon King level, and the potential is exhausted? For this kind of stuff, even if he is reincarnated as a demon, the upper limit is at most a mid-level demon. Now you have directly pulled him to the Demon King level, and you still say that his potential is exhausted. Lunyas was a little angry. Baiji also looked angry. Hehe, this is also called consuming potential. Please give me a dozen. Dongcheng Sun said as if he had picked up a super big bargain. Haha, brother really gave me face. Thank you very much. Angry? Not exist. As for the father and son of the Yuki clan, he 89-3, didn't care at all. Let them die. Not to mention that the Yuki clan was just a peripheral force in their village. Even if it was someone in the village, he would have recognized it. This is a Demon King level. Think about how much effort he had to kill a Demon King. Although the strength of their village is good, the Demon King level is also an extremely precious and rare combat power. Even if they exchanged the entire Yuki clan for a Demon King level combat power, it would be a big profit for them. Brother, I will give you my share of the world I discovered this time. Tojo-sun had a generous look on his face, but he was met with contempt from Lunyas. How shameless. With the strength of that world, how dare you? Haha, isn't there Ming Hina-chan? Tojo-sun made a joke. Ming Hina blushed slightly. She didn't know much about Tojo-sun. She had only met him a few times before and thought he was just a nice uncle. It turned out to be a strong man? Brother Su Yang, let's make a deal. Baiji looked at Su Yang with a look of desire. It doesn't matter if you exhaust your potential. Give me a Demon King level like this, and I'll give you my share. Do you really think I can easily create a Demon King level expert? Su Yang was speechless in his heart, even though he looked so relaxed just now. But in fact, this was also forced to strengthen with the power of Hogyoku. With Hogyoku's current power, it is indeed easy to create a Demon King level, that is, a master who barely reaches the high level. But there are many disadvantages of such enhancement. The first is what Su Yang said. Once the potential is exhausted, it cannot be improved again unless it is strengthened again after becoming stronger. Secondly, although this will not consume Su Yang's own divine power, it will consume the energy in Hogyoku. The energy in Hogyoku can naturally be restored, but after this time, I am afraid that Hogyoku will not be able to be used again in a short time. It is not that this kind of enhancement ability cannot be used, but Hogyoku cannot be used directly. However, facing Baiji's words, Su Yang said, I will give you a quota. You can send Huahuali Linghua here. Baiji's eyes flashed, and she said, My Ayaka-chan is super talented and can completely rely on herself to cultivate to the Demon King level. Can't we change her? No, that's not what I mean. Su-young shook his head and said, what I said is that I will give Ayaka a special and better one among the fire. Your statement is simply. Baiji wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lunya. Boy, are you talking about the quota like Akino-chan? Lunya's meant something. Yes. Su-young nodded. Oh, you can't renew it in that situation? What about my Rias? Baiji didn't speak at this moment because she seemed to see that there was something hidden in it. Besides, she and Lunya's have known each other for a long time, and the two have a good relationship. The other party must be stopping her for her own good. Don't worry, even if you want a quota, there is no problem. Su-young looked amused. To be fair, this first-generation Grimoire is pretty good, and there is no heavy old stubbornness in her aura. She can even be said to be a lively girl. Huh. Lunya's face twitched. Although she didn't know much from Rias and Akino. But she knew that once she got the power from Su-young, he would do something to her. Although she was a first-generation Grimoire, any Grimoire is her descendant, but she just used her own flesh and blood to continue the pure blood of Grimoire. In a sense, her offspring is not just the continuation of her bloodline. Boy, I know your ability is very special, and I have personally checked the changes of Akino-chan, but... Lunya's eyes flashed, and a flash of arc-like lightning rose from her body. I don't think you can bring any improvement to me. Seeing this arc of light, Baiji took a few steps back at the first time. What is this old girl crazy about? As for Don Chung-seun, he didn't know how far he ran. TSK, is this what the conceptualization of the power of destruction looks like? Seeing this arc of light, Su-young was not afraid of anything, and even a little curious. But after a moment, he couldn't help but shook his head secretly. He could feel the first-generation Grimoire Lunya's already possesses the body of destruction. But how to say it? Lunya's is very powerful, and with the body of destruction, she has cultivated the power of destruction to the realm of the concept system. But in fact, her realm is only super level and has not reached the sub-god level. Normally, it is after tempering the power of God that one can cultivate one's own power to the realm of mastering concepts. Why concept? That belongs to the essential realm of power. Taking Lunya's as an example, the power of destruction she now possesses can be said to have the concept of destruction. If she punches with all her strength, then this punch will continue to destroy with the concept of destruction. If Su-young's current perfect body has not reached the world level, then if he bears the opponent's punch, I am afraid that his body will continue to cycle between destruction and recovery. Only concepts can fight against concepts. The normal practice step is to temper one's own divine power to the point of contacting the law, and then use the perception of the law, cultivate the power to the conceptual level. But the Lunya's in front of her did not have the power of God in her body. She only had the pure power of destruction, and it was because of this that she mastered the concept of destruction. But that's it. Su-young couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Such a superclass life was not complete, and there was an error in NIS's evolution. As long as she didn't transform the power of destruction into the power of God, she couldn't step into the sub-god level. Maybe she has mastered the conceptual power of destruction now, and even her combat power can match most of the sub-god level strongmen. But if she really meets a demigod, she can only lie down. Even if she meets a sub-god level strongman who masters the conceptual power, she can only lose. Under the same conceptual power, her destruction experience is not as good as the god's experience. In this regard, Su-young didn't say anything, because he knew very well that as long as he reincarnated Leah's into a family, the other party would know his way by then. If you let Leah transform into a body of destruction, you might know. Su-young smiled slightly, then turned to Baiji and said, "My request remains unchanged. Of course, it's okay if you change it yourself. TSK, you are really bold, brother." Although Baiji didn't know the specific situation, she had some guesses in her heart, but wait a minute. After that, she pulled Lunya's aside to communicate. "What's going on, Lunya's?" Lunya's hesitated and finally whispered, "Can your child cultivate to the level of a transcendent by himself?" Transcendence? Lunias, are you crazy? Bai Ji exclaimed in a low voice. Unless they are born transcendent races, other races, no matter how talented they are, still need luck. Even if it wasn't for my good luck, I would never have been able to cultivate to this level. Wait. Suddenly, Bai Ji seemed to understand something, and her tone was a little incredible. Don't tell me that this kid has the ability to make people cultivate to the level of a transcendent, right? Although it's incredible, it's a fact. Although I'm going to be that kid's woman in the end, but... Lunia's tone was also a little scary. I tell you, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have dared to imagine that there is such an outrageous thing. How could this not be outrageous? Don't even think about it before, let alone believe it. Bai Ji was also confused. Is this love real? Okay, deal. Without any hesitation, Bai Ji flashed in front of Su Yang and agreed directly. As for the fact that Ling Hua and Hua Hua will become this boy's woman, it doesn't matter. It's even a good thing. Because their witch clan can get in touch with Su Yang, it's a win-win situation. Then where's that world? Su Yang smiled slightly, not surprised by this. Hey, I haven't agreed yet, and you're going to take that world? Lunias looked dissatisfied. Didn't I give you a place? Su Yang said playfully, it's just that you refused. You kid. Lunias jumped a little. Okay, I'll keep the quota for you. You can use it yourself or give it to others. Su Yang said. Ballot box will check. Lunias hesitated and finally agreed. Of course, she thought that this might allow her family to have another transcendent again. The next thing is simple. In fact, these three people also accidentally discovered that a special race appeared, and then they followed the clues to find a suddenly appeared world. To be honest, I thought it was a ghoul at first, but it turned out that this thing is not a ghoul. Don Chung Sin said, and then opened a room. Damn human, you dare to imprison me, I will definitely eat you. After the room was opened, a figure tied up with chains appeared in a cage, roaring. Sure enough, when Su Yang saw this figure, a strange flashed in his eyes. The reason why he was interested in the world mentioned by Tojo Sun before was that he felt a special breath. The breath of the devil. Yes, it was the evil devil from Demon Slayer. Originally, Su Yang thought that it was just because the world of Demon Slayer was swallowed up and some evil devils appeared in the world of Soman. But it turned out not to be the case. Upper rank 3 Akaza. Yes, it was the evil devil tied up in front of him. This made Su Yang have to guess that the world mentioned by Tojo Sun was the world of encirclement and destruction. DJ, hasn't this world been traded to the world of Soman? How can it still exist? Su Yang was very curious about this, so he naturally paid attention to it. After a while, Akaza was completely imprisoned by the invisible force, floating behind Su Yang. Su Yang said to Ming Hina beside him, I'll send you back first. Unexpectedly, Ming Hina shook her head slightly. I want to go and see. Okay. Su Yang nodded, and then took Ming Hina away with a flash. Finally left. Don Chung Sun breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Lunias, who was tasting the food, and couldn't help but shouted helplessly, Lunias, don't you tell me what's going on with this person? What do you want to ask? Lunias swallowed a small bite of pastry and said, and I tell you, I don't know much about him, I can only say. After a slight pause, Lunia's tone became helpless and confused. He is really a teenager. The reason why I know him is because he has taken a fancy to my offspring. As for his ability, I really don't know. Take a fancy to your descendant? Not only that. I think he has taken a fancy to you. Don Chung Sun muttered in his heart and began to think about it. There seems to be an outstanding girl in his village, so should he find a chance to send her over? If he really takes a fancy to her, maybe she is a transcendent? When he thought of this, he was a little excited. Wait. No, Ming Hina is the bloodline of their village after all, so someone of ours has already been taken a fancy to. Well, it seems that we have to find a chance to learn from Ming Hina. Swish! Just then, Bai Ji, who had left not long ago, appeared again. Are you back? How did you find out? Lunias's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly. 0.3. This. Bai Ji hesitated a little. Although she just used the excuse of going back to arrange Hua Huali Linghua. But in fact, she went there to inquire about the news. The witch clan village has a long history, and even their clan has inherited 3 kinds of priesthood. If she hadn't thought that she had advanced to the transcendent by chance, she would have inherited one of them. After understanding Su Yang's ability, she immediately felt that he was a person with a special priesthood, so she immediately asked the main priest of the clan for information. But the result he got was very shocking. "Tell me, what do you mean by your hesitation?" Lunia said with some dissatisfaction. "Don't tell me that boy has become a god." "That's not the case." Bai Ji shook her head. According to the 3 adults, Su Yang is not a true god with divine power, but he seems to have a very special identity. Because the clergy of the generation of the monster princess no longer need to perform the duties of the clergy because of him, but they still have the clergy. Wait. Don Chung-sun reacted a little. Are you saying that Su Yang has the ability to make the clergy not have to take responsibility, but have the rights of the clergy? Lunia's was also dumbfounded. There is such a situation? Are you sure you are a clergy? Almost. Bai Ji was also a little uncertain. After all, although they knew the existence of clergy, they did not have a thorough understanding of the specific situation of clergy. Because clergy have strong constraints, they cannot be revealed in many cases. Even this meaning was deliberately hinted by the 3 adults in some way. But what is certain is that when the 3 clergy learned that Su Yang fell in love with Hua Huoli Linghua, they were very happy. No, they should be ecstatic. It is indeed Demon Slayer. Feeling the breath of this world, Su Yang was very emotional. Ming Hina was a little uncomfortable. Su Yang, what is this place? A disgusting world. Su Yang paused and replied, because there is a race of cannibals here. What? Ming Hina's face turned pale. Cannibals? Isn't this a ghoul? Not a ghoul. Seeming to see what Ming Hina was thinking, Yang explained, this is a race called evil ghosts. Then Su Yang told Ming Hina about the situation of the evil ghosts. At the same time, he sensed this world at the first time. Then he understood. This so-called world is actually not what Lunyas and the other 2 thought. It is a new world. When the world of Zhongman discovers a new world, it will send strong people of its own strength to invade that world, and then eventually devour the world. And sending strong people to invade those worlds, after success, the strong people will receive rewards from the will of the world. Su Yang finally understood why Lunyas could possess the body of destruction and master the concept of destruction. This is completely accumulated by the rewards of the world will. But the problem is that this is wrong. No, maybe it is not wrong. At that time, the world of Zhongman did not devour many worlds, or the power did not reach a certain limit, which was far less perfect than it is now. In addition, the world could not actively provide any cultivation methods or evolution routes. Lunyas could only evolve in the direction of the original demon. In the end, it was like this. However, Su Yang could feel that the current Zhongman world already has a very orthodox and complete cultivation route. If Lunyas really followed him and became his god's family, then naturally she would lead the way back to the right path. Su Yangjun, how do you plan to deal with this world? Ming Hina interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. How to deal with it? Su Yang showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. The system is really good. He can determine what the system did when it traded with the world will, which led to 10 very special phenomena after Demon Slayer was swallowed by the world will. That is, there is still a world like an empty shell. Su Yang entered this world, which is actually only 1/10 of the size of the original Demon Slayer world. But it is indeed a real world, although it is only a small world. It's just that there are only evil spirits here, and even all evil spirits have been strengthened to a certain extent. At least the strength of the Demon King, Musen Kubutsuji, has reached the level of a superior demon, which is much stronger than before. For other strong people, conquering this world may only cultivate some evil demon warriors, and even with Lunyas's means, it is afraid that this small world can be squeezed to cultivate 2 or 3 demon king-level evil spirits. This is reincarnated as a demon follower with a demon chess piece, but it is a real demon king. In fact, Lunyas set her sights on this world and planned to get a demon king-level demon servant for Rias. However, now the words have fallen into Su Yang's hands, and Su Yang has already checked. There are no humans here, only pure evil spirits. In this case, God, tree world is born. With Su Yang's low shout, this world seemed to be invaded by trees, and a large number of trees appeared. Those evil spirits, even Muzan Kabutsuji, were tightly entangled by the vines, and then wrapped up, becoming a tree cocoon. With Su Yang's current strength, he naturally does not need the god tree to perform a move. Moreover, this time, he summoned a part of the neighboring god tree and directly took down all the evil spirits. Not only that, the roots of the god tree directly penetrated into the depths of this small world and began to absorb. Absorb evil spirits? This is not Su Yang's purpose. His real purpose is to let the sacred tree absorb this world and turn this world into nutrients for the sacred tree. This is also the nutrients for the neighboring world to improve. What a pity, it's just a world with a low power system. Su Yang's eyes flashed with regret, but at the same time he thought of it in his heart. If it were the Hokage world, even if the big head was taken away by the world of Zongmon, he could still get a lot of benefits. However, this time it was also his luck, but it doesn't happen every time. Okay, let's go shopping next. Huh? Faced with Su Yang's sudden words, Minghina was a little unresponsive. Especially since the next thing was really a daily activity like shopping, Minghina was surprised. After shopping for a while, it was to watch a movie. This made Minghina enjoy the treatment of an ordinary love. Maybe this is love? It was almost dawn when the movie was finished. Su Yang planned to transform Minghina into a family and send her to the neighboring world for Arya and others to accept. Because he had noticed that Gojo Satoru seemed to have evolved. Can you go to my apartment? Minghina said with a blushing face, and she didn't even dare to look at Su Yang when she spoke. Too shy. Su Yang felt that he shouldn't refuse a girl who had the courage to say such a thing, which would cause an unimaginable blow to her. So, he made a choice. What the hell is Gojo Satoru? Let him play in the mud. Then let's go. Su Yang smiled slightly and hugged Minghina directly. After a refreshing battle, Su Yang still enjoyed the tenderness of this girl. It must be said that Minghina's skin is very good. After reincarnating as his family, it was further strengthened. Comfortable. Although she was very tired physically, the girl's spirit was extremely vigorous, and she was adapting to her own strength at this moment. Wow, is this the truth-seeking ball? It can be controlled at will. Minghina excitedly controlled the truth-seeking ball floating in the sky. Because of Arya's development of his own Whispering Chapter and Su Yang's ability to use Whispering Chapter, Su Yang used Whispering Chapter to inject a lot of information into each family member when reincarnating them. This will not only not be affected by the impact of a large amount of knowledge, but also directly master the acquired knowledge. It is completely based on the improvement of reincarnation into a family member, erasing the side effects and absorbing knowledge. Of course, what kind of knowledge to inject is handled by Arya and others. The final right to determine is in AI and Kagaya. Su Yang did not delegate power to Arya in this regard. Who knows what kind of weird knowledge Arya, the dirty uncle, will add to the information taught to the family members once he delegates power. Don't doubt it, Arya really did this. Yumizi and Jianzi suffered greatly from it. After complaining, Arya was banned from this right. Of course, Li Yang is actually more willing. After all, what moves he likes, Arya knows best. Hey, Lord Yang, how strong can I become? Minghina dispersed the truth-seeking ball and asked Su Yang while lying on him. Right now, your upper limit should be the super level. If you want to reach the sub-god level, you can only rely on the help of the neighboring realm. This is also the case for most of the followers. After being reincarnated into the followers, Minghina's potential was naturally improved, but her improvement also has a limit. However, because Su Yang, the Lord of God, is at the sub-god level, after thorough exploration, every member of the god's followers may reach the same level as him. Originally, this was just a theoretical argument, but after Su Yang became the master of the neighboring world, he could completely turn this theory into reality with the help of the neighboring world or the sacred tree. In fact, Minghina already knew this information after the reincarnation of the family. Normally, even if the knowledge can withstand the impact, it still takes time to digest and adapt. But in the case of reincarnation of the family, it is absorbed very smoothly, even as if it is knowledge that he has already acquired. Ming Hina asked this, not to ask the reason, but of course, there are shortcuts. Su Yang looked serious. What shortcut? Ahem, you are now a member of the god's family. Only by obtaining some of my grace can you reach the upper limit earlier, or even break your current limit. This is a serious topic, and it doesn't matter whether the content is serious or not. Then, what kind of grace is it? Well, are you sure you want to know? I feel that my body has recovered a little bit. Then why are you talking nonsense? Let's just start. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Occupation, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami, Imperial Tool User, Destroyer. Talent, Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, 10 consecutive draws, Red, Magical Genius, Red, Simulated Target, Red, Inspiration, Red, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. Skills, Spirit Sage Art, God Class, Bloodline Network, Dimensional Space, Keto, Ninjutsu, God's Power, LV60, Divine Tree Blessing, LV63. Simulation Points, 217,235,000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. It was dawn. Su Yang glanced at his attribute interface, and the new number of simulations had been refreshed. However, 1 time was not enough. The last time it was only an S-level evaluation and could not generate a gold talent. This time it can only be used for 1-click simulation at most, and a SSS level evaluation will be generated. No, it should be a perfect clearance of SSS plus level. This should be a little different from the 1-click simulation of SSS level perfect clearance, right? Su Yang's heart moved, and he started this 1-click simulation directly, wanting to see what was different. Soon, a prompt sounded, and Su Yang saw the result. World confirmed. Enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation is a 1-click simulation, the last time the result of the Hokage Ninja world simulation is the result. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated SSS+. Therefore, the simulation world has been perfectly passed, and you get the following rewards. Clearance reward. A certain skill of your own is improved accordingly, or the next simulation specifies the golden talent generated by the talent that has appeared. Fixed reward. The next simulation will 100% randomly generate a red talent, and the probability of generating a golden talent is plus 30%. There is basically no difference. The clearance reward is still the improvement of a certain skill, but this skill is only a Hokage series ability. But for Su Yang, both ninjutsu and bloodline net have reached a very high level. Even if it can continue to improve, there will be no qualitative change. Unless it is a reward for a dozen 1-click simulations. But this is not cost-effective. With so many simulations, it is better to use them in real simulations, and the benefits will be greater. And this is a random reward, not necessarily bloodline net. It may also be bloodline genkai, or even a single ninjutsu. There are too many uncertainties, and it was the same with Demon Slayer before. Now it is the same with Hokage. It seems that the best option is to generate golden talent. After all, the success rate was only 10% before, but now it has reached 30%, which saves 100,000 simulation points. Although Su Yang's simulation points are now credited at a fast speed, he also spends them quickly. This time, the simulation of the Shinigami world cost 100 million simulation points. If you brush the golden talent every time, you will need 70 million simulation points. Susaku Jia and his team basically credit 1 or 2 million simulation points every day, which is really fast. But it still can't catch up with Su Yang's speed. The good news is that Gojo Satoru can also gain simulation points by killing ghosts and cursed spirits. Gojo Satoru's evolution ended 4 or 5 hours ago. At that time, Su Yang was too busy to pay attention to him. Finally, after Gojo Satoru adapted to his own strength, he left the underground space of the branch building to practice. This also made Su Yang receive the reminder sound of simulation points credited. After taking a look at Ming, who was sleeping soundly after Hina, Su Yang slowly stood up and disappeared in an instant. When Su Yang appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Gojo Satoru in the wild. Boom! As soon as Su Yang appeared, Gojo Satoru's attack came instantly. It seemed that Gojo Satoru was not very surprised by his appearance, but attacked. TSK, the opposite Tiangang? Su Yang just glanced at Gojo Satoru, and then a Shinra Tensei blasted the opponent away. Then, before Gojo Satoru could react, another universal pull pulled over and smashed it hard into the open space in front. With a loud bang, a huge deep pit was blasted out, and Gojo Satoru's body was in an irregular posture, embedded in the bottom of the huge pit. But soon, Gojo Satoru's body twisted and recovered, and then he climbed up. Hiss! Isn't your attack too cruel? Gojo Satoru screamed. If it were him before, he would probably die. And with his previous physical strength, I'm afraid there would be only some residue left in the end. Just test your physical strength. Su Yang said lightly, and then nodded. Not bad, at least the level of a super demon king. This transformation is more rapid than that of Geto Suguru, but over the past few days, Geto Suguru's strength has also been raised to the Super Demon King realm. It is considered a rapid improvement period for the reincarnated Shinigami, but it is almost there. It takes a lot of time for Geto Suguru to advance to the super level. Gojo Satoru is also similar, but has your infinite space also improved? Su Yang's tone was a little surprised. He created the Void Jade and he is the owner of the Void Jade. The same is true for the Shinigami Jade. Therefore, in a sense, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the master of Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru. This naturally controls everything about the two of them. Su Yang just sensed that Gojo Satoru's infinite space seems to have been improved. That's right. Gojo Satoru nodded with satisfaction. Now, unless I have super spatial abilities, otherwise. Under the infinite space, I am the only one. Gojo Satoru's confidence is back. Of course, his I am the only one is only at the Demon King level, which is a high-level realm. No, if there are strong people with special abilities, his infinite space is not absolutely powerful. At least whether it is himself or his followers at the same level, Gojo Satoru's infinite space does not have much effect. Su Yang is very sure of this. Finally, he tried Gojo Satoru's strength after the improvement. Very good, and there is another place that surprised Su Yang, that is, as a perfect hollow, Gojo Satoru not only has the return blade, but can even perform Shurikai and Bankai. After returning to the blade, the physical strength is enhanced, the body's defense and regeneration ability. Shurikai and Bankai both enhance the infinite space. Bankai directly increases it tenfold, and the infinite space of Gojo Satoru has superclass destructive power. But Gojo Satoru can only maintain it for 10 seconds at most in his current state. But even though it is only 10 seconds, it allows Gojo Satoru to have the strength to kill most of the high-level ones below the super level. Tokyo Branch Building, the director's desk on the top floor. Are you saying that we should popularize the real-level realm information of this world? Rias looked at the man in front of her speechlessly. What did he think of to do this? Yes. Su Yang didn't have any special ideas, but he thought it would be better to unify this information. And don't you think it would be better to divide these specific realms? The power system of this world is too chaotic. Su Yang explained, Onmyoji has one system realm, Sorcerer has one system realm, Demon has one system realm, Angel has one system realm, and it is very complicated to distinguish. Many times, I feel dizzy when I read the reports given to me by Hayasaka and Yangno. Are you doing this to make things easier for yourself? Rias muttered in her heart, but it is undeniable that what Yang said is true. The power system is too complicated. I don't know why there are so many realms of power systems. Shouldn't they have been unified long ago? When Rias thought of this, she couldn't help but complain. Why? Of course, this world is constantly devouring and merging other worlds, one world and one power system. I want to know how many power systems there are in this world. Su Yang secretly complained in his heart. In fact, I have another idea, which is to popularize the division of this realm. Will it be rewarded by the will of the world? Su Yang finally stated his ultimate goal. Huh? Reward? What are you thinking about? Rias looked at Su Yang with an expression of, you really dare to think so. No, Rias, that's not certain. This is Akino. After thinking for a moment, she felt that this might be feasible. Azuno, are you serious? Rias looked at Akino in disbelief. How is it impossible? Azuno smiled slightly. Think about it. We help the world will conquer other worlds, but we can get rewards from the world will. This actually means that if it is good for the world, you can get rewards. Who doesn't benefit from spreading such information? And this is the specific realm division information given by the world will. If you really get the benefit, maybe this time you can condense the body of destruction. X. Rias was moved. This time, she and Akino were led by Su Yang and really received the reward of the world's will. Su Yang didn't have it, he traded it all. But Rias and Akino really have it. It is a special energy. It can be used to improve your realm or even strengthen items. Akino didn't have it, but gave it all to Rias, asking her to run the body of destruction. But it is obviously only the result of the world of Zhantong, and the majority is completely on Su Yang's side. The reward of the world's will that the two of them received is not enough for her to condense the body of destruction. Su Yang also thought so, nodded. That's what I mean, so this time you took the initiative to propose it again. Okay. Rias was moved. If she was moved, then she was naturally moved. Even though the hope was slim, Rias took it seriously. She used her identity as the successor of Gremory to start promoting it in the underworld. She even asked her brother and her sister to start promoting it. For this, she gave the most detailed annotations. Because the information about the level and realm that was promoted was really only a part, and the realm was only from the low level to the demigod, then it was to become a god. But there was no specific information about what kind of god to become. This realm only has 2 words, and the demigod was also vaguely mentioned a few times. The general meaning can actually be summarized in 1 sentence, and only those who control the power of the concept system can become a demigod. The sub-god rank is just about tempering the power of God. As for how to temper it, how could I say it? But for his brother and sister, the ancestors, after obtaining Su Yang's consent, gave a lot of detailed information. The underworld. The real realm division? What is Rias doing? Looking at the information in his hand, Surzex was stunned, and he didn't even plan to look at it carefully. He was very sad during this period. He didn't know where the Gurifia he had taken a fancy to went. In fact, although he liked Gurifia a little in his heart, he wanted to reincarnate her as his dependent, and even the position of queen. But unfortunately, Gurifia seemed to be very resistant to him. He didn't care much about the information given by Rias. However, when he thought of his sister saying that he would help her promote it, Surzex finally planned to take a look. After all, seeing that Rias had already started to promote it. He should not make any mistakes after taking a look, otherwise it would be a joke. First glance. Below the upper demon is only a low-level realm? The upper demon is also only a middle-level realm? What kind of realm division is this? It's just nonsense. What is Rias doing? Sazex's face became unhappy. The high-level realm actually includes the realm below the transcendent? If this is not nonsense, what is it? As a transcendent, Sadzex knows very well that after entering the Demon King realm, there are actually several levels of realms. Even if it is divided by magic power strength, there can be more than a dozen levels. A second look. Superclass? This can't be the level of the transcendent. Really, the superclass corresponds to the transcendent realm? So, this is. Superclass means breaking the life level of one's own race, obtaining perfect evolution, and finally evolving into a superclass life. Sazex paused slightly, because he knew very well that in order to become a transcendent, he really had to break the upper limit of his own race. But this was something he figured out after he was promoted to a transcendent. Even after he broke the upper limit of the demon race, he thoroughly felt that he had achieved a higher level of evolution. His magic power was also sublimated in those 10 moments. Until now, he still didn't figure it out, but just thought it was a higher level of demon evolution. But now he knows that this is not the evolution of the demon, but his own evolution of breaking the race to become a superclass life. This discovery made him feel that the division of this realm has become a little complicated. After the superclass life evolves, its own energy has a qualitative leap. When it reaches a certain level, it can be tempered. God's power. Then advance to the sub-god level above the superclass life? This process doesn't mean that he has evolved and become a deity. Seeing this, Surzex forgot about the psychology of looking at those two eyes, and now his eyes are completely fixed on them. A special witch workshop space. Baiji and Lunias looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. In front of them was a set of realm division information, which came from Rias. What do you think? Baiji's face was a little confused. If it were any other time, Lunias would definitely say mischievously, "I have eyes to see." But this time, I don't know. Lunia's tone was both helpless and unbelievable. It's true in terms of realm. Baiji paused and said, "The three clergymen have occasionally reminded me before, but they only mentioned that as a superclass, I am so and so. But I didn't pay attention to me, and I don't know if those three are too old, they always talk in a muddle." Lunias. No, isn't one of them your generation? Do you really have the nerve to say that? However, Lunias didn't dwell on this point now, but hesitated and said, "So, in fact, the transcendent is the so-called super-level life form? And life forms that reach this level can enter the stage of deification? It's not about entering. Look carefully at the information your descendants gave you." Baiji rolled her eyes at her. "You need to raise your own energy to a certain level and then transform it into divine power." Oh no, it should be divine power. After possessing divine power, you step into the sub-god level and truly begin to deify yourself. And looking at the above statement, deification does not mean becoming a true god. Only when you have a strong enough divine power can you temper your own power and finally contact the law. Then you can comprehend your own conceptual power and then condense the domain. Isn't that enough? You need to thoroughly condense your own laws and finally condense the godhood with the laws to become a god. And it's not a true god yet, because only by obtaining the position of a god can you become a true god. F***K, your descendants are really not simple. It is said here that the Great Red obtained the godhood and the position of a god and became the true dragon formation. I thought that existence was just a god before, but now it seems to be a true god. This reminds me of a bunch of gods in Western Europe. Now it seems that they are all fake gods. At best, they're at a super-level realm. There are probably not many sub-gods. Baiji was more and more shocked, and at the same time she thought of some guys who were named gods. This level of realm division is simply a slap in the face. God? You don't even have the power of a true god, let alone the power of a god. A bunch of fakes. Wait, this is not right. Suddenly, Lunias raised her head, and then raised her little hand slightly, and a trace of arc light flashed on her hand. I already have the power of destruction, but what I have is pure power of destruction, not divine power. Lunias said seriously, according to the information given by Shaolia, only a few special subgods can master the power of the concept system. But generally speaking, those who master the power of the concept system have already entered the demigod level? Oh, I know, I am already a demigod. Lunias suddenly reacted, nodded very affirmatively, and then looked smug. Is it possible that you actually walked wrong? Although she didn't have the heart to hit her old girlfriend, Baiji still chose to tell the truth. Walk out? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lunia shook her head frantically and said firmly, I use the power of the world's will to strengthen my body of destruction and further awaken the power of the concept system of destruction. How could I have walked wrong? She didn't believe it. But Baiji said in a gloomy tone, so we took the wrong path. We only use the power of the world's will to strengthen our strength, not to strengthen and improve our level. Have you noticed that since we strengthened ourselves with the power given by the world's will, we seem to have not practiced? Lunias was stunned because she suddenly realized. They really haven't practiced. Does this mean that she entered a state similar to hibernation for a long time because she doesn't want her spirit to age? Nonsense. She was just too bored, so she slept for a while from time to time. After all, practicing will not improve at all, and there are no comics, movies, games, and other entertainment projects like now. What else can you do besides sleeping? So, she really took the wrong path? As soon as the news of the level division came out, the extraordinary field of the entire Zhongmon world was completely messed up. No one believed it at first. After all, it was too ridiculous. There are only a few levels in total, and your lower, middle, and upper levels all correspond to the Super Demon King realm? It's funny. But soon a force came out to fight. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were naturally the new demon kings of the underworld who stood up and not only supported this level division, but also began to promote it crazily. However, most forces were not surprised by this. After all, the source of this information was the biological sister of Lu Cypher, one of the new demon kings. If the other new demon kings gave some face, it would be fine to promote it. But the following situation was somewhat unexpected. Because after the new demon kings of the underworld stood up, the Witch Clan and the Village of Heroes also stood up to support it. This felt a bit weird. Could this be true? Some big forces hesitated. At this time, what was even more surprising was that the headquarters of the Extraordinary Administration officially adopted this level classification method and even made a special announcement. This level is the level taught by the world will, and it was announced to the world by Rias Gremory. This is a big deal. It is equivalent to stamping it directly. After all, the headquarters of the Extraordinary Administration has many powerful people from big forces, including those from the underworld, heaven, and other special places. This is equivalent to being confirmed by many big forces. A special meeting room. The meeting was large, but only one round table was set up. There were only 13 seats on the round table. Suddenly, at a certain moment, one of the seats started to burn, and the next moment there was a figure. It seemed to trigger something, and the seats started to burn one after another, and then figures appeared one after another. Finally, 7 figures appeared on the 13 seats. Oh, this meeting is not simple, and there are 7 people. A figure on one of the seats laughed strangely, and the figure was shrouded in flames, with only a pair of scarlet eyes flashing. The figures on the other 6 seats were almost the same, shrouded in flames. Such a big thing happened. How can there not be many people? Another figure sneered. Big thing? What's the big thing? How come I don't know? This is a young voice. TSK, the newcomer is worthy of being a newcomer. Do you think the level information announced this time is a trivial matter? The scarlet-eyed figure sneered, Li Wangzhao. Sorry, senior, I just joined the Holy Land and became a saint not long ago, and I don't know much about many things. The young voice said the name of this organization. Holy Land. It looks like a very sacred name, but what this organization does is the most sinful thing. The Holy Land worships the Lord of the Bible. However, 13 is a taboo. The reason for this taboo is that the Holy Land believes that their Lord has been swallowed up by the so-called world malice, world will, making this world lose its Lord. Therefore, the purpose of the Holy Land is to make the Son of God the new Lord, so that the Lord's glory will once again shine on this ignorant world. The Holy Land is an organization led by the Son of God and the 12 saints. Their main purpose is to overthrow the world, which is the greatest sin for the world. You don't know this? This so-called level is spread by the world's malice to further eliminate the Lord's glory, and it must be dealt with. I see. Then how should we deal with it to get rid of the person who spread it? Although that Surzex is a bit troublesome, I am confident that I can still deal with it. Damn, who brought this idiot here? The owner of the Scarlet Eyes was a little stunned. Am I talking about Surzex? Although Surzex is quite powerful, he is also a good master among the superclass. But who told you that there is only Surzex behind Rias? Do you think that old monster is fake? Suddenly, the owner of the Scarlet Eyes didn't want to talk. He couldn't continue this. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and explained. Behind Rias Gremory is not only Surzex, the new demon king, or it should be said that the one standing behind her is the first-generation Gremory. First-generation Gremory? Very powerful. It's not as simple as being powerful. Let me put it this way. According to the announcement of the new level, the opponent is a superclass strongman who has mastered the concept-based power of the demigod level, and it is a concept-based power of destructive attributes. No way. The superclass realm can master the power of the concept system? The young voice was completely dumbfounded, and finally understood why the senior didn't speak just now. Okay. Suddenly, a figure close to the main seat of the Holy Sun spoke. Everyone fell silent immediately. In the absence of the Holy Sun, the meeting was basically decided by this person. This time there is a lot of movement. If you don't know, go find out for yourself. This voice was very indifferent, as if there was no emotion. Although I summoned you here because of this matter, the real purpose is to conduct a test, and we are not testing the junior Rias Gremory, we are really testing a human named Su Yang. As soon as these words came out, the other 6 people were stunned. Human? Which of them is not a superclass powerhouse? Some are even above the superclass. Do you need to attack a human? You know, humans are the most difficult group to break the upper limit of races. In other words, although the number of humans is far greater than that of other races, there are very few superclass powerhouses. In particular, many superclass strongmen of humans are not very strong in combat. This is because the bloodline foundation of humans is too poor. They are at a low level when they are born. When other races are born, they are already the end point of cultivation for most humans. It is not that the bloodline foundation is low, it is easy to break the upper limit of the race. If any race wants to break the upper limit of its own race, there is a prerequisite. That is to cultivate to a strong enough realm. In simple terms, it is infinitely close to the superclass realm. Others are born in the middle or even high-level realm, and it is naturally easier to cultivate to the high-level 10th level. You humans are not even at the low-level 1 when you are born, and it is really difficult to cultivate to the high-level 10. That is, there are many humans, and the power system of the 8 gates has appeared, so that some people can finally cultivate to this realm. But it is even more difficult to break the upper limit of the race. Therefore, when the 6 people present heard that they were going to test someone, they were a little puzzled for a while. The figure did not explain further and said directly, "Here is a document. You can handle it according to the situation after reading it." Now the Saint's son has reached the most critical moment. I don't have much time to deal with it. If you can't handle this little thing, you can also abdicate. As soon as the voice fell, the figure disappeared instantly. The remaining 6 people were silent for a while, and only the figure with scarlet eyes whispered, "TSK, this old guy." Then he honestly looked at the information of 327 in front of him, and so did the others. After reading it, they were stunned. This human named Su Yang has the means to strengthen others? And the humans or other races, after strengthening, seem to share his fate and special abilities. Is it similar to those demons using demon chess pieces to reincarnate? Could it be that Su Yang has awakened special abilities after evolving to the superclass? Humans are so troublesome. Once they are promoted to the superclass and become superclass life, they can awaken strange abilities. It should be his awakened racial talent ability, but it is stronger than the demon chess piece reincarnating into a demon follower. Why does this feel like the power of a god? Suddenly, the newcomer's words made the scene quiet instantly. The newcomer seemed to have noticed something and was a little scared. I was just saying this casually." "No, you are right." A figure who had been silent all the time spoke up. This Su Yang's ability is very similar to that of a god. Only when a person with a god's power accepts a god's servant can the god's servant gain a powerful improvement and change in Tianfen. The first lord among my saints has a godly position. He recruited several servants with the power of the godly position. They all have the ability of the Lord and are no weaker than a saint's. I also think this situation is a bit similar, but it's a bit incredible. Can Su Yang get the godly position? This kind of thing is not something that even our Holy Land can get if we want it. What other reason can there be? He must have been maliciously sold to be a slave by the world. TSK, I said. Why did the old guy ask us to test it out? This is probably to test whether the other party has a godly position. Seniors, if we find out that the other party has a godly position, how should we deal with it? The newcomer asked again. You are an interesting newcomer. The scarlet-eyed figure looked at the newcomer strangely. Although you are a newcomer, You are only a newcomer among the saints. You have probably joined the Holy Land for at least 10 years. Why are you still so naive? The newcomer is a special genius. He was discovered by the servants of the First Lord. It was a special invitation. He should have joined the Holy Land for only 1 or 2 years, right? Not 1 or 2 years. I have only joined the Holy Land for a few months and became a saint last month. The newcomer answered honestly. This made the scarlet-eyed figure speechless. Is he a super genius? He didn't doubt anything. Since he was invited by the servants of the First Lord, he must have been recognized by the First Lord. Besides, any saint who joins has been seen by the Cad, god of the Son of God, so there will be no problem. It's just too naive. TSK genius? But still very naive. The scarlet-eyed figure, originally I thought this mission was more suitable for you, as a training for you as a newcomer, but now it concerns the throne of God, so you naive little guy, forget it. So, I'll go this time. The scarlet-eyed figure took the initiative to propose, but he was directly opposed by several people as soon as he proposed it. No, you are too easy to mess up. Hehe, are you going to test it? I don't even want to expose you. If you go to test it, it goes without saying that it will definitely conflict with the extraordinary administration. The other party is more or less a member of the extraordinary administration. That's right, now is the critical moment for the Holy Sun, you'd better be quiet. The scarlet-eyed figure suddenly became angry and was about to explode. But the last person mentioned the Son of God, and he couldn't help but suppress his anger. Because this Su Yang is actually, and he doesn't really want to cause any trouble because of himself. Forget it, I won't go. You guys handle this matter yourself? As soon as the voice fell, the scarlet-eyed figure disappeared. The remaining 5 people discussed again, but in fact there were only 4 people. The newcomer couldn't get a word in at all and could only listen honestly. After a while, the result was finally agreed upon. Newcomer, you should test Su Yang this time. Me? But senior, aren't you afraid that I will do something bad? No problem, you just contact, not let you do anything to Su Yang, and Su Yang has several special natural elves under his command, and it is most suitable for you to contact them. Natural elves? Yes, they are even special elves born from the power of the world, and they are also children of the Lord. If possible, you can guide them to the right path. By the way, if possible, we can recruit Su Yang into the Holy Land. A room decorated in a very cute style. A silver-haired girl was lying with her eyes closed. The girl had a pair of pointed ear holes. If Su Yang were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Elf." He would even recognize the girl's identity at the first time, and then, naturally, he would try every means to reincarnate the girl into his own god's family. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, and her purple pupils revealed a trace of helplessness and a small atmosphere. I don't want to go. The girl suddenly became petty, turned around and threw herself into the soft bed, burying her face in the pillow. Leah? A cute kitten suddenly flew over and hovered above the girl's head. Parker, I don't want to do this anymore. The girl raised her head and showed her little face, looking miserable and indescribably cute. Parker was silent for a while, and he didn't know what the girl was doing. Did they give you a task? Yes. Is it very troublesome? Yes. The girl nodded repeatedly, and then said the task, it is to contact a human named Su Yang. At the end, she added, the other party has a god position, so he must be super scary. Let me contact someone like me? If I had known that the saints of the Holy Land were so troublesome, I would not have done it. Is this something you want to do or not? Parker was speechless. Okay, Leah, we suddenly appeared in this world, and then we were met by the person with elf blood. The other party asked you to join with good intentions. Parker said, because according to that person, only by joining the Holy Land can we find a way back to our world. But it's been several months. Emilia was a little emotional, and now we already know that since we appeared in this world, it means that our world has been maliciously targeted by this, world, and it will be swallowed up sooner or later. In this way, it doesn't matter whether we go back or not. But after our world is swallowed up, not everyone will appear in this world. Parker said calmly, I can be sure that Beatrice can exist, because according to what I know now, it seems that people with certain strength will not be erased because the world is swallowed up. But the problem is, Parker didn't say the rest, but Amelia understood what it meant. No, she can't gamble. If that place is also erased, then Parker will really be the only family member left. Leah, it's actually nothing big. Parker suddenly said, the mission over there is just for you to contact. Aren't there elves over there too? I also want to get to know the special elves in this world. Just treat it as making friends. My Leah is so cute. How could anyone refuse you to be friends? Parker's words made Einen Leah embarrassed. But now she is full of energy. The Tokyo branch building of the Supernatural Administration. Tisk, is it really possible? Looking at Leah, who was enveloped by a force in front of him, Yang was quite surprised. Just now, the world will descended to reward Leah. It is obvious that Su Yang guessed correctly that the information about the realm divided by the world can really get the reward of the world will. Su Yang thought that the truth should be like this. I am afraid that the division of these levels has only been completely determined recently. Su Yang even suspected that there might be something systematic about it. Because a divine power comes from the original divine power of the true God. Especially this time when the world will rewarded Leah, it also gave a lot of other information, and it can even be said that there is a more perfect way to evolve into a superclass life. And how to temper one's own power into divine power in the superclass realm, and how to contact the law with divine power in the subgod level. It completely pointed out the general situation of the cultivation steps. The most important thing is that Su Yang knew a situation. That is, in fact, as long as you have both the position of God and the Godhead in one body, you are a true God. Just having the Godhead is essentially still a mediocre God. Even if you can have a part of the power of a true God, you are still a demigod. As for how to obtain the position of God, the content given by the world is given by the world, but Su Yang always feels that there are other ways. However, it is not suitable to study this problem now, because Rias is condensing the body of destruction. Su Yang is in charge personally. Who knows if there will be some blind things running out. Although there is little hope. Su Yang frowned slightly when he felt Rias's situation. After a while, the breath on Rias disappeared. The energy given by the world has been absorbed by her. This time she did not use it to improve her magic power or her destructive power, but strengthen the body of destruction. But the body of destruction is not so easy to condense. This time, the gift from the world did not allow Rias to condense the body of destruction. It's almost there. Rias looked helpless. She clearly felt that her body of destruction was about to condense, but it was just this little bit short. On the contrary, because of this situation, her destructive power increased a lot. The power is even stronger. This made Su Yang look strange, and he now understood why Lunia's mastered the concept of destruction, but was still at the super level. This world is a little different. The original power of destruction came from the power of destruction of the Ball family. Su Yang didn't know what kind of magic power the original Gremory had. But in this anime world, both the Gremory family and the Ball family have the power of destruction, and there are even several demon families in the underworld. Of course, the two families also mastered the power of other attributes. There is no demon family with a single attribute of magic in the underworld. Anyway, Lunia's, the first-generation Gremory, has a body of destruction. But Su Yang now understands that Lunia's body of destruction is mostly a reward given by the will of the world, and it is forcibly strengthened. Even the power of destruction has been strengthened many times, and finally the concept of destruction is mastered by the powerful power of destruction and the body of destruction. This method is absolutely amazing. But the more so, now that he knows the correct way to practice, Su Yang can imagine how much of a headache Nias has. Because how can this be reversed? The concept of destruction she controls is achieved by force, with a powerful body of destruction and power of destruction. Only by forcibly transforming her own power of destruction into divine power can she walk back from the crooked path. It's not that Su Yang looks down on her. The concept of destruction has reached this level. If it wants to be transformed into divine power, it is not a difficult task for a demigod. But the problem is that Heat Lunia's is only a superclass life, and no one has reached the rank of a subgod. Can she do it? No, it's impossible. If she could do it, she would not be like this now, and she would have reached the rank of a demigod long ago. It's actually a good thing to master powerful power at a low level. But the problem is that Lunia's did not rely on herself to achieve this step, but completely relied on external forces. In fact, Leah's also relied on external forces to strengthen her body of destruction, which is not a good thing either. But the problem is that Rias has Su Yang to back her up. Even if she goes astray, Rias can be directly pulled back to the right path when Su Yang reincarnates her into his god's familiar, and can even be further improved. Su Yang originally planned to let Rias have the body of destruction and reincarnate her into his god's familiar. This way, her body of destruction will not only be more powerful, but Su Yang can also take advantage of this opportunity to contact the law of destruction when obtaining Rias's power of destruction. This allows him to obtain the power of the concept system faster. For Su Yang, the attribute is not very important. He has a god position, and it is a very special god position of the Lord of the God system. Even if he only condenses the godhood of the destruction attribute, as long as he has the godhood, he is the real Lord of the God system. His god's familiar will also have the godhood. And it is a godhood with a blank attribute, which can integrate its own power or ability into it, which is a godhood with new attributes and power. The godhood possessed by the gods' families can actually be possessed by Su Yang. The Lord of Gods can naturally possess everything of the gods' families. In other words, Su Yang's gods' families can possess godhoods of other attributes, and Su Yang, as the Lord of Gods, can naturally obtain them directly. Therefore, for Su Yang, he only needs to condense the godhood. It doesn't matter what attribute it is, just let him become a true god. Perhaps the gods' families do not use his own godhood as the next step of godhood, but use their own abilities to transform their own godhood. Although this takes a lot of time, it will undoubtedly make Su Yang stronger and stronger. This is also the reason why he is more keen to accept one god's families after another. As for why they are all girls, and they are all beautiful girls, there is no reason. It's just a hobby. This also made Su Yang understand that the position of the Lord of the God system he obtained seems to be a little different. Information about the true God does not come from the world will. This is all searched out by Su Yang with the help of the Whispering Pianji. As long as a certain amount of divine power is consumed, a lot of information can be searched out. It is even possible to further deduce based on the known information, and the larger the known range, that is, the more people know, the more information can be deduced. This is another reason why Su Yang spread this level of information. He wanted to obtain more information about the true God, especially how to condense the Godhead. The information deduced before was not comprehensive, only part of it existed. Now that this level of information has been promoted and the range is very large, it can naturally be further deduced based on the original information. After Li Yassi's strengthening was over, Su Yang stayed for another 2 or 3 hours, and after confirming that Li Yassi was fine, he returned to the neighboring county. Well, as for what method was used to confirm these 2 or 3 hours, only the two of them knew. Neighboring realm. After several hours of searching, Su Yang and Arya finally obtained a lot of information. First of all, the true God is indeed a godhead and a god position in one body, and Tuan is a true god. If it only has a godhead, it is not a demigod level, but it is not a true god either. The power possessed by a complete godhead has exceeded the range of the demigod rank, but it still has not reached the true god because there is no god position. It is a special realm between the demigod rank and the true god. As for the god position, it can be confirmed now that the god position is something that was born by this world, and it seems that there is a limit to the number of god positions. Arya analyzed, although it is not certain, the real god position should be limited in number. Su Yang agreed with this point. As a true god position, it is a god position with godhood. For example, Great Red obtained such a god position and directly became the true dragon god. It can even be said that Great Red is the dragon god of this world. The only dragon god. But this does not mean that the dragon race can only have one true god. At least the Whispering chapter has searched out that there are still 2 true gods in the dragon race god positions in this world. But what kind of god position it is, the Whispering chapter has not searched. The god position of the Destroyer True God still exists. In fact, it doesn't matter to Su Yang if this god position is gone. In a sense, his god position is not a real god position, but an origin god position. Because there is no godhood, but the god position is condensed from the origin of the world and exists truly. The most important thing is that this god position was deliberately created for Su Yang by the will of the world and then given to him. Let alone whether it can be taken away. Even if it can be taken away, no one else can become a true god with this god position. The true god of the Lord of the God system either does not exist or it is definitely Su Yang. It is not so easy to condense the godhood from the original god position. If there are not many god's followers, it is okay. But Su Yang has too many god's followers, and he needs more god's power and laws to condense the godhood. And it is better to condense the godhood of the god system directly. If he becomes the god system lord with the godhood of the destruction godhood, then Su Yang can only be said to be the god system lord of the destruction system. Even if his god's followers can condense the godhood, it is only the godhood with the destruction attribute. For example, taking Aestes as an example, in this way, the ice godhood condensed by Aestes can only be the ice godhood within the destruction attribute. It is not a pure ice godhood. To put it bluntly, it is a true god under the destruction system. In this way, in a sense, it locks its own upper limit. Especially for Su Yang, the God Lord, his godhood can only have the power of ice destruction, and there will not be an ice godhood equal to the destruction godhood. It is unknown whether the true god's godhood is intentional or naturally formed by the world will. Except for a few special godhoods like the dragon god, the others are at the same level. Su Yang originally wanted to condense the godhood with the law of destruction of a single attribute, but now it seems that it is not possible. That's why he said that his original godhood is a bit troublesome. At the same time, Su Yang also knew that in addition to the godhood granted by the world will, there are also godhoods that have been born in this world. The implication is that the godhood is not granted by the world will, but it has been recognized by the world will. After all, it was born in this world. Su Yang can really see the shortcomings now. The world will is just a program-like thing. If it really has consciousness, would it leave the godhood outside? It has already controlled everything. This time the harvest is not small. At least we now know that there are other godhoods in this world, and perhaps even strong people have obtained the godhood. Su Yang pondered. Arya also looked depressed. It's a pity that these godhoods are hidden and cannot be searched with the current power of the Whispering chapter. It's not that the two of them didn't try just now, but even with the blessing of the neighboring realm, Su Yang exhausted 99% of his divine power to let the second sub-limit activate the Whispering chapter order, and still couldn't find any information. It was when Su Yang completely released his own restrictions on the Whispering chapter order, and let the Whispering chapter order deduce it, and found some clues to find the best way to condense the godhood. That is to obtain enough laws, merge them, and then condense the godhood of the Lord of the God system. Well, maybe this is the real Lord of the God system? But the difficulty of this method is simply outrageous, because Su Yang doesn't know how many laws are needed to condense his own godhood. In fact, there is another way, which is to let the gods' families condense the godhood in 10 steps first. In this way, Su Yang can also master a godhood, but not condense his own godhood. As long as there are enough gods' families who condense the godhood, Su Yang can also condense his own godhood based on this situation. But this method is not that easy. Although after being reincarnated by Su Yang as his gods' families, everything about themselves has been improved, and in a sense, any gods' families now have the potential to become gods on their own. But this takes time. Evolve into a superclass life, and then refine your own god's power to reach the sub-god level. Then, cultivate enough god's power to make the god's power have a qualitative change, and finally reach the level of being able to contact the law. In this way, cultivate your own concept system power. It is very difficult to get to this point. But in fact, getting to this point is the easiest. It takes a long time for the gods' families reincarnated by Su Yang. Even if Eurifia wants to master her own concept system power, it will take at least several months. In fact, it is already very fast. It can reach the 9th or even 10th level of the subgod level in a few months, which is because Eurifia herself is a strong man. Ace may need 1 or 2 years. And mastering the concept is just the beginning, and then you need to construct the domain with the concept. Only by cultivating the domain can you bear the law. The true God itself is an invincible divine domain. In fact, it can be said that the domain is the initial prototype of the Godhead. In the cultivation of the law, it is actually to integrate more laws into your own domain. Until there are so many laws that can condense the Godhead, the domain will become the Godhead. It is not that easy to practice. Even Eurifia would need several years, or even more than 10 years to do it. Eurifia said that such a speed is simply a fantasy for her. In fact, let alone more than 10 years. Even if it takes hundreds of years to condense the godhood, it is enough to drive countless people crazy. Wait, if I say that Lunyas can condense the godhood within a few years, will she accept being reincarnated as the world's will? Su-yang suddenly thought of this, and then he felt that this possibility is very high. However, even if Lunyas is reincarnated as the world's will, she is at most a demigod. And it is only to master the concept, and it will take several years to condense the godhood. Several years is too long. This is Su-yang's true thought. After all, he has stepped into the extraordinary from an ordinary person to the current strength. Even if the time spent in the 2 worlds of Inuyasha and Zontong is counted, it has not exceeded 1 year. If it is not counted, it is only 2 or 3 months. Several years is really long. Fiflux. We still have to rely on simulation. 10,000 World Simulator. Host, Su-yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami, Imperial Tool User, Destroyer. Talent, Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, Tendra, Red, Magical Genius, Red, Simulated Target, Red, Inspiration, Red, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. Skills, Sage Art, God Class, Bloodline Net, Dimensional Space, Keto, Ninjutsu, God's Power, LV60, God Tree Blessing, LV63. Simulation points, 218,963,000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. Looking at the number of simulations that he had refreshed again, Su-yang decided to simulate. And this time, Yang decided to refresh his talent in cultivation. He needs to speed up his cultivation, which will naturally refresh his cultivation talent. This is naturally to choose a Tendra to refresh the golden talent. As for which world to choose for simulation, if he hadn't known yesterday that he needed a lot of laws to condense the godhood of the Lord of the God system, Su-yang would definitely choose 10 simpler worlds first. He has no intention of entering the Shinigami world simulation for the time being, because Su-yang believes that there are certain unexpected factors in order to pass the game perfectly in the Shinigami world, and that is the Spirit King. The game was passed after the death of the Spirit King, which already shows a big problem. Don't mess with it. The Spirit King in Shinigami is the sage of 6 paths in the Hokage world, and this unexpected factor is too big. At least before mastering the power of the concept system, Su-yang is not very sure to get a perfect SSS level clearance in the Shinigami simulation world. Therefore, after simulating the Shinigami world last time, Su-yang planned to choose other worlds and simpler worlds. As for why, it is naturally to obtain the real number of simulations. If Demon Slayer was even more powerful, Su-yang would have the confidence to clear the game perfectly at SSS level in 1 try. It is even possible to clear the game perfectly at SSS plus level. But now it is different. Different laws? In other words, laws of various attributes, as long as they are cultivated, they can condense the godhood. Su-yang muttered to himself, recalling the information he had searched for before. In this world of anime, no matter what kind of ability you cultivate, or even what kind of ability you cultivate, as long as you can cultivate it, there are laws. As long as you cultivate it step by step, You will eventually be able to condense the godhood. But Su Yang has an idea. That is, if there is a special thing that can make people have abilities directly, after giving people special abilities, will it be easier to cultivate concepts with this ability? The world that the system can simulate is not always available. It seems to be captured. Su Yang once suspected that before the world will of the anime world was discovered, the system could capture other worlds and then incorporate them into the scope of the system into a simulated world. Of course, there are sometimes fish that slip through the net, such as the previous world of Inuyasha and Zontong. Su Yang naturally didn't know what the specific situation was. But after he tried to simulate a designated world, he found that some worlds required very terrifying simulation points, while some worlds had very few, or even no simulation points. It's not that the world power system is strong and consumes more simulation points. For example, Su Yang designated the world of Attack on Titan, which actually consumed more than 180 million simulation points. However, it only takes more than 20 million simulation points to designate the Type Moon world. It is not a question of the level of the power system, but it seems that it may be the distance from the world of Soman. Su Yang does not understand. But this time he chose to designate the One Piece world. It only consumes 7.6 million simulation points. That's right, Su Yang intends to enter the One Piece world for simulation this time, and even the first simulation goal has been set. It is to collect Devil Fruit. Devil Fruit should have conceptual power in the One Piece world. This does not mean that the ability of every Devil Fruit is at the conceptual level. It means the Devil Fruit itself. It can directly give ordinary people special abilities, which is the power within the conceptual range. Su Yang's goal is to try to see what level the ability user of Devil Fruit can reach after reincarnation as his own god's familiar. The most important thing is that Su Yang wants to strengthen the Devil Fruit when he collects it. No, maybe I can use my own abilities and Hogyoku to strengthen the Devil Fruit in the simulation, and then further strengthen it after it is taken out. After reincarnating as a member of the god's family, it will be the final strengthening and improvement. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. With such an improvement, I am afraid that I can get extremely strong abilities. Maybe, can I reach the concept directly? Yang was full of expectations for this. Although the number of strengthening times for the first evaluation level reward has basically been used up. Even the first reward of the SSS plus level evaluation has been won, and it is no longer possible to strengthen with this reward. But now he has the gold talent reward strengthening. If he really gets the SSS level perfect clearance and gets the world blessing of the One Piece world, a series of superpositions may really get a super Devil Fruit that reaches the concept level directly. No, if the Devil Fruit is really as I thought, I can't brush out an SSS level perfect clearance, so I can't simulate it again. His goal is not just 1 or 2 Devil Fruits. Of course, if getting a lot of Devil Fruits is a reward. In that case, Devil Fruits are probably rubbish. Su Yang couldn't help shaking his head. He was expecting a Devil Fruit as a reward. Is it clear if we just do a simulation? Su Yang opened the simulation interface directly. The first goal is to collect Devil Fruits, and the second goal is to strengthen Devil Fruits. As long as you don't become the Pirate King, you won't be able to pass the game perfectly, right? Mumbling to himself, Su Yang instantly consumed one simulation. The world is confirmed. Enter the One Piece world for simulation. The world is confirmed. Enter the One Piece world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain chance of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Would you like to consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate one gold talent? Warm tip 1. Since the last simulation was rated as SSS+, the probability of generating a gold talent in this simulation is 30%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a talent with a minimum orange level can be randomly generated, and the probability of generating a gold talent in the next simulation will increase by 10%. Warm tip 3. If the simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the gold talent will not be enabled in the next simulation. Well, Now with the perfect clearance of SSS plus level, one-click simulation can generate a fixed red talent every time. After taking a look, Su-young directly chose to consume simulation points to select a 10 consecutive red talent to generate a gold talent. Only 70 million simulation points. Well, this is actually not a small amount. With his current 211.36 million simulation points, he can only generate 3. Even if Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru are getting simulation points now, it is impossible to collect 700 D simulation points quickly. That being said, you still have to spend what you should spend. Do you consume 70 million simulation points and choose to use the red talent to generate the gold talent once 10 times? Warm reminder, the probability of generating the gold talent is 100%, and the gold talent will definitely be generated. A prompt appeared, and Su-young muttered to himself as he looked at the 70 million simulation points consumed. I hope that even if I can't pass the level perfectly this time, I can still get a $S level evaluation. This way, the rewards will not require spending simulation points. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class 290, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, 10 consecutive times, Red, Magical Genius, Red, Simulation Target, Red, Inspiration, Red, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation Orange. This simulation has generated a gold talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. 100 times training, Gold, Combat Power Increase, Red, Well-Developed Limbs, Green. 100 times training, Gold talent, which allows you to have 100 times the training speed. Combat Power Increase, Red talent, which can increase your combat power by 300%. Well-Developed Limbs, Green talent, which allows you to have extra development of your limbs, and your strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but there are some minor shortcomings. For example, simple-minded. Gold talent, 100 times training. This talent is good and can increase the speed of training. It was 10 times before, but now it is directly 100 times. This can be used if combined with a sudden inspiration and a dream come true. Maybe this can be practiced in the One Piece world? Or wait, this plan, if the situation is good, can this One Piece world be simulated for practice? When he thought of this, Su-young directly chose the gold talent. Your red talent has been replaced by the gold talent for 100 times practice. Although the combat power increase of the red talent is also good, Su-young plans to brush out the combat power increase of the gold talent. However, this will be put off until later. The next simulated gold talent, Young also paid attention to the cultivation talent of the magic genius. Then let's see how this simulation ends. You are born. As soon as you were born into this world, you found that something was wrong with you. Because you found that you are very strong, the real strong and invincible kind. You have a feeling that you should have no opponent in this world. But you found that your parents seemed to be very panicked, and your mother who just gave birth to you is in silent pain. From your parents' conversation, you seem to hear that you were born at the wrong time. But you feel that this is not because your parents don't love you, but because the world is not right now. Because Bartila Island is not suitable for babies to be born now, I don't know if it's your illusion, you always feel that you seem to have heard this name somewhere. Bartila Island? Su-young was silent. With his current state, he could clearly obtain all the memories of his previous life. Even if he only accidentally glanced at something in his previous life, he could clearly see its true face in his memory. Su-young had naturally watched anime and movies several times. This time, because he was going to enter the world of One Piece for simulation, Su-young naturally watched it once. He naturally knew the name of Bartila Island. This is where Ace was born. So, I caught up with the time when Ace was born? Su-young was speechless. The birth point of this simulation was a bit special. As for the self in the simulation, it should be just born, and the memory is not complete and comprehensive, so he didn't remember it for a while. But it is estimated that it will be soon. Suddenly, a noise woke you up from your sleep. Before you could react, your mother put you in the cellar. Just when you were about to find out what was going on, you heard gunshots. You felt nervous and you directly split a shadow clone and went outside. Then you saw your parents lying in a pool of blood and Marine. You were very angry and killed these Marines directly. Although you were born less than 3 hours ago, the shadow clone you split was very powerful. Because you slaughtered the Marines, you attracted the attention of other Marines, and you controlled your shadow clone to hug yourself. Then, facing the Marines in front of you, you didn't hesitate to directly descend into a tree world and killed hundreds of Marines. At this moment, you finally remembered where Barbarilla Island was. This was where Ace was born. This also made you understand why your parents said that you were born at the wrong time, because at this time, Marines were killing any 10 babies born on Shinlila Island. You were angry about this situation. In fact, whether Marine kills babies or not has no effect on you at all. But when the target of Marine slaughter becomes you, and even your own parents are killed by Marine, it's different. Your slaughter quickly attracted the attention of Marine's high-level officials on Barbarilla Island, and Garp soon appeared in front of you. Looking at the slaughtered Marine, Garp was furious and asked you why you slaughtered Marine. You laughed. How dare you, a mere lackey, ask me why I slaughtered Marine? After you said this with a sneer, you directly gave Garp a black coffin. As expected of a strong man who has cultivated armament Hokage to a terrifying level in the One Piece world, even if your shadow clone attacked, the power of such a black coffin is not low, but he still resisted it. Although he resisted it, in fact, Garp was seriously injured. If it weren't for the One Piece world's Bungtai physique, he would have died long ago. Facing the seriously injured Garp, you used the 9 Magatama Rinnegan to forcibly dig out the information you wanted from Garp's brain, and then you killed Garp directly. Killed Garp? Su Yang was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. But this is really what he did. Haha, the same thing. There is no good person in the One Piece world. Garp. He thinks that the world government is not good, and even scolded celestial dragons in front of Sengoku many times. But let him scold one in public and try it. It seems that he thinks that if he doesn't become an admiral, he is not a dog for celestial dragons. But in fact, the entire marine is a dog of celestial dragons. I told you to kneel. How dare you not kneel? A typical double-faced person. Way worse than his son Long. Of course, Su Yang also thinks he is not a good person. What does Garp's character have to do with him? It's a pity that he was provoked this time. Not only Garp, even if King Luffy provoked him, he would be killed. What kind of a jerk? Wait, I got some information from Garp's brain. Maybe it's the training method of Hokage? Su Yang's eyes lit up, so he could practice Hokage. In fact, although he has the ability of the transparent world, it is also a perception ability. With his white eyes, he can completely perceive the situation in the outside world. But in Su Yang's opinion, it is not unique to Hokage, that is, observation Hokage. If you integrate this observation Hokage into your perception, it should be a good situation. 3 days later, you have killed all the Marines on Barbarilla Island, and even the people sent by Marine again, you have killed them all. This naturally made Marine very angry, and he directly launched a buster call to Barbarilla Island. In response, you destroyed all the fleets of Buster Call with just a water style, and then easily killed all the Marines with a lightning style. This situation was something the Marines had never expected, and they once thought that there was an unknown strong man on Barbarilla Island. Then, Marine Admiral Sengoku and Marine Admiral Zephyr appeared on Barbarilla Island together. Sengoku wanted to communicate with you, but you refused. The war broke out, but you easily beat Zephyr to the brink of death, and Sengoku was also crippled by you. If it weren't for the special features of the human fruit, mythical beast, and great Buddha form, he would have been completely crippled by you. This time you didn't kill the 2 people, but let Sengoku take the dying Zephyr away, and at the same time you made your intention clear. No one from the Marine or world government can appear within 100 miles, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Sengoku knows how powerful you are, and he knows that if it weren't for the message, he and Zephyr would not have survived. In the face of your request, Marine Marshal Shirkong chose to refuse. In response, you only sent a few shadow clones. In just 7 days, a large number of Marine bases were destroyed by you, and all Marines were killed by you. Under such circumstances, Marine Marshal Kong found you and wanted to kill you. You have to admit that Kong is powerful. Armament Haki is stronger than Garp. Any punch can destroy a small island. Even the attack of Conqueror's Haki Entangled Burst has a powerful destructive power. But in your opinion, all this is in vain, and it is completely beyond your ability. You killed Kong, and then one of your shadow clone came to the Holy Land Mariewa, threw Kong's body into Panga City, and then you performed a Tengai Shinsei on Panga City. Faced with a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 3,000 meters, the 5 elders attacked together to resolve this crisis. Then, the 5 elders attacked you, but you easily cut off the right arm of the god of finance, Izambaron V, Nasajuro, and seized the first-generation Katetsu. After leaving a warning, you left easily. After this time, Marine did not appear in the waters near Badarila Island again. The days have calmed down. TSK didn't destroy the world government directly? Su Yang touched his chin, but he could understand it easily. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be affected by his simulation target, since this simulation needs to study devil fruit. So naturally a quiet place is needed. Also, although the sea is chaotic now, it is not the kind that is very thorough. After all, there is a world government under pressure, and the chaos is also easy to affect his plan. It is also right not to attack the world government. Perhaps because I was born only a few days ago, the strength I can exert is not complete, far less than when I was in full victory, and then I noticed that I was unexpectedly strong. Suyong thought that this might be the reason. It's still a bit difficult. Except for the Shinigami world, the other worlds are just born. Even with my perfect body, it takes a certain amount of time to exert the combat power of the full victory period. Su Yang was helpless about this. In the Shinigami world, people are born directly in the soul state. But for Su Yang, the soul state is almost the same as the body entering the simulation. 1 year later, you are 1 year old. This year passed very peacefully, and Marine did not appear near Barilla Island. Ace was born half a year after you. This time Ace was born normally. Rouge did not die after exhausting her energy to prolong the time of Ace's birth. You did not care about this, but with the influence of Shadow Clone, she established a special experimental base on Badarila Island. Badarila Island has become very different now, even very prosperous and peaceful. Because the things about you were finally exposed, the sea was shocked by your actions for a while. Even if the fact that you entered the Holy Land Mariewa was hidden by the world government, whether it was killing Garp, defeating Zephyr and joining forces with Sengoku, and even killing the Navy Marshal Kong later. Any of these things, it is big news that is enough to shake the sea. Adding them all together is even more terrifying. A rumor spread on the sea that One Piece Roger is not as strong as you. I don't know when your reputation has been growing. If they knew that the person who caused such a commotion was just a baby who was born a few days ago, they would be even more shocked. But no one knows about this news. 4.1 because you acted as shadow clone against the enemy and did not reveal your true face. 2 years later, although you did not make any more noise, the reputation of Badarila Island is not small. Because there are always some mentally abnormal pirates who intend to step on your fame to achieve their own hegemony on the sea. You killed batch after batch and felt a little annoyed. Suddenly one day, you realized that you didn't need to take action against these stupid things, even Shadow Clone. You found a few native residents of Badarila Island and used Hogyoku to change them into Arankar. Perhaps in terms of strength, just an ordinary Arankar, far inferior to Espada's strength, but some of the other pirates are very easy. Even pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions can be defeated. The appearance of such a master has once again raised your reputation. Then, at the age of 3, you were honored as the Sea Emperor by the pirates on the sea. You became the first 4 emperors. No, it should be that you opened the era of Sea Emperors after One Piece. I became 4 emperors. Oh, this statement is not quite right. There were no 4 emperors at this time. Su Yang was a little surprised, but even Whitebeard did not become 4 emperors at this time. The term Sea Emperor only appeared after One Piece Roger. According to the time speculation, Whitebeard is about to become the Sea Emperor. It's just that Su Yang didn't expect that he would be the first. Wait, in this way, will it be the 5 emperors instead of the 4 emperors era in more than 10 years? Su-yang thought of this possibility. Su-yang didn't know whether it was true or not, but it was certain that the 4 emperors era would come early. In the original novel, after Whitebeard became the Emperor of the Sea, it was Cedric. Then it was Big Mom. In Su-yang's opinion, although Aunt Charlotte Linlin is a bit lame, her soul fruit is awesome. She has enough strength to secure the position of 4 emperors. Hey wait, this soul fruit seems to be able to create elemental creatures similar to souls. Aunt calls this thing homies, but can I transform it into a hollow? Su-yang suddenly realized this and thought it might be possible. I don't know if Hogyoku can swallow these things. When Su-yang thought of this, he was moved and looked forward to it. Becoming the Emperor of the Sea has no effect on you. You have already started collecting devil fruit. In fact, you have sent some shadow clone to the sea 2 years ago to search for devil fruit everywhere. Some shadow clone even have a good reputation on the sea. You already have a lot of devil fruit in your hands now, and you even sent dozens of shadow clone to Sky Island and finally found thunder fruit. But you don't have the idea of eating thunder fruit because after your research, you have already found it. Even if you eat these devil fruits now, you will still have the weakness of sea stone. After your research, you found that this seems to be the rule of this world. Or in other words, devil fruit is actually a product born under the power of the laws of this world. To erase the weakness of devil fruit is equivalent to distorting the laws of this world. Although you are very confident in your own strength, you have not blindly believed that you can reverse the laws of a world. This is harder than destroying a world. When you see that a demigod-level strongman who has mastered the laws can destroy the One Piece world, but to distort the laws of the One Piece world, this is not something that can be done with strong power. This is like asking a giant to thread a needle, which is not a single step. But you are confident, and you also find that your Hogyoku is very extraordinary. With your own strength, you may be able to erase the weaknesses of devil fruit. But this requires a lot of attempts, and thunder fruit is naturally not an experimental product. You plan to wait until you figure out how to eliminate the weaknesses of the devil fruit before erasing the weaknesses of the thunder fruit. It is indeed very troublesome. Seeing this, it is not surprising at all. In his previous life, he had seen that there are 3 theories about the birth of the devil fruit. One is that it comes from the final island, that is, 26 comes from Raftel. Another theory is that it is a technological product of an ancient great power. The last is the theory from Vegapunk. He believes that the power of the devil fruit represents people's desire to have a certain power. The fruit shows these powers and guides those who eat them into a branch of evolution. Now it seems that Vegapunk's theory is the closest. But if the power does not reach a certain level, no matter how smart a person is, he will not see through the essence of the world. Devil fruit can actually be said to be the rules of the One Piece world. In this case, if the devil fruit is brought out, it may be easier to erase the weaknesses. Su-yang suddenly realized. After all, taking out a devil fruit in the world of Soman can't be a product evolved from the laws of the world of Soman. Being out of the rules of the One Piece world, it is relatively easier to transform or strengthen. But the problem is, even if the weaknesses are erased and the Hogyoku can be used to strengthen it, it is impossible to reach the level of system strengthening. Thinking of this, Su-yang couldn't help shaking his head. System strengthening can be said to be the most perfect strengthening. Letting him tinker with it himself is definitely not as good as the system. Even Su-yang believes that letting the world will of the Soman world take action is not necessarily stronger than the system. 2 years later, you are 5 years old. During these 2 years, you have done a lot of research on devil fruit. But because of this, you damaged a lot of devil fruit during the research process, which made you feel lucky that you didn't experiment with thunder fruit right away. You didn't eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruit in 2 years of research, but you did find a lot of things. At the same time, you have discovered the power of rules in devil fruit. Even with the power of Hogyoku, you can completely turn the power of devil fruit into a small group of rules to seal it. But such a seal can't last long and will be taken back by this world. You also try to let Hogyoku devour devil fruit to see if you can let Hogyoku devil fruit's power. But the result failed. Because although the Hogyoku in your hand is very powerful, it is not powerful enough to interfere with the rules of a world. It can interfere, but it can have some influence. You try to manifest the power of demon fruit power in a similar way, and then graft it onto a fruit to generate devil fruit. In short, it is to deprive the power of devil fruit. If this plan succeeds, you can get any devil fruit you want. Su Yang was shocked. Since he knew that devil fruit was a product of the laws of the One Piece world, he had never thought about depriving it. Before, at most, Hogyoku devoured the ability user, and then integrated its devil fruit power into Hogyoku. But now it seems that this plan is not feasible. On the contrary, depriving the power of demon fruit power is possible? No, it may not be possible, but... Su Yang touched his chin with his eyes shining, because he thought of a possibility. That is to use the power of inspiration to deepen the research in this area. Then use the dream come true again. Maybe this can be done? Unfortunately, this time there is no simulation target to trigger the dream come true, and I don't know if it can be triggered. Su Yang was a little regretful. Another 3 years have passed, and you are 8 years old. 3 years of research have brought your research on devil fruit to a certain bottleneck, and you are close to transferring the power of demon fruit power to ordinary fruit. You have even done it, directly transferring the power from devil fruit to ordinary fruit. But now you can't transfer the devil fruit power of the power user. For this reason, 20 to 30 power users have died in your hands in 3 years. Because you found that directly extracting the power of devil fruit is very scary for the power user, as if it will take his life. Although after 3 years of research, you can now extract the power of devil fruit without killing the power user. However, even if they can survive, they will die in 3 months at most. You found that the more you open the power of devil fruit, the faster they will die when you extract the power. In fact, you would rather obtain the dark fruit, but unfortunately you don't know where the dark fruit is now, and Blackbeard is still in the Whitebeard pirates. So, for the step of developing with the power of the dark fruit. Finally, you decided to find someone to eat the devil fruit and then directly extract it. The experiment was successful, but it also failed. The person who just ate the devil fruit did not die after you extracted the devil fruit power. You even transferred the extracted power to ordinary fruit for the first time, and then successfully generated the devil fruit. However, you found that the generated devil fruit has a time limit, because it does not seem to have completely turned into a devil fruit, and it will rot over time like normal fruit. Although this is the case, it is actually an improvement for you. This can also be considered a success. The next step is naturally to follow the success and improve it step by step. Devil fruit can be played like this? Su Yang was really enlightened. How can I say it? There are no sub-god level strongmen who have cultivated divine power in the One Piece world, let alone possessing a special physical area like Hogyoku. At most, there is a special dark fruit. Although this ability is special, it is only within the scope of devil fruit. No one is involved beyond the scope. Oh, Vegapunk may be involved in part, but in fact it is only within the scope of devil fruit. The power born from the product of the laws of a world, after entering a living body, wants to be extracted, which in a sense violates the laws of that world, which is naturally a bit difficult. Su Yang is sure that if he did not have the means and knowledge to make Hogyoku, he would not know how to start. But, don't worry, there is still a flash of inspiration that has not been used, and even if it does not succeed this time, it's a big deal to do it a second time. Su Yang is very relieved. Because he has basically confirmed that it will be relatively easier to cultivate conceptual power if he uses the devil fruit of the One Piece world for the gods' families to use it. The day before yesterday, it was the weakness that got rid of it. It is impossible to cultivate a power with a weakness to the level of the concept system. Even if you cultivate it by force, you cannot generate a law. 2 years later, you are 10 years old. On this day, you got a good news, that is, the shadow clone who went out actually got the Mera Mera fruit. This is a good harvest. In your opinion, the Mera Mera fruit, which was not eaten by dogs on the internet in the previous life, is the best ability of the direct fire concept. In this regard, the Mera Mera fruit is of equal value to the thunder fruit, although the former is not as destructive as the latter. But if you really cultivate and master the concepts of both, then the competition will only be the strength of the concept. You have made a lot of progress in the past 2 years. You have researched how to transfer the devil fruit to ordinary fruits and give birth to real devil fruit. However, the experiment of extracting abilities from ability users and transferring them to devil fruit is still not very optimistic. Faced with this situation, you began to plan to use the ability of dark fruit. As for the devil fruit weakness elimination plan, the progress is even slower. But after several years of research, you have eliminated some of the weaknesses of the devil fruit. After eating the devil fruit with some weaknesses, people will not be weak in the seawater, but will still be weakened to become an ordinary person. The ability will be completely unusable. Even the physical skills Hokage will not be able to be used, and they will truly become an ordinary person. But as for sea stone, as long as it is not covered and surrounded by a large area of sea stone, but just a pile of handcuffs and shackles, it will only make the ability ineffective. If the ability user has strong power, he can directly break the sea stone. Sea stone is indeed as hard as diamond, but if it collides with each other, it is still possible to break. However, this is the end. Whether it is extracting ability or researching weaknesses, it seems that the limit has been reached. It's almost done. Seeing this, Su Yang knew it was time to use his inspiration. If we continue to delay, I am afraid that there will be no progress for several years, and even if there is progress, it will not be much. In this case, it is a complete waste of time. It is better to use the inspiration directly. And if it doesn't work this time, try next time. When Su Yang thought of this, he immediately triggered the red talent inspiration. Do you want to use the red talent inspiration to affect this simulation? Warm reminder. This talent can only be used once in this simulation. Yes, Su Yang whispered in his heart. Suddenly, the text on the simulation interface changed. One day, you were studying devil fruit and suddenly your mind was like a god's help. The problem that had been bothering you for a long time finally made a breakthrough. Even at this moment, your inspiration burst out, and the research that had been stagnant suddenly appeared in several new research directions. You seized this opportunity, separated a large number of shadow clone in the dimensional space, and began to seize this God-given opportunity. Soon after, you withdrew from this state of inspiration, but you gained a lot. You seized the opportunity to conduct research, whether it was extracting abilities or eliminating devil fruit weaknesses. This crazy research lasted for a whole month, and you didn't rest for a whole month. In this month, you frequently released shadow clone, sorted out information, and then separated shadow clone. After repeating over and over again, even you with a strong physique were a little tired. But the result is good. You seem to have worked out a plan to completely eliminate the weakness of devil fruit. Although this is only a theoretical plan, you think it is very feasible. The next step is just practice. But this is not a big problem for you. Success? Su Yang was surprised. He originally thought that Tang had to simulate again. But now it seems to be successful? It's just the elimination of weaknesses. It seems that this simulation will not be of much help to the strengthening of devil fruit, right? Su Yang's eyes flashed, but he quickly shook his head in denial. Not right, strengthening may be very simple. It should be possible to strengthen it directly with Hogyoku, right? Su Yang guessed secretly in his heart. Several times later, you are 11 years old. You, who just celebrated your 11th birthday, finally completely eliminated the weakness of a devil fruit. But what surprised you was that the devil fruit with the weakness eliminated seemed to be weakened. Soon, you confirmed this situation thoroughly and found something that you had not found before. Originally, the weakness of devil fruit is also part of devil fruit and is also a kind of devil fruit ability. Only when the strength of the weak part is combined can it be a complete devil fruit. It can even be said that the weakness is also part of devil fruit. The lack of any part is a weakening of devil fruit. However, you found that this situation can be compensated. It is to directly extract the ability of devil fruit with the same attribute, or to integrate the law into it for supplementation. In a sense, this is also a kind of strengthening. You immediately took action and sent a large number of shadow clones to capture people. Donachino and Charlotte Owen, because both of them have the ability of heat-hot fruit, although the specific devil fruit is different, they can barely be regarded as fire-type devil fruit. Ability users. You plan to make up for the Maramara fruit, and even in the process of capturing you have erased the weakness of Maramara fruit. 1 month later, you captured 2 people who had the ability of the heat-hot fruit, and then you extracted their devil fruit abilities. Even because you strengthened the Maramara fruit, you directly extracted the vitality of the 2 people. Half a month later, a brand new Maramara fruit was born from your hands. This is a Maramara fruit that has no weaknesses and is extremely powerful. You can be sure of this. The original Maramara fruit may be a lower-level fruit of the Lava fruit, but the current Maramara fruit is definitely a higher-level fruit of the Lava fruit. And this Maramara fruit has not been strengthened by Hogyoku. This makes you look forward to what the Maramara fruit will be like after being strengthened by Hogyoku. Success! Seeing the text appearing on the simulation interface, Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a devil fruit with no side effects and no weaknesses was created. Then the goal this time was actually half completed. Even if this simulation only brought out this Maramara fruit, it was a profit for Su Yang. No, it's not just the Maramara fruit. The research on the devil fruit this time has yielded a lot of good results. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction and decided at the same time. The next time he enters the One Piece world for simulation, he won't rush to upgrade the red talent of the magical genius. Because Su Yang suddenly thought that the talent that he should upgrade to gold should be the inspiration. If the next inspiration is still a red talent, even if it is used, it will not have such a big impact and improvement on the research of the devil fruit as this time. A month later, you strengthened the Maramara fruit. You strengthened it with the Hogyoku in your hand, which greatly improved the Maramara fruit. After the Maramara fruit was strengthened, its power was several levels higher than before. But even so, you regretted it. Because you found that the strengthened Maramara fruit could not be improved with the devil fruit of the fire attribute. Before strengthening with the Hogyoku, the Maramara the fruit has not been strengthened to the limit. The most correct way is to use other fire attribute devil fruit to upgrade the Maramara fruit to ultimate, and then choose to use Hogyoku to strengthen the Maramara fruit. Well, that's right. Seeing this, Su Yang was also stunned. He didn't react just now, but now it seems that this is the most correct. However, there are probably not many fire attribute devil fruits in the world of One Piece. Thinking of this, Su Yang frowned immediately. In this case, even if he wanted to strengthen the Maramara fruit to ultimate, it would be impossible. Although the strengthening of the Maramara fruit made you make some mistakes, you are actually quite satisfied with the Maramara fruit. There is one situation that surprised you a little. That is, after strengthening the Maramara fruit, you found that the Hogyoku could not be used again. It seems that because the strengthening of the Maramara fruit has exhausted its energy, it is now unable to use any energy. But after checking, you found that this is only temporary. The energy in the Hogyoku is slowly recovering. At this rate, it may be usable again in 2 or 3 years. This makes you helpless, because your research on devil fruit is done with the help of Hogyoku. Even extracting the ability users to strengthen devil fruit is done with the help of Hogyoku. Without Hogyoku, you can't do it now. However, you think it's nothing. Because the thunder fruit you plan to strengthen next moment, you can collect enough thunder-type devil fruit before the Hogyoku recovers. As for the Maramara fruit, you hesitated for a while, but finally chose to eat the Maramara fruit. To your surprise, you don't know whether it eliminated the weakness or strengthened it. The Maramara fruit in your hand is very delicious. After eating it, you totally want to have a second or even a third one. No way. Eat it right away? Su Yang was a little dumbfounded. After eating the Maramara fruit in the simulation, how can he bring it out? Yes! After eating it, the Maramara fruit will become his ability, and it will definitely appear in the rewards, and he can still bring it out. But this bringing out is not the same as bringing it out alone. Because as an ability to bring it out, only Su Yang has it. Yes! As the Lord of the God system, he can completely use the ability of the Lord of God to let his God's followers, and even all the God's followers, use the ability of Maramara fruit. Although the power is far less than that of him, the Lord of God. But the problem is, if you take them out alone, then find a cute girl and let her eat the Maramara fruit. Then, you can reincarnate the cute girl into your god's favored clan, and then use the power of the god's favored clan to further strengthen the girl's Mera fruit. Why haven't Yukino and Rias been reincarnated by Suyang into his god's favored clan yet? They've obviously been eaten up. Irresponsible? It doesn't exist, okay? The ultimate goal is to let the two girls increase their own strength to ultimate, and then use the improvement brought by reincarnating the god's favored clan to further strengthen their abilities. In fact, they don't need to practice to ultimate. It can be strengthened immediately now, and it can still be improved. If Rias is reincarnated by Suyang into his god's favored clan now, then Rias will definitely have a perfect body of destruction and perfect power of destruction. It is certain that she will be promoted to a superclass life. However, if she has a body of destruction after reincarnation, then Rias can completely take advantage of the opportunity of reincarnation to strengthen her body of destruction. Maybe even at that time, the body of destruction can directly give birth to the power of God. Yes, all of Su Yang's god's families have the power of God, but the problem is that they get the power of God with the help of Su Yang. They don't have the power of God themselves. Therefore, their realm has not reached the demigod level. Rias can still give birth to the power of God with the body of destruction, which means that she has truly entered the demigod level. Do you really think that Su Yang is targeting Lunyas because the other party has a childlike face and a big thunder? Okay, this is also a fact. But there is also a reason why Lunya will be more powerful after reincarnation as a god's families. Arya used all his strength to urge the Whispering Chapter to deduce Lunyas once. Once the other party is reincarnated as a god's families by Su Yang, the possibility of directly becoming a demigod is more than 30%. This is already very big. In general, the stronger Su Yang's god's families are before reincarnation, the better. Using devil fruit is a way to become stronger, and it can also strengthen devil fruit again. But now the self in the simulation actually ate Mera fruit. Helpless. Forget it. It's the first time. It's understandable. Maybe it won't be the same next time. After all, there will be Mera fruit in the next simulation. 2 years later, you are 13 years old. After more than 2 years, you have not collected many Thunder-type devil fruits, even only 3. And these 3 devil fruits are, to be precise, Paramecia devil fruits with electric shock. After Hogyoku recovered, you eliminated the weaknesses of these 3 devil fruits and found that you can also strengthen Thunder fruit. Unfortunately, the strengthening is not very obvious, which makes you a little disappointed in the game. And this situation makes you make a decision. This decision is to take down the world government directly, because you know that the world government is actually the one who collected a lot of devil fruit. And even if you don't make a move, the world government is going to make a move on you again. Because over the years, you have been somewhat reckless in capturing ability users, although you have used Shadow Clone to do it, but the world government seems to have determined that it was you who did it. You think that the other party must have used an ability user with special abilities to identify you, but you don't care much about it. After all, Akiji Kuzan was killed by you. If the world government didn't identify you when they took action, it would really be a waste. After all, you didn't deliberately hide it. Yes, Akiji was killed by you. To be precise, you met him by chance a month ago, and Hogyoku happened to recover. You think you have no reason to let a frozen fruit go, so you made a move to seriously injure Akiji, and then captured and extracted the ability of the frozen fruit, generating a new frozen fruit. It is worth mentioning that you did not use any unexpected power from the One Piece world in this battle. To be precise, you only used the power of Mera fruit and Haki. Since you got the method of Haki training from Garp, you have successively trained Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Even with your amazing talent and qualifications, you have integrated 3 types of Haki into one Haki, which you call Conqueror's Haki. In fact, this is what you have done since you were 3 years old. Although you have been researching Devil Fruit most of the time, you still divided hundreds of Shadow Clone to practice Haki. It is precisely because of this that you can fight Akiji Kuzan directly with Conqueror's Haki. After using Mera Fruit, he will not be your opponent. TSK, Yuzan was also taken down. Oh no. It looks like he was killed by himself. With Akiji Kuzan's development of frozen fruit, Even if he studied devil fruit in the simulation, he would probably not be able to avoid extracting frozen fruit and save the opponent's life. However, Su Yung thought that he probably extracted directly in the simulation and didn't care about Akiji Kuzan's life or death. Wait, I remember that there is also a snow fruit among the Logia devil fruit in the original book. A Logia enhanced should be very good for frozen fruit, right? Su Yung suddenly thought of this. And soon, he got the answer. After obtaining frozen fruit, you even captured Monet, a snow fruit user under Doflamingo, and then extracted the opponent's devil fruit ability to enhance frozen fruit. Then, you found that after frozen fruit was enhanced by snow fruit, it not only made up for the weakening after removing the weakness, but also improved on this basis. In terms of the level of devil fruit alone, frozen fruit has surpassed thunder fruit. Because you killed Akiji, the world government is ready to attack you and has even started to mobilize manpower. In response, you returned to Badarila Island and waited quietly. Of course, you were not really waiting for the world government to kill you, but you found that your conqueror's haki seemed to have broken through the limit. This made you stop your research and start practicing conqueror's haki with all shadow clone. 3 days later, your conqueror's haki broke through again, and after this breakthrough, you mistakenly found that the main color haki seemed to have been cultivated to ultimate by you. To be precise, Conqueror's haki has reached the upper limit of this world and can no longer allow you to cultivate to a stronger realm. This is very unsatisfactory for you, and it is precisely because of this that you find that the upper limit of Conqueror's haki is not high. Even if you practice to ultimate, you still can't cultivate the power of God, and you can't even achieve the evolution of life level. You feel that such a power system is very bad in your heart. How can it not be bad? Let alone cultivate the power of God, practicing haki to ultimate can't make the life level evolve. This also means that it is impossible to transcend and become a superclass life. Rubbish, Su Yung muttered. To him, any power system that can't have the possibility of condensing the godhood is rubbish. It seems that in the world of One Piece, the real power is still devil fruit, although there are very few strong people who don't eat devil fruit. But it doesn't mean they are right. If the level is not enough, how can you see the scenery from a high place? Originally, you thought that Conqueror's haki could be cultivated to a very high level, but the current situation makes you very disappointed. Finally, you combined Conqueror's haki with the ninjutsu and abilities of the transparent world and Hokage, as well as the Kido and abilities of the Shinigami world, and tried to combine them to create the strongest haki. It's a pity that you failed. You have spent more than a month with tens of thousands of clones, and the world government has officially sent a large army to Badarila Island, but you still have no idea about such a fusion. You find that it is impossible to forcibly integrate the power system of other worlds into Conqueror's haki in the One Piece world. Disappointed, you look at the Hogyoku in your hand and suddenly have an idea, wondering if Hogyoku can help you realize this wish. Suddenly at this moment, while Su Yang was still thinking about his whimsical self in the simulation, a special prompt appeared. In the current state, the Golden Talent Dream has been triggered. Go to host. Do you want to use the Golden Talent Dream to fulfill your wish in the simulation? Warm reminder, this talent can only be used once in this simulation. Su Yang. He just thought that the simulated self was too whimsical. It is not impossible for him to integrate the power systems of the two worlds of Hokage and Shinigami into Conqueror's haki. As long as he is willing to spend time, Yang can do it. Even at his current level, some ninjutsu and Kido can be combined and performed at will. But the problem is that the upper limit of the power system of haki in the One Piece world is already there. No matter how much it is improved, it is impossible to break the upper limit of the world. Forget it. If that's the case, why would I care about the One Piece world? Is it necessary to have the idea of devil fruit? But he really didn't expect that the talent of dream come true would be triggered under such circumstances. This is a completely different situation. The upper limit of haki in the One Piece world is indeed like this, but the system can easily break this upper limit. Success is certain to succeed, but I don't know to what extent it can be achieved. While expecting it in his heart, Su Yung chose to agree at the first time. You have used the golden talent to make your dream come true. According to the current state of the simulation, your wish has been fulfilled. The wish has been fulfilled. But Zhao's Zhao doesn't know how the effect is. Su Yang continued to look down. Suddenly, Hogyoka lit up slightly, and you found that the Haki fusion that you had no idea about was completed in an instant. You got a brand new Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki based on the 3 powers of death, fire, and sea. It really worked. DJ? Just looking at the simulated text, I don't know how strong it is. Su Yang was itching to have this Conqueror's Haki now. Because if nothing unexpected happens, the new main color Haki must be very strong. And it's also very special. Very strong. This is what you confirmed after understanding the ability of the new Conqueror's Haki. No matter what kind of Haki it is, it has the power system of 3 worlds. Possessing the Conqueror's Haki of Ryatsu and the Observation Haki that can sense and capture, predict, and see the future. Possessing the Armament Haki of Chakra Coat, Ryatsu's Shield, Arankar Steel Skin, etc. With the help of tens of thousands of Shadow Clone in just a few minutes, you have completely mastered the new Conqueror's Haki. You even feel that if you practice Conqueror's Haki, it is easier to break the upper limit of your own race and become a superclass life, and even practice the power of God. And at this time, your Observation Haki has been captured, and the world government's army has entered the 100 kilometers of Badarila Island. You did not move. You just released the Conqueror's Haki directly along the coverage of the Observation Haki. Suddenly, all the world government troops below the Admiral level were killed by your Conqueror's Haki. Even the Admiral level masters suffered a great impact. For a moment, the entire army's command center fell into a huge panic and could not understand what was happening in front of them. You really killed the enemy 100 miles away. Coup. And it's not just a simple killing of a few dozen, but directly killing 200,000 or 300,000. The new Conqueror's Haki is so strong? Su Yang's eyes lit up. This is really powerful. It's worthy of the golden dream come true. Awesome. Although the Admiral level is not weak, it is not very strong either. Judging from the battle between Akainu and Aokiji for the Marshal, the 2 of them have the ability to destroy a small country at full strength. In terms of destructive power alone, it is about the same level as the Underworld Demon King in this world. As for the upper limit of attack, it should be said that the upper limit of attack and destructive power are 2 completely different aspects. You can blow up a cow with 1 punch. This is the upper limit of attack. But this upper limit cannot kill dozens or even hundreds of cows with 1 blow. While 1 blow can only kill 1 cow, it cannot blow up the whole cow's body, but such an attack can cover dozens or even hundreds of cows at once and kill them all directly. This is destructive power. 1 punch can break a boulder several meters high, but it can't do anything to a diamond the size of a soybean. This is almost the case in the One Piece world. Some people have extremely high destructive power, but they cannot kill many targets at once. And this time, the improvement of Conqueror's Haki made Su Yang very satisfied. You easily destroyed the army of the world government this time, and the strong men left behind were also easily captured by you. Because you found that these people all have good devil fruit abilities. The only thing that makes you feel regretful is that Kazara ran away. You plan to deprive him and make him your own trophy. After doing this, you decided to kill directly into the Holy Land Mariewa. As soon as you killed into the Holy Land Mariewa, the 5 elders led the Knights of God to surround and kill you. Unfortunately, this time you are not the you who was born a few days ago, and in order to solve these troublesome things as soon as possible, you came here in person. So, the 5 elders and the Knights of God only persisted in front of you for more than 10 minutes. The main reason is that you want to confirm what the devil fruit abilities of the 5 elders are. You think it's good, so after you defeat the 5 elders, you seal them up 1 by 1 to form a sealing ball. At this time, Yim was born and the other party activated the ultimate foundation of world government, Uranus. Unfortunately, even Uranus is just SOSO to you. You even deliberately resisted it for a while, but found that Uranus's attack did not break through your defense and did not cause any damage to you. Finally, you successfully sealed Yim up and used it as a reserve of devil fruit. Then, you killed the celestial dragons in the Holy Land Mariewa as soon as possible, because in your opinion, it is best for fewer of these things to survive in this world. You took the Holy Land Mariewa as your own territory, and even brought Vegapunk here to let the other party study Devil Fruit. You gained a lot of knowledge about Devil Fruit from Vegapunk, although it was knowledge that did not touch Rule 067. But with this knowledge, you have a deeper understanding of Devil Fruit. It even makes you wonder if you can use Devil Fruits of other attributes to strengthen Devil Fruits of a single attribute. Isn't this the way to conquer the One Piece world? Seeing this, Su Yang was a little silent, because conquering the world government is equivalent to conquering the One Piece world. And with the addition of Vegapunk, it can more or less allow him to take his research on picking Devil Fruits a step further. If other Devil Fruits can really be used to strengthen a single Devil Fruit, then both Thunder Fruit and Frozen Fruit can be upgraded to Ultimate, right? Su Yang secretly guessed in his heart. I just don't know to what extent a Devil Fruit can be strengthened in the One Piece world, and after such a strengthened Devil Fruit is strengthened once with Hogyoku, it may take more time to recover. There are pros and cons, but overall, the pros outweigh the cons. After all, entering the One Piece world for simulation is to get a strong enough Devil Fruit. However, if you extract the Devil Fruit of him, you can pass the level directly, right? Su Yang has discovered that simulation is just like playing a game. As long as the final big boss is not killed, you will not pass the level. But once the final big boss is killed, you can pass the level directly just by simulating for one day. Passing the level does not mean you can get a high evaluation. But this time the evaluation level is definitely very high. Even if there is no SSS plus level, it is at least SS plus level, but basically an SSS level is inevitable. Su Yang secretly guessed, and he was a little more certain in his heart. 5 years later, you are 18 years old. It has been 5 years since you took over the Holy Land Mariewa, and the sea is still very chaotic. You don't care about these things. Even if you defeat the world government, you don't have the idea of unifying the sea. Because you only want to study how to upgrade the Devil Fruit to Ultimate, but unfortunately you still can't extract the abilities of Devil Fruits with different attributes to strengthen Devil Fruits with a single attribute. The world government does have a lot of Devil Fruits, and even Logia has more than a dozen Devil Fruits. What kind of Earth Fruit, Frost Fruit, Wind Fruit? A lot. And these are just the collections of celestial dragons. Obviously, they can cultivate more powerful combat power, but celestial dragons just leave them there. In fact, you also understand what the world government means. After all, once these powerful Devil Fruits are used to cultivate strong people, this will indeed make the world the government has extremely powerful power. But the problem is that once these strong men die, these powerful Devil Fruits will flow out and will no longer be controlled by the world government. In this way, powerful pirates will appear in a few decades, which is a problem. On the contrary, keeping them is the foundation. Unfortunately, even hundreds of years of foundation are useless in the face of absolute strength. In recent years, you have also studied Luffy, but you are surprised to find that Luffy is no longer human. You have studied a lot of Devil Fruits. The so-called Devil Fruits have demons or wills, which is completely non-existent. It is just because Devil Fruits are the product of the laws of the One Piece world. When developed to a certain extent, they are considered to be in contact with the laws of this world and are affected by the laws of the world. In fact, any Devil Fruit developed to Ultimate will eventually be assimilated by the rules and become part of the world. But the Nika Fruit itself is the manifestation of the will of the world law. In simple terms, Luffy has been assimilated and is the true child of the world, but he is no longer a human. The so-called chaotic power of the Nika Fruit is just an influence achieved with the help of the rules of the world. The current Luffy is only initially assimilated. Once he awakens, he will be completely assimilated. At that time, Luffy will not be Luffy but Joy Boy. But he is not Joy Boy either, but the incarnation of part of the will of this world, although the will that is controlled is still Luffy's will. But under the assimilation of the rules, even you don't think you can stay absolutely sober, let alone a mere Luffy. After the research, you let Luffy go, because you are worried that once sealed, the will of the One Piece world will subconsciously do something. This has no effect on you. You continue to study devil fruit, and at the same time, you set your mind to strengthen devil fruit such as thunder fruit. After you use up all the devil fruits with thunder attributes and strengthen thunder fruit, you find that it has not been strengthened to the limit. Finally, you plan to extract the devil fruit ability of the 5 elders and strengthen the thunder fruit. In fact, you also found that the devil fruit ability of the 5 elders is best strengthened by the Mera Mera fruit. Unfortunately, your Mera Mera fruit ability can no longer be improved, plus the devil fruit ability of the 5 elders can barely be improved by the thunder fruit. So, you decided to use the devil fruit of the 5 elders on the thunder fruit, hoping to create the strongest devil fruit. Soon the strengthening ended and the 5 elders died. But you found that the thunder fruit still did not reach its limit, so you extracted the devil fruit ability of Yim. Then, you were surprised to find that Yim used some means to assimilate his soul with the devil fruit, which in turn avoided the fate of being assimilated by the rules. You guessed that this might be the ability of the Op fruit, as mentioned above, caused by Yim's own special reasons. But in this state, it is easier for you to extract Yim's ability, because as long as you extract the opponent's soul, it is equivalent to extracting the ability of the devil fruit. Not only that, after such extraction, the weakness of the devil fruit is left on Im's body, and the soul has no side effects at all. Faced with this situation, you use a special sealing technique to seal Im's soul into the thunder fruit, and you refine it yourself, allowing the thunder fruit to absorb it. A year later, Im's soul was completely erased, and the thunder fruit was greatly strengthened. Because you have successfully killed the biggest boss in this world, this simulation is a success. This simulation is over. Su Yang. The simulation is over again. I haven't even used Hogyoku to strengthen thunder fruit yet. Su Yang was speechless. To some extent, this is a bit of a loss. But there is no other way. Strengthening with I means killing the opponent. As the biggest boss in the One Piece world, killing it means passing the game. Wait, if I don't kill it, but just conquer the biggest boss, can I extend the simulation time? Su Yang suddenly had such an idea. Maybe, maybe not. Should I set one of the simulation goals to conquer him next time? Su Yang thought that this might be worth a try. But not next time, because if the simulation time is too long, I'm afraid that if I just come to a perfect clearance, then my plan to use the One Piece world to create a powerful devil fruit will be completely stranded. Let's take a look at what I've gained this time. I don't know how strong the devil fruit I can get is, and I seem to have collected a lot of devil fruit in the simulation. Can I bring it all out at once? This simulation is rated as SSS level clearance. This simulation can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Get SSS level evaluation. You can choose any 3 as extra rewards. Get an extra reward for each simulation. Option 1, Talent 100x Training, Gold, requires 30 million simulation points. Option 2, The God Power, LV61, trained in this simulation requires 5 million simulation points. Option 3, All the experience in this simulation requires 110 million simulation points. Option 4, The Special Skill Conqueror's Haki in this simulation requires 250 million simulation points. Option 5, The Devil Fruit, 10, simulated in this simulation requires 15 million-320 million simulation points. Choice 6, Thunder Fruit, Devil Fruit with Special Soul Power, which requires 150 million simulation points. Clearance Reward, you can strengthen a certain ability in this simulation world. Fixed Reward, the next simulation will generate a red talent 100% randomly, and the probability of generating a gold talent will be plus 10%. Warm reminder, clearance reward is only available for the first clearance of the simulation world, and this reward can be reserved for use. These rewards are really good. This simulation should have lasted for about 20 years. How come the power of God has only been cultivated to LV61? Su Yang frowned. Even if he didn't cultivate the power of God, it shouldn't be like this, right? And the self in the simulation has the blessing of 100 times cultivation, so it shouldn't be so high. You know, even now Su Yang has the confidence to cultivate the power of God to V63 in just 5 months. Well, this is the blessing of the sacred tree. But even if we put aside the blessing of the sacred tree, it would take at most 3 to 5 years. At most, it would take about 7 to 8 years. It can't be longer. BB. It seems that the world level in the simulation is low, which is not very good for practicing the power of God. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a glimmer of enlightenment. The power system in the One Piece world is not very low, but it is not high enough to practice the power of God. If I didn't have 100 times the blessing of practice, I'm afraid I couldn't even improve the power of God to level 1. Forget it, level 2 counts as level 1. Su Yang soon didn't care. As for the rewards this time, 5 can be brought out. All 6 rewards are very important, so he can only give up the power of God. The only thing Su Yang needs to consider now is whether to use the enhancement of this clearance reward to further enhance the Thunder Fruit. In the end, Yang denied it. Because he felt that although the Thunder Fruit this time was powerful, it was not the strongest state. Devil Fruit with special soul power? Su Yang touched his chin. It's interesting. Let's try it out first. This time, just use the reward to strengthen it. You consume the reward for this simulation and take out the special item Thunder Fruit for this simulation. You get the special item Thunder Fruit. The next moment, Su Yang had a special Devil Fruit in his hand. 9. Feeling the Thunder Fruit in his hand, Su Yang was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood what the 10 sentences of Devil Fruit with special soul power meant. In short, this is a Thunder Fruit with a soul. But this soul is not a living body. It is a soul unique to Thunder Fruit. It's a bit troublesome to explain. To put it directly, eating this Thunder Fruit can not only have powerful thunder and lightning power, it can even strengthen and even transform one's own soul. It's not a transformation. In fact, it is equivalent to Su Yang's God's possession. Like the split soul, it is directly integrated into the body of the ability user. It completely belongs to the other party and cannot be deprived. In a sense, does this count as the concept of the lightning system? Su Yang's eyes lit up. This Thunder Fruit alone was worth the money, if it is further strengthened on this basis. With a thought in his mind, Su Yang did not hesitate to strengthen it directly. Your golden talent reward is strengthened, and your special item Thunder Fruit is strengthened. Strengthening. Strengthening is successful. Your Thunder Fruit gains special abilities. Suddenly, the Thunder Fruit in his hand seemed to have changed, but also seemed to have not changed. It still looks the same, but in fact, it has changed greatly inside. Su Yang is very clear about this. And the special abilities of the strengthened Thunder Fruit surprised Su Yang. It can be swallowed and strengthened. Although it has not been directly strengthened by Hogyoku, this Thunder Fruit has been transformed and improved by Hogyoku countless times. So, it can also be regarded as carrying some abilities of Hogyoku. It is directly manifested after strengthening. However, although this Thunder Fruit can evolve by swallowing, it has limitations. Can only absorb Devil Fruit. Su Yang was silent. According to this ability, Thunder Fruit can become the strongest Devil Fruit in the true sense. I just don't know if I can swallow the Nika Fruit as well. Su Yang couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. Then, he used up all the rewards this time and brought out all the rewards except Mara Fruit. Suddenly, Yang got a lot of information about Devil Fruit research. He also knew how to eliminate the weaknesses of Devil Fruit and strengthen Devil Fruit at the first time. However, he didn't have enough understanding of the Thunder Fruit in his hand. But this was not difficult. Su Yang directly put the Thunder Fruit into the dimensional space and divided tens of thousands of Shadow Clone for research. Su Yang also accepted other rewards directly. The 10 Devil Fruits did not mean that Su Yang only collected 10 Devil Fruits, but that he could only bring out so many Devil Fruits at a time. Is this a limit on quantity? Su Yang's eyes flashed with a strange look. After selecting, he had 10 more Devil Fruits. The frozen fruits with higher enhancements naturally had to be brought out. It is worth mentioning that the Mara fruits can be brought out as abilities or as Devil Fruits. Su Yang chose to bring out the Devil Fruits. But at the same time, Su Yang also felt that this Mara fruit had an upper limit. If you practice purely in the Mara fruit way, you can only reach the high level 10 at most, and you cannot be promoted to the super level. But this is also a very good ability. Even after reaching the super level, it is not impossible to use the Mera fruit to exert a stronger power. If you really reach that step, it is entirely possible to further enhance the Mera fruit. It just takes a lot of time at most. Therefore, Su Yang did not plan to use this thing himself or his god's favored clan. It can be used to cultivate the power of the forces under his command. Or maybe use all of them to be swallowed by thunder fruit for strengthening. Su Yang also thought of this method. After all, if thunder fruit is strengthened to the upper limit in the real world, it can also be strengthened with Hogyoku. The only downside is that this will make Hogyoku unusable for a period of time. The specific method still needs to be studied after thunder fruit is clear, and then Su Yang will make a decision. For now, let's try the power of Conqueror's Haki. Chat room. Yukino Shida Haruno. Hey, why do I feel like I have one more power under my control? Kasumi Shiko, I've felt it too. It's called Conqueror's Haki. Iwanaga Kotoko, when you felt it, I was already trying out the power of Conqueror's Haki. Ace, it's pretty powerful. With the coverage of Observation Haki, it can expand the range of my attack. Lingui Xianji, I think Conqueror's Haki should be enough. This special power is even more exaggerated than the pressure of Ryatsu. Lingui Xianji, no, this should be the power of Ryatsu. Giraffia, it's not just Ryatsu, there are also some ninjutsu systems. The master should have integrated the power of Shinigami and Ninjago into the Haki system. Hayazaki Eri, I was confused watching the big guys talking. Hi Mang, Eri, isn't your main job a witch? After all, it's a profession in the supernatural field, so you should be able to understand it, right? Hayasaka AI, don't count on her, she's just a fake. Hayazaki Eri, Hayasaka. Hayazaki Eri, I'm breaking up with you. Hayasaka AI, deal. Hayasaka AI, don't come to me for support in the future, it's always hard. Hayasaka AI, it's okay to have a young lady, but with you, it's going to be very hard for me. Shining Asuna, asking for support? Is this a battle? Or what? Shining Asuna, wait, why is my name this? Nico, who doesn't want to see Asuna? I don't know her. Danko, a new person appeared? Shining Asuna, I'm Akira Hina. Yuri Kawana, I'm the new person. Yuri Kawana, wait, Akira Hina, why do you call me that? Asuna the Flash, I don't know. Yukino Shida Yukino, oh, it must be someone's evil intention. Yumiko, so it's Akira Hina, I didn't think there was really a new Asuna. Asuna the Flash, so, what exactly is the request for support that Hayasaka-san is talking about? Hayasaka AI, what else can it be, let's put it this way. Hayasaka AI, Akira Hina-san, do you think you can handle the master alone? Yukino Shida Haruno, as expected of Hayasaka, you are so direct. Yukino Shida Haruno, well, I'll answer one thing, even if Yukino is included, the two of us can't handle it. Yukino Shida Yukino, damn it, don't bring me with you for this kind of thing. Yukino Shida Haruno, tisk, what's there to be shy about? Scum Fairy, yeah, what's there to be shy about, let's do it together some other time. Scum Fairy, no, let's not do it some other time, let's do it tonight, let's kill everyone together and beat Su Yang completely. Shining Asuna. Yukino Shida Yukino, I found that I am somewhat out of place in this chat room. Kasumi Shiko, this is one person who polluted the entire chat room. Shoulder Elf. Yuri Kaweka, what are you guys talking about? Hi Ming, very good, there is another Xiaobai here, could it be that he has not been taken down by Yangjun? Kasumi Shiko, isn't this obvious? Yukino Shida Haruno, I bet Shawa can't hide for 3 days. Shit Elf, 3 days. Shit Elf, heh, I don't think she will survive tonight. Hayasaka AI, I don't think she will survive tonight either. Iwanaga Kotoko, TSK, a bunch of flirting women, why don't you try out the new power? Why are you talking about this here? Scum Fairy, huh? Try out the new power. Scum Fairy, do we need this? We don't need it at all, and as the god's followers, as long as our Lord God of Color shares the power, we can have it directly, why bother to practice? Giraffia, having said that, after the master's power is shared, it will be exactly the same as our own practice, but it's better to try it yourself and then completely control it. Time Fairy, Giraffia, why are you talking about this with a Scum Fairy? Do you think she will listen carefully? Shinomiya Kagaya, knowing is one thing, but as for the power, it's better to follow what Gurifia said, and everyone should try it. Shinomiya Kagaya, it won't take any time after all. Mizuko, who didn't want to see, I've already brought Shawa into the neighboring world and plan to give it a try. Haraki Eri, me, and me. Hi Ming, count me in. Shoulder Elf. This man still gives people a surprise from time to time. It's been a short time since we last met, and he has come up with another amazing ability. Kyuzo was amazed in her heart. As a time elf, she knew the power of Conqueror's Haki. Not to mention the other things, the special nature of observation Haki alone surprised her. It can predict the enemy's attack. It can even foresee the future, which is completely within the power range of the time system. The most exaggerated thing is that although this foreseeing the future will consume, she doesn't need to worry about it with her current divine power, and can use it at will. At the same time, there will be no side effects. If there is any inconvenience, it is that the ability of observation Haki is here, but the upper limit is limited by her. In short, she can't use observation Haki, that is, Conqueror's Haki's power was fully exerted. Her realm was not enough. But even so, she made great progress. 1219. Why is this young lady following me? Why hasn't she come out yet? Kyosen suddenly smiled at an empty space. Discovered? How is this possible? Parker, didn't you say you wouldn't be discovered? Amelia looked unhappy. Gee, Carrot. Parker was also a little surprised. I don't know, I obviously came to this world. My hiding ability should have improved, but I was discovered now? What is going on? No, I'll find a way to improve my ability. Now is not the time to talk about this. Amelia was also drunk. Now that she has been discovered, what's the point of improving your ability? Well, Leah, since we have been discovered, let's go out. Parker paused and said, I don't seem to feel any malice from the other party. Don't worry, I will attach myself to you first, and the other party will definitely not notice it. That's the only way. Amelia said helplessly, and then directly withdrew her ability and appeared. Well, hello. Amelia smiled at Kwang-san. Are you an elf? Kwang-san looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him with some surprise, and was secretly surprised in his heart. She also had an amazing hiding history. This is probably not comparable to Hui-chan. It is worth mentioning that after Kato Hui was reincarnated as a member of the gods' families by Su Yang, she awakened an ability called Sense of Existence. This seems to be her innate special ability, but as an ordinary person before, she could not control it freely. After reincarnating as a member of the gods' families, she gained some control under the guidance of Arya. In fact, no one knows how to practice and use this sense of presence. Arya can only deduce with the Whispering Chapter to help Kato Megumi master this ability. Kyuzo is also very clear about this, and she even gives advice on the side. After all, with her knowledge, she can still help Kato Megumi to some extent. Besides, she really doesn't feel at ease to leave Kato Megumi to Arya alone. Just now, she felt a similar sense of presence from this silver-haired, beautiful girl, but it was not as exaggerated as Kato Megumi's. At the same time, Kwang-san also saw the other party's ears and asked subconsciously, Well, it's okay. Amelia nodded and said hesitantly, I'm just a half-elf. Half-elf? A hybrid of human and elf? Kyuzo's heart moved, and her eyes fell on the pointed ears. It looks like a very traditional elf? No. To use the words of two people, this is the elf of the second dimension, right? ***. When she thought of this, Kwang-san couldn't help but complain. Is there an elf who thinks he is not an elf? Tit. IXIR. And what is this attribute? TSK, someone's dish. When she saw the silver-haired girl, Kwang-san had a very strange idea in her mind. I'm afraid this girl can't escape. Suddenly, Amelia felt that the gaze of the elf in front of her was always a bit indescribably meaningful. And somehow she always felt that contacting the other party didn't seem to be a very wise behavior. However, she felt that this was her own opportunity. Neighboring world. After several hours of groping, Su Yang finally figured out the elf in his hand. The general situation of Thunder Fruit. Very special, very powerful. After eating it, it is not an exaggeration to say that a genius who can directly reach the level of demigod is created. Although it only has potential, with the results of thunder fruit transformation, if the talent is not bad, in Su Yang's opinion, it is entirely possible to cultivate the concept of thunder within 10 years. Promoted to the level of demigod in one fell swoop. However, thunder fruit in this case is not in its strongest state. Therefore, Su Yang is not going to let anyone eat it now, and he is not even going to let thunder fruit swallow other devil fruits. No need. Because he has a more special method. Combining the devil fruit research obtained from the simulation of the One Piece world, plus its own uniqueness, Su Yang found that he could do a little. Should it be no problem? Su Yang hesitated, but still made a choice. With a thought in his mind, the golden talent god's possession was activated, and then Su Yang separated a soul power and merged it into the thunder fruit in his hand. Unexpectedly smooth. The thunder fruit with soul power smoothly merged with Su Yang's part of the soul power. And with the power of God's possession, Su Yang found that he could completely control the thunder fruit. There is no problem with this step, then let's look at the second step. Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly, and then he used the power of God's possession to take back the soul that had just been separated. Because that soul had been integrated into the thunder fruit and was perfectly integrated by Su Yang, this harvest made the entire thunder fruit faintly collapse. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen, and the thunder fruit did not collapse. In the end, it even turned into a soul lightning and was directly absorbed by Su Yang's body, merging with his soul. It really works. Su Yang was surprised. He was not idle and had nothing to do, so he obtained the thunder fruit in this way. After all, he could just eat it directly. But in this situation, Su Yang could fully feel that he already had the ability of thunder fruit. Swish! After using the ability of the golden talent god's possession again, Su Yang separated the soul that had just been integrated. His right hand flashed and he drew an object. It was the thunder fruit that had just been integrated into him. In other words, he could now freely integrate and separate the thunder fruit. Possess the ability of thunder fruit in advance? Then, when he finds a qualified person, he will separate the thunder fruit and let the other person eat it, and then he will reincarnate the other person into the god's family. In fact, he is right to say this. But Su Yang's real intention is not so simple. Let's put it this way. The thunder fruit is now integrated into his soul, but in fact, Su Yang's soul is his body, which means that it has been integrated into the perfect body. Then the question is, in this way, when Su Yang simulates the world of One Piece, can this thunder fruit be brought into the simulation again? Then, now his thunder fruit has the ability to devour other devil fruits to evolve and upgrade. It doesn't just need devil fruits with lightning attributes, but all devil fruits. In this way, when the next simulation comes, Su Yang can completely upgrade the thunder fruit to ultimate without restraint, and then use Hogyoku to strengthen it. You can even continue to strengthen it with the gold talent reward and strengthen it again? Su Yang thought of this possibility. If this is really possible, does it mean that he can bring thunder fruit into the simulation again and then continue to strengthen it with the gold talent reward? Is this considered infinite strengthening? I don't know if this will work. Su Yang touched his chin and thought, wishing he could strengthen it now. There are no simulation times. Although I have refreshed an SSS level clearance this time, I can continue to refresh the golden talent. There is no need to simulate with one click. At most, the success rate of generating golden talents is reduced by 10%. It takes 90 million simulation points to refresh the golden talent 100%. But Su Yang thinks it is acceptable. Suddenly, Yang received a private message from the chat room. It was from Kwang-san. Knowing that Kwang-san would only contact him for serious matters, Su Yang opened it directly. He was stunned when he opened it. Half-elf? And silver-haired? Looking at the message sent by Kwang-san, a name immediately popped up in Su Yang's mind. It is also a name that is unlikely to appear in this world. If it is just a silver-haired girl, Su Yang knows several names. But if you say silver-haired half-elf, then Yang seems to have only one. Is the other party's name Amelia? How do you know? Damn you, the god of color, really have your eyes on countless beautiful girls. You deserve to die. Su Yang ignored Kwang San directly, and then sensed it. After confirming Kwang San's location, he teleported directly. At the same time, Kwang San, who had been chatting with Emilia for a while on the other side, did not feel helpless, but was a little curious. Where did this man get this information? It is really curious. Swish! Suddenly, Su Yang appeared next to Kwang San. Because of the chat, Kwang San and Emilia came to a cafe and found a small private room. Su Yang's sudden appearance did not attract the attention of others. But this scared Emilia. Fortunately, when Kwang San sent a message to Su Yang, she roughly guessed that Su Yang would come over, so she told Emilia in advance. This prevented Emilia from suddenly attacking. This is the person I want to introduce to you. Kwang San said hurriedly. Hello, my name is Emilia. The smile on Emilia's face was a little stiff, but she exclaimed loudly in her heart. Oh my god. Isn't this Su Yang? What should I do? Wait, could it be that he found something and came to catch me? Should I run? Parker, give me a reaction. Emilia exclaimed in her heart. Her face was strong. Why does she want to escape? 747, Kwang San glanced at Su Yang without leaving a trace. I don't know, but the Emilia I know should not be so timid. Su Yang was also a little surprised and couldn't figure out what was going on with Emilia in front of him. But the real Emilia? Well, it's confirmed. If that's the case then, I must reincarnate as my own god's family. Su Yang was very determined. As if she had sensed Su Yang's inner thoughts, Miss Kwang San cast a contemptuous look. Su Yang hit back, you have done a great deed today, and I will give you a big reward tonight. Reward? Kwang San's face changed slightly, and she was naturally very clear about what the reward was. Love and hate. If you call a few more people, it shouldn't be a bad idea. Unconsciously, our Miss Kwang San's thoughts have deviated. Emilia didn't know that her thoughts had been exposed. There was no way. If it was before, Kwang San couldn't feel what Emilia was thinking. Su Yang's words could only be done with the ability of whispering. But now it's different. Conqueror's Haki. Even if it was not released actively, Su Yang and Kwang San could sense Emilia's thoughts at the moment. Of course, it was not mind reading after all, and at most they could sense Emilia's intention to escape. FFFLX. What kind of bad thing is this? Su Yang was a little curious and greeted her immediately. Hello, Emilia. My name is Su Yang. I know who you are. After all, you're my mission target. Emilia was a little flustered. She regretted contacting Su Yang. After all, Su Yang, who was suspected of possessing a divine position, possessed any kind of power, which was very surprising. Well, it looked like, even if he wanted to understand the situation, I'm afraid it wouldn't work like this. Su Yang felt a little helpless, although he didn't know what the situation was, but it was obviously not okay. In this case, let's talk about it. Parker, who do you think is the cutest in the world? Su Yang suddenly said inexplicably, which surprised Kwang San. Eh? Emilia was stunned for a moment, but then she secretly said that it was not good and wanted to stop something. It's too late. Of course it's Leah. A voice suddenly appeared, and then a light flashed, and there was a little cat. That is an elf? Kwang San's eyes flashed, and she was extremely surprised. She could feel that the kitten in front of her seemed to be a special elf like her. It's just. The other party's breath seemed to be a little wrong. But the most important thing is, she didn't notice it? For a moment, Kwang San became alert. Parker, why did you come out? Emilia shouted in despair. As soon as Su Yang spoke, she knew something was wrong and wanted to stop him. But she was still a step too late. Well, don't worry, Leah, I've been discovered a long time ago. Parker waved his paw indifferently, then looked at Su Yang, his cat eyes straightened, and this guy seems to know me. I'm more curious about this. When Leah and I came to this world, only one person had seen me, but the other person didn't know my name. So, can this guy tell me? As he spoke, a terrible breath rose from Parker. Before this breath, even Kwang San's face changed slightly. But Su Yang smiled indifferently, Don't be angry, I know you, but I know about you and Amelia in a special way. It's no big deal. No big deal? Parker was very uneasy because he just released his aura to stimulate the opponent and test his strength. But he was horrified to find that after he released his aura, he also entered the combat state, which made him sense a lot. Even at that moment, he thought in his heart not to take action. Because once it starts, it will surely die. It doesn't matter if it dies, but the problem is Leah. After a moment of silence, Parker put away his breath and then said, "You knew we were from the sanctuary, and then deliberately investigated us?" Sanctuary. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Wait, you're from the sanctuary created by Echidna? But what does this have to do with you being from the sanctuary? Good guy. He also knows Echidna? Parker's face twitched. Although I don't know how much you know about our world, the sanctuary I'm talking about is not our world, the sanctuary created by Echidna, but an organization called the Sanctuary in this world. Wait, the one you are talking about is not the sanctuary that wants to subvert the entire world, right? Kwang San seemed to remember something, and her face changed slightly. You know? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. I know something. Some saint from the sanctuary contacted me before and wanted to pull me into the sanctuary. Kwang San said, and then roughly described the situation of the sanctuary. Good guy. The peak world? The master was swallowed by the world's malice? We must welcome back a new master? F***K. Is this a brain-dead organization? The peak world, isn't it just about going against the will of the world? Where do these brain-dead people get the courage? Su Yang looked at Amelia inexplicably, with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Well, Mr. Su Yang, your gaze makes me uncomfortable. Amelia couldn't help it. It seems that the young man thinks that the Holy Land is a little overconfident. Parker seemed to have seen something. It's not overconfident, in my eyes. The so-called Holy Land is just a bunch of idiots. Su Yang was blunt and silenced Parker with a word. Well, the Holy Land is very strong, with saints with divine status. I know of two, and the mysterious one seems to have condensed the godhood. Amelia whispered. Kwang San's eyes suddenly became alert, not to the Holy Land, but to Amelia. So naive? No, I must teach her a few lessons when I have time. Otherwise, our secrets may be exposed by this naive. In Kwang San's view, Amelia will definitely be reincarnated by Su Yang as a member of the god's family, that is, one of his own. So, don't be too naive. How can this take the initiative to leak secrets? Parker was also speechless, but he didn't say anything. Because from the beginning to the end, neither it nor Amelia regarded the Holy Land as their own people. The purpose of the two was to use the Holy Land to return to their own world. So what if you condense the Godhead? Su Yang's eyes flashed with disdain, and his tone was even more sarcastic. That stupid son of God thinks that he can condense the Godhead and have the Godhead, and become a true God to fight against the will of the world? It feels like you use Parker's power to attack Parker. Do you think it's stupid? I won't attack Parker. Amelia retorted, not understanding what Yang meant at all. But Parker understood. You mean, even if you have the Godhead and become the true God you mentioned, you can't subvert the world? Parker looked a little more serious. How is it possible? Su Yang shook his head slightly. Any Godhead in this world is nurtured by the world, and any Godhead that is condensed is all with the help of the laws and power of this world. I don't know how the Son of God and the Godhead you mentioned were found, but this definitely belongs to this world. Any God position in this world is part of the world. The peak world? This is a joke, because before the peak, you have to reach the peak of the God position and subvert the godhood. Otherwise, if the rules of operation of this world are really triggered, it will definitely be wiped out by the world's will in the first place. Su Yang's words let Parker know one thing. That is, it and Leah were deceived. Doesn't this mean that the Son of God can't prevent this world from swallowing our world and let our world exist alone? Amelia couldn't help but speak. Amelia's world was not swallowed? This is an unexpected gain. Let me explain it. Parker sighed and began to explain in detail. Soon, Su Yang figured it out. It turned out that for some unknown reason 3 years ago, Emilia and Parker were inexplicably teleported to this world. Because they didn't know the reason, they didn't understand this world. For the first 2 years, the two hid in the mountains and forests. Emilia learned about the situation here through some microelves. It was only a year ago that they began to really contact the outside world. Then, not long after, they met a strong man in the Holy Land. At that time, because Parker could attach to Emilia, which made the strong man think that Emilia was an elf of superclass realm. So he invited her to join. At first, Emilia did not agree, but after learning that her world was about to face the doom of being swallowed, and only a small number of people would appear in this world in the end, and most people would be wiped out, she became anxious. Then, the other party said that their Lord Saint could save the situation. So, you believe it? Su Yung looked at the elf and cat in front of him speechlessly. Haha, we don't understand it either. Parker laughed. But in fact, it is also half believing and half doubting Su Yang's words now. In this world, it is not going to believe anyone now. Leah is not okay. If it really believes in a naive person, Parker is almost finished. So, what is the point of protecting Leah? In this case, you rebel against the Holy Land and join us. Miss Kwang San's eyes lit up. Our organization is a big family that loves each other. How can we not love each other? We sleep together. Well, I just want to save our people. Emilia whispered. This is easy. Kwang San said with a nonchalant look. Just take over your world, and then let this man trade with the world will. Then not to mention your people, even the whole world can help. This is not Kwang San talking nonsense. After all, there is a fact. Trade with the world will? Both Parker and Emilia were stunned. Is this possible? Wait, you are not a true god yet, right? Can you trade with the world will? Parker didn't quite believe it. Don't think the world will is too supreme. Su Yung shrugged, smiled, and gave an example. Do you know the procedure? Seeing Parker and Emilia nod, Su Yung said, in fact, the world does not have any special state of emotions, and even he is not fair. He is a program for the operation of the world. As long as it complies with the rules of the world, let alone the throne, even if the birth of a true god who is not granted the throne by him is unheard of by him. But it is precisely because of this that once there is a violation, the will of the world will become like antivirus software and directly remove the violation or task. However, if you find the right direction, you can still trade with the will of the world. Su Yung said this with a relaxed look on his face. Both Parker and Emilia seemed to think it was very simple after hearing it. But Parker knew very well that it's easy to say, but it must be very difficult to do. Trading with the world will? And it's a world will similar to a program? Because of this, it's even more difficult. After all, wisdom and no wisdom are two completely different concepts. Maybe joining the other party is a very good choice for 1.4? Parker was a little tempted. He knew that the sanctuary was not a good place after all. But it still said that it didn't trust anyone in this world, especially Su Yung in front of it. Because Parker felt that there was something he didn't notice. DJ. This man didn't show any malice from beginning to end. But it always felt that if the man in front of it succeeded, it would suffer a huge loss. Well, a typical old father's precise suspicion. What malice could Su Yung have? Not only did he not have any malice, he could even make Emilia a god and become one of the most advanced beings in the world. Well, it just needs to pay a small price. For example, let a certain silly and sweet elf lose the white minister in the middle. Then, stay with a man while having eternal life. After saying so much, do you want to see it with your own eyes? Seeing that there was some silence at the scene, Kwang San suddenly made a suggestion. See it with your own eyes? Parker was a little reluctant. Ming Sua. Emilia took over the conversation. See him trade with the world will? Su Yung. Parker. Kwang San. Sister. Even if it is possible to trade with the world will, this trade cannot be done casually, right? Parker felt that he was a failure. Such a major mistake occurred in the education of Leah. This made it, who claimed to be Leah's father, feel unprecedented frustration. If it is not a trade with the world will, how can such a thing be done casually? Kwang San was more determined to start the course for this naive person as soon as possible. I mean, you can go to the world that has been traded. Really? Parker was completely shocked. If it's not too much trouble, please let me open my eyes, Parker said. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. Since the other party said so, Parker must want to see it with his own eyes. As for whether there will be any conspiracy. Haha, don't be funny. Let alone Su Yang in front of him, this elf named Tokisaki Kurumi gave him a very dangerous feeling. If he really wants to deal with it and Leah, there is no need to be so troublesome. Amelia also looked very moved. Su Yang did not refuse this, because in a sense, letting the two witness it with their own eyes is more convincing than anything else. So he nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, the three people and the cat disappeared instantly. When they appeared again, they had entered the neighboring world of Zhantong. With Su Yang's permission, Parker began to move freely, and Amelia was taken by Minghina, Xiaohua, and others who also came to visit, and visited this time under the leadership of Leona and Hill. In fact, the original imperial capital of the Zhantong is no longer a core area. Because the women feel that the technology of the Zhantong world is too outdated, it is better to build a modern city. For this situation, Kwang-san has made great efforts. After being reincarnated as a member of the god's family by Su Yang, her Kukudi, the spirit of time, has been strengthened a lot. Especially now that a very large range of time barriers can be set up. Now, not far from the connection between the Zhantong time and the neighboring realm, there is a barrier with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. Under this barrier, the time flow inside is 30 times that of the outside world. Many people in the Zhantong world have built new cities here, that is, modern cities. On the technology network side, Sharingan Kagaya directly asked Sharingan Group to invest and build an internal network to run in the neighboring realm. There is no external connection. After all, no one knows whether this world has the ability to drill along the network cable. Su Yang does not intend to expose the situation of his neighboring realm. What, Parker and Ilea are outsiders? Amelia is now in full, but if she wants to leave, she will probably become a silly sweetie. Su Yang doesn't worry about how to build the neighborhood, and Shinomiya Kagaya is responsible for this. It is worth mentioning that the Shinomiya family is now under the control of Shinomiya Kagaya. Shinomiya Huangguang is gone, and Kagaya's other two brothers are unlikely to compete for anything. In fact, some people expressed dissatisfaction, but after Shinomiya Kagaya showed his strength, everything was fine. This is similar to Minghina. You should know that Su Yang killed the father and son of the head of the Yuki family before. When the news was passed back to the Yuki family, the old head of the Yuki family was furious. Immediately asked for help from the brave village, saying that he wanted to kill Su Yang for revenge. Tachung-sun ignored it, and the brave village did not respond. Although the brave village is not under the control of Tachung-sun, Tachung-sun still has a great say. The most important thing is that Dongchung-sun told what happened that day, especially some speculations about Su Yang's strength, at least a strong man of the sub-god level. This made the old guys in the village of heroes naturally dare not say a word. In the end, it was only announced that it became Yuki Koichiro's identity. As for the old patriarch, Yuki family. Yuki Koichiro, what do you want to do? How dare you rebel? Looking at the indifferent Yuki Koichiro in front of him, the old patriarch of the Yuki family wanted to put the other party together with the gentle, but timid young man in his impression. How could it be the same person? Rebellion? Yuki Koichiro's eyes flashed with disdain. I don't believe you didn't receive the news from the village. Now I am the patriarch of the Yuki family. Impossible. You must have done something. The old patriarch of the Yuki family roared angrily. He had practiced in the village of heroes and was a genius recognized by the elders of the village. How could Yuki Koichiro, who was only the grandson of his younger brother who had never returned to the village, become the patriarch of the Yuki family? Ignorance. Yuki Koichiro stopped talking nonsense and directly killed the old patriarch. Although the old patriarch was also a genius in the village of heroes many years ago, it was a pity that he was obsessed with the power of the patriarch. He was a mid-level patriarch 30 years ago and is still a mid-level patriarch now. Even his combat power may not meet the standards of the mid-level realm. Besides, even if the opponent is a strong man in the mid-level, he is just SOSO in front of Yuki Koichiro. Because he is now a high-level patriarch, even if the old patriarch in front of him is 10 times stronger, he can still kill him easily. But Yuki Koichiro did not choose to kill the other party. He is not Su Yang, who can kill the old patriarch at will. He had been to the Village of Heroes before coming here, but knowing the background of the Village of Heroes, although he already had the invincible strength in his original vision, he knew in his heart that his invincibility was just like that. Although he didn't kill people, he couldn't do nothing. Yuki Koichiro knew in his heart that everything he had was given by Su Yang. Or it should be said that his sister was lucky to be favored by Su Yang, which is why he is now. Therefore, even if Su Yang didn't say it or even didn't need it, Yuki Koichiro had to show that he was on Su Yang's side. KR. Feeling that the power in his body was wasted, the old patriarch looked extremely shocked and angry. But after looking up, he saw Yuki Koichiro's cold eyes and suddenly lost his temper. Because he felt the murderous intent in Yuki Koichiro's eyes, the other party would really kill him. For a while, he didn't dare to move at all. That's right. Yuki Koichiro said indifferently, if you behave yourself, you can still enjoy your old age. Otherwise. Yuki Koichiro didn't say anything for the last words. He just snorted and left. The old patriarch looked desperate. He was now completely sure that he was abandoned by the village. If there was no acquiescence from the village, how could Yuki Koichiro be so heavy-handed to him? Even if he was stubborn to the end, even if Yuki Koichiro killed him, the village would probably only condemn him at most. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that I would have this day. The old patriarch cried sadly. But soon, his face changed and he became extremely cruel and resentful. In that case, don't blame me. After adapting to his disabled and powerless body, the old patriarch struggled to get up, then entered the innermost part of the room and took out 2 boxes from a secret compartment. After opening one of the boxes, a stone engraved with a special magic circle appeared. Seeing the magic circle on the stone, the old patriarch's eyes flashed a hint of hesitation, but it was eventually replaced by resentment. Without any hesitation, the old patriarch took out a knife and cut his finger, dripping a few drops of blood onto the magic circle. Buzz. The magic circle dripped with blood lit up slightly, and a burst of black smoke burst out. The smoke rose up and 2 blood-red eyes appeared. You actually summoned me, so that means you know the price, right? Facing the black fog in front of him, the old patriarch was not surprised. Of course, I know the price of summoning your bloodthirstiness. I have only one request, to kill Yuki Akira Hina. Yuki Akira Hina? The black fog seemed to pause for a moment, but then said, okay, but the price is not low. The old patriarch did not speak, but just opened another box, revealing a special crystal inside. Here are soul crystals refined from tens of thousands of ghosts, and this soul stone seals thousands of souls. If that's not enough, my soul with the blood of the Village of Heroes is enough, right? The old patriarch had a hideous look on his face and had fallen into madness. Black Mist paused as if thinking. In fact, the souls in the soul crystal and soul stone are not low in value, but when he thought of his recent innocence, Black Mist was still a little hesitant. But in the end, Black Mist was attracted by the old patriarch's last words. The people of the Brave Village are born with strong physiques, and their souls also have very special powers. The value is several times higher than that soul crystal and soul stone. But the problem is that if the people of the Brave Village are not willing, it is difficult for others to obtain their souls. This is an opportunity. I agree, hand over your soul, and I will send assassins to assassinate Yuki Akira Hina. Black Mist finally said. Very good. The old patriarch laughed and stabbed the knife in his hand directly into his heart. He didn't even consider whether he could survive. Because he knew very well that since he chose to contact the bloodthirsty organization, he would have no way to survive. As for whether Black Mist would fulfill the deal when he did, he was not worried about this. The magic circle is a special contract magic circle. It is both a deal and a contract. If the Black Fog cannot complete the deal, the price he has to pay will be more than 10 times what he has paid now. Take my soul. The old patriarch roared for the last time, and the whole person fell to the ground instantly. The next moment, the Black Fog separated a stream of black smoke and fell on the old patriarch, directly bringing out his soul and even all the vitality in his body. The moment the black smoke left the old patriarch's body instantly dried up. The Black Fog did not stay for too long and took away the soul stone and soul crystal with the old patriarch's soul and vitality and directly entered the magic circle and disappeared completely. But before leaving, the Black Fog left a stream of black smoke, which directly destroyed the stone engraved with the magic circle. In a dark space, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Hee, very good. The soul of the bloodline of the village of heroes really tastes different. As if recalling something, the pair of eyes closed again, but soon opened. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's just a human after all. There's no problem in killing him. The problem is that Su Yang seems a bit weird. Forget it, let's try it out first. It's best if it succeeds, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. After all, the deal is just an assassination, and it doesn't have to be an assassination. Humans are stupid as expected. After a moment, the eyes closed again, as if they were communicating something. The dark space suddenly lit up, and a light curtain appeared. 2 girls appeared on the light curtain, one pink and one blue. Twins, this time your task is to kill a human girl named Yuki Akira Hina. This time, as long as you complete the task, I can make an exception and fulfill your wish once. Yes, the 2 girls responded in unison. Neighboring world. At dinner, Su Yang only saw Amelia, but not Parker. Obviously, Parker was still confirming something. Su Yang didn't care and let the other party go. After all, this is the neighboring world, let alone Parker. The village can only burst out superclass combat power at most. Even if someone stronger than Su Yang came in, no matter what they wanted to do, they would not be able to hide from Su Yang's perception. As long as Su Yang wanted, he could even use the power of the neighboring world to suppress the other party. And Su Yang also noticed that Parker had no ill intentions. He just wanted to make sure carefully. As for Amelia, well, she now has the idea of living in the neighboring world. Although this is due to the efforts of women like Kwang San, the real reason is that the neighboring world makes Amelia feel too comfortable. She even feels that she should stay here. Su Yang is not surprised by this. Because the most special thing about the neighboring world is that it is a special world built with the concept of elves. No matter how the neighboring world is improved or how strong it becomes, it is inseparable from one situation, that is, elves are the best. And it is special elves like Kwang San. But the neighboring world contains the concept of elves, and so are the laws of the world. Although the neighboring world cannot give birth to gods and godheads, there are also laws in the neighboring world. And all the laws of the neighboring world are centered on elves. Even according to this situation, Su Yang believes that when the neighboring world is improved to a certain level, all elves can control the concept of elves. Finally, based on the concept of elves, cultivate laws, condense godheads, and become the god of elves. There is not only one god of elves, but there is only one god of elves belonging to the true god. Su Yang actually had a guess in his mind that Chonggong Mio might have already possessed the concepts and laws, and perhaps when she fully appeared, she would be able to directly possess her own godhood. In such a situation, she might be directly granted a godhood by the will of the main world. The only uncertainty is whether there will be any restrictions after having this godhood, such as the use of the Great Red. If these restrictions really exist, Su Yang thinks that Chonggong Mio can be asked not to take this godhood. Anyway, the other party will eventually be reincarnated into a family of gods by him. When he becomes the real master of the pantheon, Chonggong Mio will not be worse than the true god with a godhood. Well, now these are just Su Yang's speculations. But now it is certain that the neighboring world can already give birth to demigods. Or perhaps it can be said that the demigods of the neighboring world are evolving and are not far from being born. Chat room. Yatagami Toka. Hey, what is this chat room that suddenly appeared in my mind? Yatagami Tenka. This seems to be some kind of communication ability. No, this is the power of an angel. Xia Jingling. Haha, cute sister. This is my ability. Yukino Shida Haruno, newcomer. Time Spirit. No, this is our sister. Yatagami Toka. Sister? I only have one sister. Yatagami Tenka. They are also elves bred in the neighboring world. It's not wrong to say that they are sisters. Hakieri. Wow, this should be Tenka and Toka. Suyang said that you need time to evolve. Is it over now? Yatagami Tenka. Not yet. It will probably take a long time. It seems to be bred with some concept power now. Ace des. Oh, concept? I didn't expect your sister to be so powerful. Shinomiya Kagaya. It's because of the improvement of the neighboring world that they, who have not yet been fully born, have a stronger foundation, which also delays the time of their birth. Mizuko, who doesn't want to see. It's not conceived yet? Time Spirit. No, we elves have been conceived a long time ago, but when we were just conceived, we were not much stronger than ordinary people. Time Spirit. Therefore, in order to protect us, the neighboring world deliberately borrowed the power of the entire neighboring world to strengthen our confidence. Yatagami Tenka. It's the power of the eldest sister. Yatagami Tenka. I can sense it very clearly. This is the eldest sister deliberately improving us. This is also the reason why she, who was born first, has not had a complete body until now. Shit Spirit. Well, don't worry, that woman is super powerful, and she is very greedy and wants the neighboring world to become stronger before she completely appears in the world. Shit Spirit. This way, she may be able to condense the godhood directly, and maybe even directly obtain the position of God. Sage Hui. Isn't this the direct certification of the true god? Yukino Shida Haruno. Is a true god-level strongman going to appear among our sisters? Kasumi Shiko. Hiss, so strong. Gurifia. I see. If it is the will of the world itself, before it completely descends into the world, it will improve the neighboring world and improve itself? Hai Ming. Wait, since it is the world will of the neighboring world, then after the advent, it cannot be improved along with the improvement of the neighboring world. Gurifia. That's not the way it is said. Gurifia, in short, the current improvement can lay the foundation, and the foundation will be fixed after the advent. Ace. Yes, when the time comes, the same level of improvement will represent different strengths. Yumiko, I don't understand. Yuri Kawaka, I don't know what you are talking about. Shining Asuna, it feels so profound. Shimmering Elf, what? Isn't it easy to understand? Kenko, who doesn't want to see, come on, there are many ordinary people among us. Shinomiya Kagaya, it's actually easy to understand. For example, the current advent is 100, and the advent after the improvement is 1000. Shinomiya Kagaya. In this way, the former and the latter are naturally very different, even if they are both improved by 1%. Gurifia. It's worthy of being Ms. Kagaya. This explanation fits perfectly. Miss Kagaya. This explanation is totally appropriate. Miss Kagaya, I understand. Miss Kagaya, I understand. Miss Tuan, that I understand too. AI, haha, Kagaya-chan is really amazing. AI. However, Tenka, you and Toka can only communicate in the chat room now? Yatagami Tenka. Yes, now that we have been upgraded, we can't even feel what is happening in the outside world. AI, this. Miss Fairy, don't worry, I'm studying how to post videos now, and then Tenka-chan and Toka-chan will be able to see the outside world. Yatagami Toka, really? Time Fairy, don't tell me, this miser fairy is unreliable, but she is the most reliable in this regard. Iwanaga Kotoko, warm reminder, before you can really post videos, set a permission at the end to prevent someone from adding some kind of perspective function. Hayasaka AI, don't worry, it's been dealt with. Scum Fairy, Hayasaka, what did you do again? Hayasaka AI, nothing, I just reported to the master, and the master said that he would limit the situation. Scum Fairy, damn it. Hayasaka, you are so hateful, I can't stand with you. Hayasaka AI, hehe. Shangren Hui, you actually really want to do this? Hakieri, as expected of Honjo Nia. Kasumi Shiko, Nia, if you continue like this, you will have no comrades. Yatagami Toka, I want to ask, are you all my sisters? Yukino Shida Haruno, yeah, it seems that our sister Toka is very innocent. Yukino Shida Haruno, it should be said that we are sisters closer than your own sisters. Yatagami Toka, this. Time Spirit, don't tease Toka, it's not wrong for Xiang to think so. Time Spirit, you can think of the people in this chat room as your family, whether it's a spirit like me or other people. Yatagami Toka, oh, I understand. Shining Asuna, wait, why do I feel something is wrong? Shining Asuna, Toka and Amaka should also be reincarnated as the families of God? Why do I feel that she doesn't know a lot of things? Yatagami Toka, the families of God? What is this? Bomueri? Yatagami Tenka, when Su Yang reincarnated us, he didn't pass on any information about Toka except the information about strength. Xia Jingling, yes, this is super biased. Shinomiya Kagaya, this is because Young Jun knows Toka's personality, so he didn't give her any other information. Shinomiya Kagaya, it's the same as AI in this regard. AI doesn't know anything about the rank level now. AI, me. AI, well, Young said that there is no need to understand too complicated things anyway, she is there. AI, and I'm not interested in those things. Young should have asked you in advance whether you want to know those things. Xia Shitsi, well, that was said, but I think everyone knows it. Iwanaga Kotoko, it should be the same. They made their own choices. Miko, who didn't want to see, I didn't want to know, but he forced it on me. Yukino Shida Haruno, because you are easier to bully. Scum Fairy, everyone wants to bully you when you look like you are being bullied. Miss Who doesn't want to see. The chat room is full of fun. Suyong only took a look and didn't look at it anymore. Although it was all just idle chat, it was a place for Toka and Amana to relieve boredom. As for the evolution of Toka and Amana, Suyong actually knew that they had also passed the initial stage, and their consciousness had been awakened, and they didn't need to fall into a deep sleep completely. And even at this stage, Suyang realized that the divine power of the two might be LV-52 and LV-53, but the two of them were already emitting the breath of the law. According to this progress, it won't take long for them to really be able to control the concepts. Something is wrong. The concepts controlled by the two do not seem to be the abilities of their angels. Suyong carefully sensed it and found that the law aura emanating from the two people completely belonged to the law of the elves in the neighboring world. Isn't it possible that the concept of elves was finally mastered? Suyong didn't know the reason for this situation, but Takamiya Mio should know. It's a pity that she is now in a deep sleep and can't ask. However, Suyong can be sure that this situation should not be bad for them, and it must be good. And shouldn't the elves first master the concept of elves? Perhaps it is the most correct for Kwang San and the others to condense the godhood with the law of elves. A few hours later, looking at Yuri Kawaka sleeping beside him, Su Yang's eyes turned to the personal attribute interface. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Occupation, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami, Imperial Tool User, Destroyer, Ability User. Talents, Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, 100 times Training, Gold, Magical Genius, Red, Simulated Target, Red, Inspiration, Red, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. Skills, Sage Art, God Class, Bloodline Net, Dimensional Space, Conqueror's Haki, Keto, Ninjutsu, God's Power, LV-60, God Tree Blessing, LV-63. Simulation Points, 141,363,000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. The new day has refreshed the number of simulations. Su Yang did not plan to Hokage simulates the world with one click. Although there are 20 million simulation points left, since the last time was SSS level, it can refresh the gold talent. This extra 20 million simulation points is just 20 million simulation points. As for the red talent that refreshes once, Su Yang didn't fancy it at all. This time, he planned to generate the golden talent with a flash of inspiration, although the main purpose this time was to strengthen the Thunder Fruit. But this doesn't mean that Su Yang doesn't plan to study the Devil Fruit. After all, the Devil Fruit is also a product of the laws of the One Piece world, which can be regarded as studying the laws of the One Piece world. Su Yang thought of a situation, that is, to thoroughly study the laws of the One Piece world, or even to practice them directly, which would be another gain. Because at that time, as long as he trades the One Piece world to let the world will of the Soman world swallow it, the laws of the One Piece world will definitely be integrated into the Soman world and become part of the laws of the Soman world. In this way, he is equivalent to taking over part of the laws of the Soman world. If it really comes to that step, even if I can't get the godhood, I can practice the laws. When Su Yang thought of this, he was full of energy. Start the simulation directly. The world is confirmed. Enter the One Piece world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain chance of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Would you like to consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate one gold talent? Warm Tip 1. Since the last simulation was an SSS level evaluation simulation, you can arbitrarily specify a talent that has appeared in the simulation, and the chance of generating a gold talent is 10%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm Tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a talent with a minimum orange level can be randomly generated. Warm Tip 3. If this simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. After this prompt appeared, Su Yang directly chose to generate the gold talent. Then, after choosing to generate the gold talent with the red talent, the chance was directly maxed out. Did you consume 90 million simulation points and choose to generate the gold talent with the red talent? Warm Tip. Assuming the chance of generating the gold talent is 100%, the gold talent will definitely be generated. Yes, Su Yang whispered, and the simulation points instantly decreased by 90 million points, and now only more than 50 million are left. Alas, it seems that the simulation points are not enough again. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the simulation interface. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, 100 Times Practice, Gold, Magic Genius, Red, Simulation Target, Red, Inspiration, Red, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation Orange. This simulation has generated a gold talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Inspiration, Gold. Long-term illness makes a good doctor, White. Hard work, White. Inspiration, Gold talent, which allows you to get a chance to have a burst of inspiration every time you simulate, and the effect is far better than the inspiration of the red talent. Long-term illness makes a good doctor. White talent can make you have a weak and sickly physique while having a certain talent in medicine. Hardworking, White talent can make you have a hardworking character, never complain about the world, and be an honest person. Su Yang didn't even look at the two white talents. In fact, Su Yang can now consume different simulation points to generate other purple, orange, and even red talents. But the goal is to generate gold talents, and Su Yang has no interest in other talents. The effect is far better than the red talent's inspiration. Su Yang was satisfied just by seeing this annotation. In fact, what he was most worried about was that the inspiration would become several inspirations. In this way, although the number of times would be more, but the effect is naturally not as good as one time. Your red talent inspiration has been replaced by the gold talent inspiration. TSK, another gold talent. My talent will turn gold after a few times. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, and the text of the simulation interface officially began. You were born. As soon as you were born into this world, you found that your situation seemed to be very wrong. Because you found that you seemed to be very strong, and you were really invincible. Somehow you had a feeling that you should have no rivals in this world. Suddenly, you found that you seemed to have the ability of Thunder Fruit, which surprised you. because you seem to have found that you seem to help thunder fruit condense and form the appearance of thunder fruit itself. This made you have to wonder if this was the world of One Piece. Then, you subconsciously and naturally used observation haki to cover the place where you were born. This is an island, and from the information captured by observation haki, this seems to be Badarila Island. Is this the island where Ace was born? And this seems to be the time when Ace is going to be born. You suddenly thought of this, and then your observation haki captured the person you wanted to find, Ace's mother, Port Gasti, Rouge. You finally understood why your parents were so nervous about your birth. Because now any child born on Badarila Island will be killed directly by Marine. The beginning is different. Is it because the first simulation goal I set was to strengthen the thunder fruit, which caused me to react differently in the simulation? Su Yang touched his chin and pondered. He would watch every simulation carefully and would not even speculate on some situations. Because many times, some omitted information would often lead to special discoveries and gains. And just as Su Yang thought, every simulation would have special changes due to the setting of his own simulation goals. There were changes at the beginning, and perhaps this simulation was completely different from the last one. When you found out that you were born in the world of One Piece, and at such a time and place. Although you were helpless, these had no effect on you. Because you felt that you could easily handle it with your own strength. You directly used observation haki to launch the 9 Magatama Rinnegan and made a deep hint to the entire island. The hint was very simple. That is, to treat you as normal, and there would be no Marine is looking for trouble with you. Because you need some time to deal with your own affairs. Although you used a deep suggestion covering the entire island and tens of thousands of people, you were just a little tired. You found that your physique is very special, and you can use a certain amount of power even if you are just born. Half a month later, you thoroughly understood your own power and knowledge. You found that you have very in-depth knowledge of devil fruit, and even this knowledge has methods of how to eliminate devil fruit weaknesses and extract demon fruit power. The ability in the body generates a new devil fruit. At the same time, you also confirmed that your body seems to have merged with an extremely powerful thunder fruit. This thunder fruit not only has no weaknesses, but can even devour the abilities of other devil fruits to improve. This discovery has made you firm in your mind, that is, to create the strongest thunder fruit. Although the current thunder fruit is already very powerful, you know that the power you have is even stronger, and this thunder fruit is just icing on the cake for you. You are also very powerful without this thunder fruit, and with this thunder fruit the fruit only gives you some more means of lightning attacks. But the thunder fruit can be strengthened, and you find that you have Hogyoku, a Hogyoku that is far superior to the Shinigami world. After studying the information about devil fruit in your head, you figured out one thing, that is, the thunder fruit's ability to devour and evolve has a limit. So, your idea is to first upgrade the thunder fruit to ultimate, and then use Hogyoku to strengthen it. Tongue. If you really complete this step, you think your thunder fruit will probably be the most powerful devil fruit in history. Do you think it might be renamed, such as Thunder God Fruit? Thunder God Fruit? Su Yang was speechless when he saw this. However, after such content appeared, he was completely relieved. Since the self in the simulation has made such a decision, then this time Thunder Fruit can basically be strengthened to ultimate. It is impossible that Thunder Fruit devours the entire One Piece world devil fruit and has not reached the upper limit, right? Instead, it is a good thing if such a situation really occurs. After all, this means that the upper limit of the thunder fruit that I made will be higher. It is really terrifying to strengthen it all the way. However, after feeling the state of the thunder fruit that merged with me, Su Yang felt that the upper limit of this thunder fruit would not be outrageous. I am afraid that it can make people have the potential to evolve into a superclass life, which is already the upper limit. In fact, in this state, people can already cultivate to the superclass realm with this thunder fruit and evolve into a superclass life. Of course, the same superclass life naturally has different strengths. Before determining the target, you start to lay out. However, before that, you still have one thing to confirm, that is, the knowledge and information in your mind. Although there are methods to eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruit and extract the power of demon fruit, you still need to experiment. Under your power, That Arela Island has returned to its former tranquility. You think this is a good place. You plan to create a suitable space under the island to conduct your experiment. Although you were born not long ago, you cannot exert all your power, but you are not weak now. You divided a large number of shadow clone and spent several months to create a place suitable for your experiment. There is a powerful barrier here, which is enough for you to do whatever you want. In the past few months, you have also confirmed one thing, that is, the thunder fruit that merged with you does not seem to be the thunder fruit of the One Piece world. The reason you are sure of this is because you sent a lot of shadow clones to Sky Island and found this thunder fruit. Although you don't know why you have a special thunder fruit, it does not prevent you from eliminating the weaknesses of Sky Island's thunder fruit and letting your thunder fruit swallow it. After swallowing the Sky Island thunder fruit, you officially began to send out clones to search for devil fruits, and at the same time, you would capture any ability users you met. Under such circumstances, your thunder fruit swallowed more and more devil fruits. I thought it would stay, but it swallowed it directly. Su Yung raised his eyebrows, watching himself in the simulation swallow the nutrients from the Sky Island thunder fruit for his thunder fruit, and he was not surprised. After all, there is already a thunder fruit. Why not need other thunder fruits? 547, and with his current means, even if he keeps this thunder fruit, he can only swallow the devil fruit with lightning attributes. This is a complete waste of time and is not necessary at all. Now Su Yang just wants to know how many devil fruits his thunder fruit needs to swallow to reach its upper limit. 3 years later, you are 4 years old. Looking at the thunder fruit in your hand, you feel a little depressed. Because after swallowing a Paramecia devil fruit 3 months ago, you found that your thunder fruit seemed to have reached its upper limit and could no longer swallow other devil fruits. But you didn't give up. You started to study your thunder fruit. You want to use research to break the upper limit of the thunder fruit in your hand and let it continue to improve. After all, there are still many devil fruits in the world of One Piece. And you think that if you can find a way to break this upper limit, you may be able to go deeper into the research of devil fruit. More in depth? How deep can it go? Facing his own behavior in the simulation, Su Yang was not optimistic. This is not something that can be broken through and improved by research. You have to know that the thunder fruit in his hand has been strengthened once after the golden talent reward. Is this considered to be a breakthrough after being strengthened by the system? It's not that Su Yang doesn't have confidence in himself, but he knows that he can't do it in his current situation. Wait, do you want to have an idea here? Su Yang hesitated, but finally shook his head. Forget it, let's see. 3 years later, you are 20 years old. You suddenly find that you seem to have wasted 3 years, because after 3 years of research, you have not broken the upper limit of your thunder fruit. Your thunder fruit is still in the state of 3 years ago and has not been improved at all. Even if you find some devil fruit with thunder attributes, or even devil fruit of the fantasy beast species with thunder power, you still can't break the upper limit. Although you have not gained nothing from the research with the thunder fruit in your hand in the past 3 years. But you are not helpless in breaking the current upper limit of thunder fruit. In this case, you plan to give up. Seeing this, Su Yang hesitated again, whether to use the golden talent for inspiration. In fact, he knew very well that even if he upgraded to the golden talent with an inspiration, he might not be able to research a way to break this upper limit. What Su Yang wants is to trigger the golden talent and make his dream come true. The golden talent has little hope of inspiration, CHBD, but there is still hope that the golden talent will come true. It's just that it has not been triggered, and the second simulation goal you set is not this. After all, this thunder fruit is just an attempt. Su Yang shook his head slightly, and the One Piece world has been cleared. The number of enhancements for the clearance reward can be retained. Therefore, in Su Yang's plan, thunder fruit is just an experimental product. Want to get the best first? It's impossible. In this case, let's try it. Su Yang's heart moved, and he used the golden talent that had just been upgraded. Excuse me, do you want to use the golden talent to influence this simulation? Warm reminder, this talent can only be used once in this simulation. Yes, Su Yang whispered in his heart. Suddenly, the text on the simulation interface changed. On this day, although you had already given up, you still wanted to study for a while to break the upper limit of thunder fruit. Suddenly, your thinking was unimaginably improved, as if you had entered the realm of God. In this state of inspiration in the realm of God, the problem that had been bothering you about how to break the upper limit of the thunder fruit in your hand finally made a breakthrough. Even at this moment, you were like a god. Not only did you make a breakthrough in this aspect, but you also made great breakthroughs in other aspects. But when you exited this state, you seemed to have experienced a long time, but when you understood it, you confirmed something that surprised you. At the moment when the inspiration became a god, it was actually only a moment, not 10 days or half a month as you thought. The most exaggerated thing is that everything you felt seemed to be something you had studied and researched with great difficulty. This made you feel incredible. But after the exaggeration, you also completely confirmed one thing, that is, Thunder Fruit has reached its true upper limit. Even this upper limit is the upper limit that is broken after the upper limit of this world. So, you can't make Thunder Fruit more powerful, even if you use Hogyoku to strengthen it, because it can't improve it at all. But this time, you have obtained a special method to make Thunder Fruit surpass evolution. That is to directly sacrifice Hogyoku or turn Hogyoku into evolutionary power so that Thunder Fruit can break through the current limit. What is it? Su Yang was stunned when he saw this. Does this mean that Hogyoku can be used as a strengthening stone to strengthen Thunder Fruit? Although the specific situation is not like this, it is roughly the same. But in this way, my Hogyoku will be gone. Wait, this seems to be in the simulation. FFFLX. It's okay now. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This is a special method. Even this situation completely opened Su Yang's mind. Why didn't I think of using Hogyoku directly to strengthen? This is the best method. Su Yang fully understood that using Hogyoku to strengthen and improve and using Hogyoku as a strengthening stone are two completely different concepts. It's not too late to understand this now. Although in this way, the Thunder Fruit brought out must be added with the price of Hogyoku, and then the simulation points will be multiplied several times on this basis. But it doesn't matter, then just or even lower evaluation, he can bring it out for free. Because now he can bring out an extra reward for free every time he simulates. Even if it doesn't work this time, we can just design a simulation target next time. Su Yang was very calm. This way, the biggest gain of this simulation has already been achieved. It's also fortunate that it is like this, otherwise, according to the description in the simulation, Thunder Fruit cannot be strengthened even if it is upgraded to Ultimate Hogyoku. It's not that Hogyoku really can't be strengthened, but it doesn't work in the One Piece world. Sure enough, once the power exceeds the limit of a world too much, it can't continue to break through. Is it limited by the will of the world? Or is the world itself really unable to accommodate it? Su Yang was a little curious, but unfortunately, with his current realm, he still couldn't understand the specific situation of that level. Now he can only secretly guess some possibilities. However, it should be impossible to use Hogyoku to strengthen it now. After all, my second simulation goal is to create a second special devil fruit. This time, Su Yang's second goal is naturally to strengthen and improve it with another devil fruit and even eventually integrate it into his soul. In this way, it must be another devil fruit with soul power. Then, next time Yang naturally plans to bring in this devil fruit. In fact, as Su Yang expected, because of the simulation target, he did not strengthen the Thunder Fruit immediately in the simulation. After all, even if it is the Hogyoku version of the strengthening stone, it can only be strengthened once. Although you already know that Hogyoku can make your Thunder Fruit go further, there is only one Hogyoku, and it will be gone after using it. You plan to create some devil fruits first, especially in your memory. There is a method that uses the soul of the ultimate man to develop devil fruits, and strengthening a devil fruit will give the power of the devil fruit soul. This time, the inspiration of the transformation of the gods made you understand that this method is correct, but you need to develop the devil fruit to fully integrate with yourself, and even further integrate the devil fruit ability into your own soul. Only the strong in this state meet the conditions. You subconsciously think that the 5 elders should meet this condition. Even if the 5 of them are not good, there is still an Im. You think that with Im's situation, you can create one that meets the conditions. Therefore, you plan to strengthen the Thunder Fruit after creating this devil fruit. And under the devil fruit that exists in the One Piece world, you plan to use Kaido's blue dragon fruit to create this special devil fruit. Making the blue dragon fruit into a devil fruit with soul power is Yang's second goal. Of course, even if such a blue dragon fruit is brought out, without the golden talent reward enhancement, it is naturally impossible for the blue dragon fruit to gain the ability to devour and evolve. But as long as it is brought out, Su Yang will turn the thunder fruit that is now integrated into his body into fertilizer to strengthen the blue dragon fruit brought out, and this can still be done. In this way, the blue dragon fruit not only has the ability to devour and evolve, but it is even directly equivalent to devouring his current thunder fruit. This might reach the upper limit directly. As for why Su Yang chose the Azure Dragon Fruit, there are actually two reasons. The first is that the Azure Dragon Fruit itself is good. The second and most important one is that he plans to trade with the Great Red to obtain some of the other party's true dragon blood. Then, strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit. This category, this Azure Dragon Fruit must be extraordinary. This is why Su Yang chose the Azure Dragon Fruit. After all, there is a ready-made true dragon god. Maybe it will not necessarily succeed. But what if? Give it a try. At most, it will waste 1 or 2 simulation times. Besides, such a Azure Dragon Fruit itself is not low. After determining the target, you went directly to Wanakuni. 7 days later, you returned to Badarila Island. As for Kaido, he died after you extracted the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. A month later, after completely eliminating the weaknesses of the Azure Dragon Fruit and letting the Azure Dragon Fruit absorb a large amount of Dragon and Fire Devil Fruit, the news that Kaido had died began to spread on the sea. Not only Kaido, but the entire beast's pirates were captured by you, and the power of the Devil Fruit was extracted from them. After all, it was just a Kaido. It was impossible for you to waste so much time on him. However, although the Devil Fruit power of the beast's pirates has greatly improved the Blue Dragon Fruit, it is far from meeting your requirements, and you feel that there is still room for improvement in the Blue Dragon Fruit. So you began to hunt for Demon Fruit power that can strengthen the Blue Dragon Fruit on the sea. In just a few months, your hunting caused panic on the sea. Because no one noticed your trace, it felt like many strong people disappeared inexplicably. First, the beast's pirates were killed inexplicably, and even Kaido, who had just become the Emperor of the Sea, was killed. Now a large number of strong people disappeared inexplicably. This is very incredible and terrifying to many forces. On this day, someone discovered something even more shocking, that is, the Whitebeard pirates were destroyed, and even Whitebeard was killed. The sea was completely in panic. In fact, it was just that you were attracted by Marco's Phoenix Fruit. In your opinion, these are all mythical beasts and have fire power, which should be able to strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit. It turned out that you were right, and the Phoenix Fruit improved the Azure Dragon Fruit even more. But that's it. Almost all the people with abilities that met the requirements on the sea were captured by you, and then their abilities were extracted. You think it's a bit impractical to search for pirates or devil fruit on the sea again. Finally, you decided to take action against the world government. After all, in your opinion, the boring collection of devil fruit by celestial dragons can allow you to harvest a lot of devil fruit. This day is your birthday. You are 8 years old. So you plan to give yourself a birthday present, such as the Holy Land Mariewa under your feet. Marine discovered your existence at the first time. After all, you did not hide your intentions, so Marine naturally discovered it. Then it was Kizaru, the Marine Vice Admiral, who attacked you. Then, facing the space covered by your Conqueror's Haki, he felt that he came out too early. Because Kizaru cannot transform into an element under the cover of your Conqueror's Haki. Kizaru, who cannot transform into an element, makes it easy for you to defeat him. Finally, they took action against the world government. Su Yang saw this and knew that this simulation was probably going to end soon. As for whether he would have enough time to use Hogyoku as a strengthening stone, Su Yang was not worried about this. Because even if they took down him, they would use Hogyoku to extract their abilities, but him sealed his entire soul into the Azure Dragon Fruit. Then, he refined it with a special sealing technique. This would take a certain amount of time. The last simulation took a year, and this time would probably be about the same. And this time was enough for the simulated self to use Hogyoku as a strengthening stone to strengthen the thunder fruit. So, Su Yang was not worried about this. Rather, he was looking forward to how big the thunder fruit would be at the end. Hogyoku itself is already an SS level item, and this thunder fruit is at least an SS level 1, and then it can be directly strengthened once with the golden talent reward, so maybe it can reach SSS level? Su Yang felt that this was very likely. After you defeated Kizaru, Sengoku and Garp attacked. It must be said that Garp is a real armament hockey master. His armament hockey is very powerful, but unfortunately your armament hockey is far superior to his. Whether it is armament hockey itself or the realm of armament hockey, Garp is not as good as you. You just punched him to death. For those who don't have the devil fruit ability, you don't intend to hold back. Sengoku was directly sealed by you, and then more and more Marine Masters came out. In your eyes, these Marine Masters can be killed in one move, even if Conqueror's Hockey is directly activated. I'm afraid there may not be many people who can survive in the entire Holy Land Mariewa. Others are fine. If the demon fruit power dies, it means one less devil fruit for you. You will naturally not be careless. However, facing more and more people, you are also a little impatient. You directly covered the entire Holy Land Mariewa with Observation Hockey, and then released the power of Thunder Fruit. With the cooperation of Observation Hockey, you raised your hand and turned the entire Holy Land Mariewa into a sea of thunder, and countless thunder and lightning struck. People who were not espers were basically killed, and a few espers were killed by you accidentally. You found that even if you have amazing control ability, you are still a little powerless in such a situation. It is impossible to attack millions of targets at once, and only some espers died, which is actually very good. 5 elders and Yim finally couldn't sit still. Because your move just now has exterminated 99% of celestial dragons, which has exceeded their bottom line. 5 elders rushed towards you, and Yim also began to prepare to activate Uranus. Unfortunately, facing the invincible you, the 5 elders only persisted for a few minutes, and at most allowed Yim to successfully activate Uranus. However, Uranus did not cause any harm to you, and Im was defeated by you easily. Im was sealed by you. The Holy Land Mariewa was taken by you, and the whole world was completely shocked. For a time, you were worshipped as the god of the sea. What Sea Emperor, Pirate King are not half as good as you. Compared to you, Pirate King Roger is a clown. You destroyed the world government with your own strength. Anyone who compares with you is Zhutian. But you don't care about these. What power and glory are all passing clouds. You returned to Badarila Island with all the spoils, and then began to upgrade the blue dragon fruit. This time the harvest is very rich, enough for you to upgrade the blue dragon fruit. What makes you regretful is that you can't use other devil fruit to upgrade the blue dragon fruit. 3 months later, you upgraded the Azure Dragon Fruit to Ultimate, but you knew that this was not the ultimate of the Azure Dragon Fruit, but the ultimate of the Devil Fruit in your hand. There were too many Devil Fruits to upgrade the Azure Dragon Fruit, so you had to give up. Another month passed, and you eliminated the weaknesses of the Devil Fruits that were suitable for you, and strengthened those that needed to be strengthened. Then, you extracted the abilities of the 5 elders and upgraded the Azure Dragon Fruit. You have discovered that although the devil fruit of the 5 elders has completely merged into their souls, it has also shown signs of merging with their souls. It is precisely because of this state that the devil fruit ability of the 5 elders can enhance any devil fruit. Soon after the 5 elders died, you began to attack him. You extracted Im's soul and abilities and sealed them in the Azure Dragon Fruit. After the seal was completed, you directly used Hogyoku's strengthening ability to strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit. This strengthening will completely act on the Azure Dragon Fruit while the will of Im's soul is erased. After using Hogyoku to strengthen it this time, you found that Hogyoku fell into an unusable state, which was not surprising to you, because you knew this situation a long time ago. However, this does not matter. It can still be used to strengthen Thunder Fruit. Better than success. The Thunder Fruit fell into an evolutionary state, and you estimated that it would take several months. 7 months later, the Thunder Fruit evolution is over, and you find that the Thunder Fruit you got seems to no longer belong to the category of Devil Fruit. A year later, Im's soul was completely erased, and the Thunder Fruit was greatly strengthened. At the same time, due to the power of Hogyoku, it has evolved. Because you have successfully killed the biggest boss in this world, this simulation is successful. This simulation is over. It's over. Su Yang didn't have any surprises. This simulation time may not even be 10 years. But since Im is used as a strengthening stone, it must be easy to pass. Why do I feel that I can pass every time I simulate in the One Piece world? Su Yang thought of this inexplicably. His eyes flashed and fell on the evaluation level and rewards this time. This simulation is evaluated as SSS level clearance. This simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Get SSS level evaluation, you can choose any 3 as additional rewards. Get an additional reward for each simulation. Option 1. Talent Inspiration, Gold, requires 30 million simulation points. Option 2. The Divine Power, LV61, of this simulated training, requires 5 million simulation points. Option 3. All the experience of this simulation requires 380 million simulation points. Option 4. The Devil Fruit 10, simulated this time, requires 15 million-430 million simulation points. Option 5. Azure Dragon Fruit, Devil Fruit with Special Soul Power, requires 188 million simulation points. Option 6. Hogyoku Version Thunder Fruit, SS Plus level, requires 580 million simulation points. Clearance Reward, you can strengthen a certain ability in this simulated world. Fixed Reward, the next simulation will 100% randomly generate a red talent, and the probability of generating a gold talent will be plus 10%. Warm Tips, the rewards for this clearance are the rewards reserved from last time. The SSS level evaluation obtained this time has been improved to a certain extent on the original basis. SSS level? Su Yang was surprised, but he was not surprised that it was lower. Instead, he felt that it was higher. Because in his opinion, this time the simulation evaluation was probably not only SS level, but even SS plus level was very likely. There was no other reason, but this time, he did not become the Sea King. This evaluation will definitely be lowered. However, it was indeed lowered, but not so exaggerated. So, as long as you become the Pirate King, you can perfectly clear the level in the One Piece world. At this point, Su Yang can be completely sure of this. To perfectly clear any simulation world, you must get the theme right. To become a Hokage in the Hokage ninja world. To become a Shinigami in the Shinigami world, you probably have to reach the captain. There is no need to say anything about the One Piece world. You must become the One Piece. However, this time, the SSS level evaluation can get a free reward. 6 rewards. This time you can still get 5. Talent is definitely needed. As for the divine power cultivated, Su Yang chose to give up. Because the next few rewards are all needed. The rewards for this simulation must include the knowledge obtained by the first use of the golden talent, etc. Su Yang will naturally not miss it. The last simulation experience knowledge was 110 million simulation points. This time it was more than 3 times the last time, reaching only 380 million points. Obviously, the benefits brought by this simulation of inspiration are very valuable. It's a pity that this time I didn't trigger the dream to come true. Su Yang felt a little regretful, and at the same time he secretly decided. Next time, choose to upgrade the simulation target to a golden talent. Now the simulation target can only set 2 targets, but it is a red talent. If you upgrade to a golden talent, you can at least set 3 simulation goals. This way, you can directly fix your dream to come true, and do it every time you simulate. After all, it's not easy to upgrade to a golden talent. If it can only be triggered occasionally, this won't work. With a thought in his mind, Su Yang directly brought out the talent and experience at once. You consume the reward for this simulation and bring out the talent for this simulation. You get the golden talent, an idea. You consume the reward for this simulation and bring out all the experience for this simulation. You get a lot of rich experience and knowledge this time. After 2 prompts, Su Yang immediately felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge. Most of it was about the research on devil fruit, and what surprised Su Yang the most was that there was a part of the knowledge that he could only understand now. The reason was very simple. It seemed that the self in the simulation was directly restricted, or perhaps because he had no memory of the Zhongmon world, even if he knew that the superclass was a superclass life. And above that was the subgod level that cultivated the power of God. But he only knew this information, and he didn't know the details at all. Therefore, there are many parts of the information about this sudden inspiration that are very unclear. The self in the simulation did not fully understand it, and thought that it was because of his low level that he did not understand it. But now Su Yang completely understood that it was not the case at all. For example, Su Yang can actually use any devil fruit on the Azure Dragon Fruit now, without the need for matching attributes. Well, in fact, he can't do it. This actually requires the power of concepts to force it to do this. But Su Yang can actually do this with the power of the neighboring world. And this will not consume any neighboring world. However, Su Yang did not have any idea in this regard. The reason is also very simple. In this world, he can only bring out 10 devil fruits every time he simulates. He can't use them to strengthen a devil fruit, right? There is no need. It is better to bring them into the One Piece world to strengthen them. It is worth mentioning that the devil fruits brought out before have been divided up by the girls. These devil fruits have no weaknesses and are stronger than those in the One Piece world, but they are far from the level that Su Yang wants. He had asked before, and the fruit was divided up. Especially after Ace got the frozen fruit, she said that it had a good effect on her. After eating it, her ice power was greatly improved. And how to say it? Although everyone can adapt to ninjutsu, Kido, Conqueror's Haki, and other abilities, not many people can focus on one aspect. That is, Ace is now focusing on the ice aspect, which is helpful for understanding the concept. Others actually haven't found their own strengths. Taking out these devil fruits can help them find their own strengths. Even if it's not cultivation, it's good to have a skill that you are good at. 0. Anyway, these devil fruits are completely dispensable to Su Yang. In this way, they can be used up. Soon, Su Yang took out 10 devil fruits again and put them in the chat room space. Yes, it's the shared space of the chat room. This is actually to deliberately create a space in the neighboring world and connect it to Aria's confession chapter. In this way, everyone in the chat room can take out or put in items with the help of the shared space of the chat room. That's why the girls can enter the neighboring world at any time now. If they enter other worlds, it won't work. For example, whether Su Yang or others enter worlds like Inuyasha and Zontong, they can't store items in the shared space of the chat room. At least it can't be done with the current confession chapter. You consume the reward of this simulation and take out the Qinglong fruit, devil fruit with special soul power, of this simulation. You get a special item, blue dragon fruit, devil fruit with special soul power. After a prompt, Su Yang got a special blue dragon fruit in his hand. But this time he did not use the reward to strengthen this golden talent, which resulted in the blue dragon fruit not having the ability to devour and enhance. But it doesn't matter. Su Yang's heart moved, and the thunder fruit that was originally fused with him appeared instantly, and then Su Yang tried to fuse with the blue dragon fruit. Sure enough, if I don't take the initiative to restrain it, the thunder fruit will directly devour the blue dragon fruit. Feeling the situation of the two devil fruits, Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly. But he also found that the fusion of the two devil fruits was completely controlled by him, and the fusion could be mainly based on the blue dragon fruit. After confirming this, Su Yang directly put away the two devil fruits. Because it is not the time to fuse the two devil fruits, Su Yang's eyes fell on the last reward. Choice 6. Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit, SS plus level, requires 580 million simulation points. Just these 580 million simulation points are enough to let Su Yang understand the extraordinariness of this Thunder Fruit. You should know that when you perfectly clear the Hokage world at SSS plus level, the blood source you get is only 550 million simulation points. And this Thunder Fruit is 30 million simulation points higher. Robbie, it's worthy of being the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit. Su Yang didn't expect it to be such a name. After using Hogyoku as a strengthening stone, the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit appeared, and this is an SS plus level item. You should know that Hogyoku is only an SS level item. Interesting, but I don't know what the ability is. Su-young took out the reward directly. You consume the reward of this simulation and take out the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit, SS plus level, of this simulation. You get a special item, SS plus level item Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit. The next moment, A appeared in Su-young's hand. Is this Hogyoku? Su-young didn't expect that the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit obtained by using Hogyoku to strengthen Thunder Fruit is actually the same as Hogyoku. Not exactly the same, because there are flashes of thunder and lightning inside this Hogyoku. And it looks like a small Hogyoku, but looking inside it is like a world. A world of thunder and sea. The Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit is a whole world. Su-young clearly felt the energy inside, and he even felt that the thing in his hand could create a superclass life with thunder attributes. And it doesn't take long for such a superclass life to cultivate divine power. Now it's so strong, what about after strengthening it again? Su-young's eyes flashed with a light, and his heart moved, and a system prompt sounded. Your golden talent reward enhancement is triggered, and the special item you rewarded this time has been transformed. Enhancing successfully, you get an SSS level item, Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit. SSS level. Unexpected. Su-young was pleasantly surprised, although he vaguely felt that after using the golden talent reward enhancement, this Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit would be enhanced to $SS level. But this is actually just his feeling, and this is not completely certain. Because the golden talent reward enhancement is actually slightly inferior to the enhancement from the system. If Su-young uses the One Piece World clearance rewards for strengthening this time, he is sure that this Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit can be strengthened to SSS level. It is not certain that it can be strengthened with the gold talent reward. But fortunately, Hogyoku is still powerful. Wait, if I upgrade Hogyoku first, even to SSS level, can I directly create SSS level Thunder Fruit? Su-young was a little excited when he thought of this possibility. He suddenly felt that the simulated world of One Piece could be preserved for a long time, although the power system of One Piece World is not very high. Even compared with the power system of Shinigami World, One Piece World is a level lower. But One Piece World has a special item Devil Fruit, and this Devil Fruit is also a product of the power of the One Piece World law. This creates many possibilities. The power level is 867 low. It doesn't matter. I can transform, improve, and even strengthen. After this series of operations, Devil Fruit has actually deviated from the original state and power range of Devil Fruit. Apart from other things, the SSS level Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit in his hand has a very unique power. Although the previous SS plus level can become a superclass life after eating, it takes a process. It depends on personal physique and adaptability. The shortest may be 10 days and half a month, and the longest is 3 to 5 months or even 7 to 8 months. But now this SSS level Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit, Su-young can clearly feel that after eating it directly, he can be promoted to the superclass realm and become a superclass life. Not only that, if you practice on this basis, you can practice divine power in 5 or 6 months, which means you can be promoted to the subgod level directly. Even if it is replaced by someone like Eurifia who has similar combat experience and practice experience, it may not be 1 or 2 months to be promoted to the subgod level. Really good stuff. But this is not the limit. It is not the limit of the Hogyoku version of Devil Fruit. If Su-young now chooses to use the strengthening times of the One Piece World clearance reward to strengthen this Hogyoku Thunder Fruit, then he may not be able to strengthen it to a Hogyoku Thunder Fruit above SSS level. But this is probably a Hogyoku Thunder Fruit that can have divine power after eating, and it doesn't take long to cultivate the concept of thunder. However, in the end, Su-young gave up this tempting idea. If I upgrade Hogyoku to SSS level first, and then strengthen Devil Fruit to Ultimate, then maybe I can directly wait for $SS level Hogyoku Devil Fruit. Su-young's eyes lit up. On this basis, use the golden talent to strengthen it. Finally, Use the strengthening times of the One Piece World clearance reward, then maybe there is a chance. It doesn't even need to upgrade Hogyoku to SSS level. Because Su Yung thought of his golden talent dream coming true, he could make a wish after the devil fruit is upgraded to ultimate and then come to strengthen this Hogyoku strengthening stone. Even if it doesn't reach the SSS level, it's not far off. If the gold talent reward is enhanced, it will basically be the SSS level. The more Su Yung thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Maybe we can try it in the early morning this morning. It seems that we can't try it. Su Yung subconsciously looked down at his attribute interface information. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami, Imperial Tool User, Destroyer, Ability User. Talent, Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, Inspiration, Gold, 100 times Training, Gold, Magical Genius, Red, Simulated Target, Red, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. Skills, Sage Art, God Class, Bloodline Net, Dimensional Space, Conqueror's Haki, Kido, Ninjutsu, God's Power, LV60, God Tree Blessing, LV63. Simulation Points, 51,363,000. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. Number of real simulations, 1, once after SSS level perfect pass. There are only more than 50 million simulation points left. Let alone the next time, even if he could do a one-click simulation from the Hokage Ninja simulation world, it would not be enough after reducing 20 million simulation points. At least 70 million simulation points are needed. He still lacks nearly 20 million simulation points. Not enough. With the simulation points he gets in a day now, it may take another 6 or 7 days. In fact, Su Yung can get 3 million simulation points a day now. This is already a lot. But it is not fast enough. It is not that the Shinigami on Geto's side are not powerful, but that there are not so many ghosts and Shinigami. After all, whether it is ghosts or cursed spirits, they are not everywhere if you want to kill them. Well, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, ghosts were everywhere. But it is different now. In fact, it is difficult to encounter ghosts when wandering on the streets or other places now, let alone cursed spirits. So, let's find other ways. The next morning, Su Yung appeared at the Tokyo branch of the Supernatural Administration. What's the matter? Rias asked without raising her head, her eyes still fixed on the documents in front of her. There are too many things for her to deal with. She didn't expect that she would be so busy just by announcing a level division. The most important thing is that many people asked her how to temper the power of God and how to comprehend the concept. Although Rias wanted to say that she was just a small director who was not even a super-level life, how could she know these things? But the problem is that she really knew these things. The world will only gave a general method and knowledge, but after Su Yung and Arya cooperated to launch the Whispering Chapter Order, the situation was completely different. Very detailed. At least how to temper the power of God, every aspect is very detailed. Now all the women on Su Yang's side temper the power of God in this way. The concept is still a little short of the realm, but there is also a specific plan. Many people, even she can't refuse directly. For example, her ancestor. When thinking of her old ancestor who never grew up, constantly asking herself whether she could become like Akino and successfully promoted to the sub-god level, Rias had a headache. Doesn't she know what it means to become like Akino? Rias was a little tired. So, when she felt Su Yung appear, she didn't look up. Tisk, so busy? Su Yung sat directly on the sofa, and then he knew that Rias was really busy. After all, according to the past situation, Akino had already poured him tea. But Akino was not there, and Su Yung even sensed that Akino was more than 100 kilometers away from here, and was obviously busy with something. Of course I'm busy. Rias was a little crazy. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made it public. It's just asking for trouble. In fact, what really depressed Rias was that the reward given to her by the will of the world was not enough for her to condense the body of destruction. This made her very helpless. But she also knew that the body of destruction was a special physique after the evolution of superclass life. It was not an easy thing for her to have this body of destruction before being promoted to superclass life. And she still had a chance, because as long as the number of creatures in this world accepted the new system level to a certain extent, she could also get rewards from the world's will. At that time, the body of destruction would definitely be condensed, which was why she was so busy during this period. Seeing this Rias, Su Yang was a little silent, and his heart was even more speechless. Is this woman a little stupid? In desperation, Su Yang stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped. The next moment, a beam of light fell on Rias's head. Rias had already noticed it, but she naturally didn't think that Su Yang would harm her, so there was no resistance. The light fell and merged instantly, and then Rias felt that she had gained some special skills. Not only did she get it, but she also got the insight at the first time and learned it directly. Rias subconsciously used this ability, and then there were 7 or 8 more of her around her. Multiple shadow clone technique. 9. Rias was surprised, and then seemed to think of something, looking up at Su Yang and asked, "Does every member of your family have this ability?" "There is no limit to any of my abilities. Anyone can use it, at most they are not as strong as me." Su Yang shrugged and said, "Of course the anyone here refers to his reincarnated god family." "Well, his women. Himashima Akino." Rias gritted her teeth and growled. She immediately understood that she was played by that big lazy woman again. "Busy? How can you be busy with this multiple shadow clone technique? No matter how busy you are, just leave it to shadow clone." With her physique, even if she has to bear hundreds of shadow clone working together, there will be no problem. It goes without saying that Akino will definitely know this trick, and even Rias dares to be 100% sure that Akino is working with shadow clone outside now. No wonder. She said that Akino was assigned to work outside by her, but when she returned home every day, she was the most tired one. Akino still had the energy to tease her. So the problem was here. Su Yang did not stop Rias from yelling and cursing. These two women did not know what level of best friends they were, and it was very interesting to watch them quarreling like this. "By the way, what on earth did you come to me for?" After venting her anger and sending Shadow Clone out to do something, Rias came to Su Yang and sat down, looking lazy. "Finally I can. Take a break." "Nothing. I just want to ask if the task of clearing ghosts and cursed spirits from the entire world can be taken down through the extraordinary administration." Su Yang said. Yes, that's what he thought. The extraordinary administration connects to the entire world. If Shinigami and the Void World can be allowed to kill ghosts and cursed spirits, the simulation points obtained in a day will definitely be improved by several levels. What do you want to do? Rias looked at Su Yang with suspicion. Are you going to collect ghosts and cursed spirits for cultivation? I can tell you that this behavior is resisted by the whole world, so don't do it recklessly. Rias was really worried. After all, if you cultivate with ghosts and cursed spirits, then you can cultivate with souls, right? A certain killer organization used souls as a price to assassinate. It seems that the organization has the ability to absorb souls for cultivation. At that time, the extraordinary administration dispatched several superclass strongmen to destroy the organization. But what was the final result? At the cost of the death of a superclass strongman and 2 serious injuries, although the killer organization was destroyed. But in recent years, the killer organization seems to have revived. Many people speculated that it was probably the legacy of the killer organization back then, the kind of soul-absorbing skills and secret techniques, and now that organization has reappeared. However, recently the headquarters of the Extraordinary Administration has already had the intention to take action against the other organization. Generally speaking, absorbing souls for cultivation is not a good thing. Rias was naturally very concerned, but Su Yang dispelled her concerns with the next sentence. Do you think that thing is useful to me? And if I have that time, I might as well find a few more beautiful girls. This sentence directly silenced Rias, because she suddenly remembered that the guy in front of her was very hateful. Relying on women to cultivate specifically? Even according to Arya, if their Lord God reincarnated hundreds of thousands of God's families, then even if he slept with a pile of women, it would probably not take long for him to become a true god. This is true, because the more gods' families there are, the more blessings Su Yang will get, although this does not have any effect on his actual experience. But such blessings can force Su Yang to improve. It's like having proficiency. As long as the proficiency reaches a certain level, you can upgrade smoothly. And the god's favored clan can not only help Su Yang gain proficiency faster, but also help Su Yang brush up his proficiency. That's why Arius said that. Because it's true. But hundreds of thousands of gods' favored clan. Su Yang's scalp is numb. In general, Rias understands that Su Yang will not go to the evil path. Then what are you doing? Rias is a little puzzled. Well, how to say this? Su Yang pondered for a moment and then told Rias about the situation of Shinigami and Hollow 5.2. Use ghosts and cursed spirits to transform Shinigami or Hollows. Asterisk. Rias was surprised and frowned slightly. Can Shinigami and Hollows become stronger by absorbing souls? Shinigami can't, but Hollows can. Su Yang explained, Hollows have the ability to devour souls to improve their own evolution, which can also be said to be their nature. However, at least my Hollows are perfect, and they also have the characteristics of Shinigami. It is impossible to improve by absorbing souls, because they are already perfect in essence. Already perfect in essence? Rias's eyelids jumped. Don't tell me that Hollows can directly evolve into superclass life. Why not? Su Yang smiled slightly. Gojo Satoru is also a Hollow now. Give him enough time, and he can evolve smoothly into a superclass life. Perhaps the Hollow evolved from him is not as powerful as him, but it can still evolve into a superclass life. Let's put it this way. Su Yang thought for a while and said, the perfect Hollow is born as a superclass life, and it only needs to take one step at a time. Born as a superclass life? Rias widened her beautiful eyes with a look of shock. She originally thought that she had already thought highly of her man, but she didn't expect that she didn't see her man clearly at all. Is this considered as creating a superclass life race? Will the next step be to create a subgod race? Then a demigod race? In fact, Rias was overthinking. The emergence of Hollows is not that easy. To be precise, it was easier for Su Yang to create Hollows after the Shinigami appeared. The cost of creating the Shinigami Jade is very huge. Although Hollows are a superclass life race, it doesn't mean that it is really easy to be promoted to a superclass life. There is no problem with Gojo Satoru. He can definitely evolve into a superclass life. And it is not easy for the Hollows he transforms to evolve into superclass life. Although the success rate can still reach 50%, and some with good talents can even reach a success rate of 70%. But the chance of the Hollows they transform into superclass life is only 10% at most. Gojo Satoru is a starting point. Even in terms of race, he is the ancestor of Hollows. The Hollows he transformed are the first generation, and the first generation transforms into the second generation. The second generation can also evolve into superclass life, but the chance is only 10%. It is good to have a 1% chance in the third generation. As for the later ones, the chance is naturally very low. And Gojo Satoru can only install 3 first-generation Hollows now, which is indeed limited in number. However, Gojo Satoru has not yet reached the superclass life. After he is promoted to the superclass life realm, he can transform 10 first-generation Hollows. In general, the higher the realm, the more transformations. Of course, even the 5th generation, the 6th generation, and even later generations have a chance of atavism. Once atavism evolves into a superclass life, it is naturally not a problem. There is another situation, that is, once Gojo Satoru condenses the godhood and becomes a god through the path of Hollow. Then the first generation of Hollows can evolve into demigods. However, this is not so easy to achieve. Rias didn't know this, but after hearing that the Hollows did not need to absorb souls, she felt a lot more at ease. But at the same time, she was confused. Then what are you doing? Rias was very puzzled. Let Shinigami and Hollows solve ghosts and cursed spirits. What are the benefits? Of course there are benefits. For example, you can get rewards from the world's will. Su Yang naturally couldn't explain the existence of the system. Some things can be told to his woman, but some things can only be known by him. Do you really think that with Kagaya and Naya's wisdom, they don't know what Su Yang is hiding from them? It's just that they didn't ask. Let's not talk about anything else, just Hoshino AI. She is the person who has been with Su Yang for the longest time. Do you really think she didn't notice Su Yang's abnormality? But she didn't ask anything, just expressed 100% trust in Su Yang 26. This trust has been made public among the women. Even Naya once said in a joking way that Hoshino AI's love for Su Yang is the kind that as long as Su Yang doesn't love her anymore, she will quietly leave. And she is also the one who will not take the initiative to contact Su Yang among all the women in Su Yang. It's not that he doesn't care, but he doesn't want to disturb him. This is also the reason why Su Yang would chat with AI privately every day, because he knew that if he didn't take the initiative to contact her for a while, this stupid woman might disappear by herself. Although this is impossible. And recently, even if Su Yang didn't take the initiative to find her, Mijio would bring her over one night within 3 days. Can I get a reward from the will of the world? Lias's eyes lit up instantly, but before she could speak, Su Yang knew what she was talking about. Don't think about it. In a way, this is the price I paid for creating these two races, Shinigami and Hollow. The rewards have already been given. Su Yang said directly, now, whether it is Shinigami or Hollow killing ghosts and cursed spirits, they can improve their own strength. This is a special treatment of the world's will for these two races. This sentence is actually not a lie. Because Shinigami and Hollow killing cursed spirits and ghosts can not only allow Su Yang to gain simulation points, it can also improve himself more or less. Su Yang secretly guessed that ghosts and cursed spirits might be the side effects left by the world of Zongmon after swallowing other worlds. After all, how could a normal world inexplicably give birth to ghosts and cursed spirits all day long? In the normal world, ghosts and cursed spirits are all related to humans. But the appearance of ghosts and cursed spirits in the world of Somin has nothing to do with humans, which is a huge problem. Su Yang didn't notice it before because his realm was not high enough, but now that he has reached this realm, Su Yang found that it is not that simple to create a race. Even if he has the help of the neighboring realm, the Shinigami he created is estimated to be difficult to appear in the Somin world. But now not only has it appeared, but it has not been rejected by the world will, which is obviously something wrong. Therefore, when reincarnating Gojo Satoru into a hollow, Su Yang deliberately did not do it in the neighboring realm, but chose the underground space under this branch building, which was actually a test for him. Test the reaction of the world will. But now it seems that the world will should have noticed that the birth of the hollow is good for the whole world, especially the ability to deal with ghosts and cursed spirits, which successfully allowed Gojo Satoru to transform successfully. Therefore, Yang is sure that although he was born in a bad way, but whether it is the birth of Shinigami or Hollow, the world will has more or less given him some help. Is that so? Lia's eyes flashed, and after thinking for a moment, she said, this way, we can apply for a special department from the headquarters and even get some benefits. Su Yang looked at Lias, who was calculating, and he was silent. He just wanted to find a name, that is, to pull an identity, so that he would not be treated specifically in various parts of the world. As a result, you, a woman, still want to calculate the benefits of the headquarters? Wait, isn't your woman's things yours? She calculated the benefits. Is she calculating the benefits for herself? Well, that's fine. Please continue your performance. Lias acted quickly, and she contacted the headquarters directly. It was not said that it was a race created by Su Yang, and it was said according to Su Yang's meaning, because of a coincidence, Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru were transformed into special races. And these two special races are specifically for ghosts and cursed spirits. Therefore, she hopes that the headquarters will set up a special department to let these two races move in and deal with ghosts and cursed spirits in various parts of the world in the early stage. After the headquarters of the Extraordinary Administration learned about the existence of Shinigami and Hollow, they immediately said that they would send someone to understand the situation. If the conditions are met, they can open this special department. Su Yang didn't pay attention to the matter at this point. He just told Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru some instructions and let them deal with it themselves. It's impossible for him, the master, to be busy all the time. It is worth mentioning that Gojo Satoru has transformed 3 people into hollows: Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and the pure love war god Yuta Otsutsukoshi. Let's not talk about the latter two, they are definitely genius sorcerers. Gojo Satoru is a sorcerer, and the conversion quota is naturally selected from the sorcerers. As for Yuji Itadori, it's a compensation. After all, in order to get Su Yang's Sukuna finger, although Gojo Satoru used some means to remove the Sukuna finger from Yuji Itadori's body, it still caused Yuji Itadori to be seriously injured. Now that he is transformed into a hollow, he has no such injuries at all. Although the number of second-generation hollows transformed by Yuji Itadori and the other 2 was also limited by the number of their respective realms, they could each transform 10 third-generation hollows. The 3rd generation could transform 34th generation hollows. And 30 is the current upper limit. Whether it is the 4th generation transforming the 5th generation or the 5th generation transforming the 6th generation, the 10 people can only transform 30 people. Only when you reach a high level can you break this realm. In addition, although the 3 people transformed by Yuji Itadori Gojo Satoru have only reached the middle level, they can compete with ordinary demon kings when their combat power is fully opened. At the same time, whether it is the 2nd generation, the 5th generation, or the 6th generation, after transforming into hollows, they all have the level of middle level 2 or 3. With the ability of Bankai and Returning Blade, the demons of the same realm are no match for them when their combat power explodes. The headquarters of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau also quickly sent people to check. According to Rias, this time it is still a big shot. A strong man in the super-level realm. Obviously, the headquarters of the Extraordinary Administration Bureau attaches great importance to Shinigami and hollows. Later, Su Yang learned that the speed of ghosts and cursed spirits appearing around the world was getting faster and faster. Especially recently, 2 ghost areas were born, which had a large number of ghosts and cursed spirits. This is why the Supernatural Administration paid great attention to Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. The result of the matter is like this. It is a test. As long as it is handled well, this extermination department can be successfully established. Rias looked at Su Yang and said, "A day had passed. 10 minutes ago, Su Yang was still trying to see if he could use the power of Hogyoku to fuse the devil fruits he brought out. It is worth mentioning that under his control, and with the help of Hogyoku, the Azure Dragon fruit has successfully swallowed the Thunder fruit. Now it has been integrated into Su Yang's body." Finally, at that moment, Su Yang finally gave the Hogyoku version of Thunder fruit to the girls first, but as for who it was, Su Yang did not manage it. Some people suggested that AI eat it, but with AI's enthusiastic but idle character, it would be a complete waste if she ate it. I really can't expect her to have any performance in Cultivation. Now everyone is discussing. In fact, in Su Yang's view, the result of the discussion is doomed. Because the girls will definitely use this Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit for the most suitable person, and now the most suitable person among them to eat this Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit is naturally. I see. Then do you two have any problems? Su Yang looked up at Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru standing aside and asked. No problem, sir, don't worry. It's just a ghost domain, and I can solve it by myself. Geto Suguru is full of confidence. How can he not have confidence? His current realm is high level 10, and he is not far from the super level. It is worth mentioning that after discussing with Rias yesterday, Su Yang went to find Geto Suguru once, and Hogyoku cannot be used temporarily. But Su Yang found that by stimulating the energy of the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit, Hogyoku can be used temporarily. However, the number of times Hogyoku is used in this way cannot be too many, otherwise it will affect the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit. Geto Suguru is now more than complete. Gojo Satoru is now a hollow who masters the power of Shinigami, and Geto Suguru is a hollow who masters the power of hollow. Shinigami. The main position is different, but the situation of the two is almost the same. Oh, so confident? Gojo Satoru smiled lightly. How about we compete to see who is faster? The loser will wash the other's socks for a month? Su Yang. Asterisk 0944. What kind of bad taste is this? But it's a deal. Seeing the two people with high fighting spirit, Su Yang was speechless. However, what he wanted to know most now was whether the ghosts and cursed spirits in the ghost domain could bring him simulation points. Regarding the situation of the ghost domain, after Su Yang learned about it, he roughly understood one situation. That is, the existence of the ghost domain may be the side effect left after the world of Soman swallowed a world. Why did two ghost domains appear in succession during this period of time? This is probably because of the fate of swallowing the world of Inuyasha and the world of Zontong. Therefore, the last time he personally took action to solve the remaining space of Demon Slayer, it was actually also a ghost domain. But that ghost domain should be a special space that appeared after he traded the Demon Slayer world to the world of Soman. Only one. Because according to the understanding of the ghost domain in this world, the Civic is not actually an independent space. It can be seen that the number of ghosts and cursed spirits born at one time is too large, forming a special place, not a space. As long as the ghosts and cursed spirits in the ghost domain are reduced to a certain number, the ghost domain will disappear. This is also the reason why Su Yang did not take action personally. If the ghost domain is indeed a space, he would naturally turn the ghost domain into nutrients to improve his neighboring world. Unfortunately, it is not, so forget it. Soon, Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru set off. Su Yang also quickly returned to the neighboring world because Parker seemed to have finally confirmed something and took the initiative to find him. Neighboring world, a garden. Su Yang brought Rias in, and then saw that there were already several people in the small pavilion in the garden. Kwang-san, Shirshinua, Emilia, and Parker. What's going on? Su Yang sat directly next to Kwang-san and asked, and Rias also sat next to Shirshinua. Well, there's nothing to consider. Parker licked his paw. Brother Su Yang, you are right, but are you sure you can keep Leah's people? 060, others don't matter, mainly Leah's people and my sister. Don't worry, anyway, my world also needs population. I will naturally keep as many people as possible. Su Yang smiled slightly. That's fine. Parker was relieved immediately. Then let's talk about how the two of us can cooperate with you to go to our world. Yes, it is to go to the world of Zero, which is Su Yang's ultimate goal. As for how to open the passage to the world, Arya gave the best way, which is to use the energy of the Whispering Chapter to deduce the approximate location of the Zero world. Then, with the help of the power of the neighboring world, let Su Yang activate the teleportation ability and teleport directly there. This can also be regarded as invading and conquering a world. However, there is one thing that needs to be done before that. That is to reincarnate Emilia into the god's favorite, because only in this way can Su Yang be sure to teleport to Emilia. The world where Emilia is. In a sense, this is the arrival of the Lord God. Although the chance is not high, there is still a chance of success. Even if Su Yang is willing, he can contact the World Will and ask the World Will to help transmit it. However, if this is really the case, then there will not be much profit in the final transaction with the World Will. Hehe, this is easy, but first let Emilia become our person. Arya appeared instantly. Obviously, this scum elf has been using the Whispering Order to monitor every move here. Your people? Become an elf like you. Emilia was a little puzzled. But Parker seemed to understand something. Unlike Emilia, these days Parker had seen many beautiful girls, and the aura of each one shocked him. He even felt that if he fought with these beautiful girls, he would be the one who would suffer in the end. Even the little girl from Shixiino was very powerful. He had originally thought about testing the background of these people, but when he saw a cold and beautiful girl named Chitong easily flatten a mountain in the world of Zhanting with one knife, he didn't know what power she used to directly shatter the mountain. After that, he no longer had the idea of fighting with these beautiful girls, because that might not be a fight to seek abuse. Parker was not stupid. At the same time, after careful observation, he also found one thing is that the auras of these beautiful girls are surprisingly similar to each other to some extent. Then it thought of Su Yang and found that their auras were somewhat similar to Su Yang. No, it should be that the reason why those beautiful girls are powerful is that they have obtained Su Yang's power. As for how to obtain it, it has more or less understood in its heart. It is not a naive person like Leah. Is there no other way? Parker was a little unwilling to see the cabbage he had raised for many years disappear just like that. Yes, communicate directly with the will of the world and make you a traitor to your world, Arya said with a nonchalant look. Traitor? Parker's face twitched, and he didn't know what to say. But Arya pretended not to see it. Only by doing this can we use the power of the world's will to teleport over. However, in this way, the chips will probably not be enough for the transaction. I don't think it is possible to reach the level you require. So. Emilia was anxious. Then, I will become one of you. This girl thought she was just an elf like them? Parker held his forehead with a helpless look. But it seems that this is the only way. It even felt that if it didn't agree, it was afraid that it and Leah would not be able to leave this place. And it always felt in its heart that this was the best for Leah. Okay, do as you say. After all, I don't have any experience in this area. Parker gave up. Very good. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his hands slightly, and a devil fruit appeared. What is this? It smells so good. Parker's eyes lit up, and Emilia also looked like she wanted to eat it. In fact, not only the two of them, but everyone else also wanted to eat it. No one ate the 10 devil fruits that Su Yang brought out this time. This was suggested by Arya because she found that she could try the changes and improvements brought by the devil fruit after reincarnation as a member of the god's family. Therefore, the Mera Mera fruit brought out this time was useful. Emilia is a fire attribute wizard who controls heat and is the most suitable person to eat Mera Mera fruit. After all, this Mera Mera fruit is a combination of fire devil fruits, such as the heat hot fruit and the lava lava fruit. Emilia herself is not bad, with almost unlimited magic power. In the Re-Zero world, she is truly the most powerful person with the highest magic power, and even witches are not as good as her. Moreover, when Emilia was young, she could cause climate change and create frozen areas when she ran away. The impact lasted for hundreds of years and has not yet dissipated. If she is really developed, even in this world, Emilia's destructive power is definitely a top-level existence for high-level use. Even because of her special state, she can be directly reincarnated as a member of the god's family, and she may become a superclass life. Then, because of Arya's suggestion, Su Yang directly used the other 9 devil fruits he brought out this time to strengthen this Mera Mera fruit. Although it has not been enhanced by the golden talent reward, nor has it been enhanced by Hogyoku. But this Mera Mera fruit is far superior to any devil fruit in the One Piece world, and it is not much different from the thunder fruit that Su Yang brought out last time. Even if the level is not SS level, that's almost the same. Arya's meaning is to use Emilia to evolve into a superclass life, and this can be used to strengthen this devil fruit. Mera Mera fruit's ability is boosted, and an extra enhancement is obtained. Su Yang wanted to say that the improvement of the reincarnated god's family is not like this, but he didn't say it in the end. Because maybe it will succeed? Eat it, Su Yang said to Emilia. Eat it? Emilia hesitated a little. Even she also noticed that this thing is very precious. Leah, eat it quickly. Parker didn't care so much. This thing is obviously good for Emilia, and he started to urge her directly. Eat it. We have a lot of this thing here, and several people have already eaten it. It was Kwang-san who spoke. She was not wrong. At least Ace had eaten it and Akame had eaten it. She didn't eat it because she was waiting for something better. This was also Su Yang's request, because he was looking for the time fruit, and the time fruit did not appear in these 2 simulations. But Su Yang thought that if he set the simulation target with the time fruit, he might be able to find it. In any case, it's not wrong to give it a try. Faced with this situation, Emilia no longer hesitated and ate the Mera Mera fruit in front of her. It turns out that the devil fruit enhanced by Su Yang is very delicious. Even Emilia couldn't hold back for a while and ate the whole devil fruit in 2 or 3 bites. Boom! The moment she ate the Mera Mera fruit, Emilia's whole body instantly burned up. Su Yang had expected this situation a long time ago. He immediately used the power of the neighboring realm to set up a mezzanine space a few centimeters away from Amelia's body. It seems that Amelia is now in front of everyone, but in fact, Amelia is separated by a space at this moment. Leah. Seeing Amelia's whole body burning, Parker exclaimed, and his face suddenly became extremely nervous. "Don't be nervous, this is normal," Su-young said, but at the same time, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because he was surprised to find that the Mera fruit at this moment was like a fusion with Amelia, and it was directly upgraded to a higher level. Or Amelia herself is very special, and the Mera fruit is a super catalyst for her, which directly made her evolve as a whole person. Yes, at this moment, Amelia is evolving towards a superclass life. In fact, Amelia has already reached the superclass realm in terms of the amount of magic power, but the quality has not reached it, because she has not evolved to the superclass. But the Mera fruit allowed her to cross this level. IXE. Parker's eyes flashed, and he knew the changes in Amelia at this moment, because he had experienced it once. In fact, Parker did not tell all about his own situation. For example, when he entered this world, he took Amelia to hide in the mountains and forests at the first time, because it evolved when it entered this world. Superclass evolution. But because it is a creature that does not belong to this world, it is not taken care of by the will of the world, because its own situation has evolved to the superclass. Feeling a little incredible? In fact, it is because the world from zero has not been swallowed by the world from. Of course, some demigods who have condensed their godhood also control incomplete powers. But incomplete powers are also powers. If the zero world is swallowed by the Zongmon world, what will happen to those witches from zero? Su-young can fully imagine it. The first one is naturally to become a witch working for destiny. The second one is to be transformed into nutrients. Su-young thinks the latter is more likely. After all, there are so many clergymen in this world. If they really get some special powers by swallowing the zero world, and thus some god positions are born, the world will choose its own people even if it has no emotions. But once they survive, most of these witches can be directly granted godhood. This is also the reason why Su-young wants to go to the zero world, because he wants to take down several witches directly. Well, reincarnate them into his god's families, and use this to take down their powers. It is easy to condense the godhood with power. It can even be traded with the world's will, so that they can survive and become demigods who control power and then be reincarnated into gods' families by Su-young. This may give birth to a true family of true gods. However, the controllability of this method is somewhat subtle. For example, it cannot be used on the lustful witch Echidna. Because with her personality, she can completely break the contract afterwards, or even ignore Su-young. Of course, we have to wait until we enter the world of Re-Zero to talk about these things. As for now, it is not possible. It seems that we have an unexpected harvest. Looking at the changes in Amelia, Kwang-san's eyes were filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I should have waited a few more days. Although Su-young did not say it, Kwang-san knew very well that this kind of devil fruit was only taken out by her man in the past 2 days. According to the previous rules, maybe every day, at most every 2 or 3 days. Maybe there will be a Hogyoku version of Mera fruit by then. Although she has some complaints about this so-called Hogyoku version of the name. Well, it's all right. Amelia's potential should be enough anyway. Even if the Mera fruit is 1 or 2 levels stronger, it will only help her shorten the time it takes to condense her godhood. Arya doesn't care, just. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid it will take a day or 2 to complete the evolution. As she spoke, Amelia, who had been comparing her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Su-young's heart moved, and he directly retracted the space layer. Leah, good source. Parker wanted to fly to Amelia at the first time, but he felt a hot breath coming as soon as he approached. Parker, sorry, I can't control it. Amelia looked like she was about to cry. It's okay, this is normal. Your super-level evolution has not yet been completely completed. It's normal that you can't control your own power. Kyuzo started to explain. Suyong didn't speak, but his heart moved, and the innate divine possession was directly activated. The next moment, a soul split out and flew directly towards Emilia. Parker seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't find any malice, and at the same time he really understood that this was Leah's opportunity. The soul split successfully merged with Emilia, and the next moment, Emilia's expression was slightly stunned. She seemed to have noticed something and turned to look at Suyong. "This is just me merging my power with your soul. You can get some information from it, but this fusion will not enter the last step until your super-level evolution is completed," Suyong said with a smile. In fact, it is just like Jianzi beside him, just temporarily integrating into his split soul, in a state where as long as Suyong has a thought, he can be reincarnated into his divine family at any time. And Emilia can now enter the chat room. Chat room. Emilia, is there anyone here? Kasumi Shiko, yes, there are people here 24 hours a day. Mizuko, who doesn't want to see, hey Leah, have you reincarnated too? Emilia, reincarnation? I don't know much about this. Rias, no, she is in the state of reincarnation just like me. Yukino Shida Haruno, Rias is waiting for the body of destruction to mature. What are you waiting for Emilia to mature? Hiraki Eri, I always feel that what you said is wrong, Sister Haruno. Kasumi Shiko, it's you, the H-manga artist, who is wrong. Hiraki Eri, black-bellied girl, shut up. Kasumi Shiko, hee. Time Spirit, Emilia has eaten the Maramara fruit and is now in a state of super evolution. It may take a day or two to fully adapt to the situation. Shinomiya Kagaya, I see. So, in this case, she will be reincarnated after she completely becomes a superclass life, so as to achieve a higher realm? Saint Hui, Sister Girifia is a high-level reincarnation of the god's familiar. Now she is superclass and not far from the sub-god level. Will Emilia be promoted directly to the sub-god level? Emilia, sub-god level? Isn't this too exaggerated? Shining Asuna, why is it exaggerated? It's obviously normal, okay? You have a lot of magic power, but the quality can't keep up. Now the quality has improved. After reincarnation, with the help of that leap, it is very likely to refine the power of God, right? Girifia, not possible, but very certain. Girifia, Miss Emilia's magic power is too exaggerated. In my opinion, it is more than Surzex. Now that it has become a superclass life, the magic power is purified. The next step is to refine it into the power of God after sublimation. It is not difficult. With the benefits brought by reincarnation, there is definitely no problem. Mizuko, who doesn't want to see, isn't this a direct promotion to the rank of demigod? Yumiko, great. Ace, wait, doesn't this mean that the expedition to Emilia and the others' world will be postponed? Akame, it will be delayed for 2 or 3 days at most. Can you wait for this little time? Hayasaka AI, something happened suddenly. I don't know how to deal with it. I want to ask for everyone's opinions. Shinomiya Kagaya. Shinomiya Kagaya, wait, didn't you go to find a maid? What happened? Hayasaka AI, looking for a maid? Why? Hayasaka AI, why else? There are so many people at home now. Do you think Girifia and I can handle it? Let you, a fake maid, make things worse. Hayasaka AI, woo-woo, you're bullying me. Rias, wait, don't we have Shadow Clone? We can use Shadow Clone to do it. Hayasaka AI, as expected of a director-level leader, you are good at squeezing people. Akino, woo-woo, you just found out? Rias is such a person. You don't know how I've been through the past 10 years. Rias, Himajima Akino. Akino, look, here they come again. Shinomiya Kagaya, this is my suggestion. After all, we are not ordinary people. It is necessary to find more maids. Shinomiya Kagaya, and I think both Hayasaka and Girifia should have their own time, at least time for training. Shoulder Elf, so? Crop Elf, is the young lady too beautiful? Are you a little dazzled? Crop Elf, if you ask me, don't worry about it, just bring them all back. Our family is not short of money. Hayasaka AI, no, it's because the king, I found a pair of killers among the applicants. Yukino Shida Haruno, wait? Killers? A pair? Kasumi Shiko, someone actually came to assassinate the scumbag Yang? Do they despise their own long life? Hi Ming, I'm more curious about what this pair means. Hayasaka AI, it's a pair of twins. Saint Hui, I see, they must be a pair of very cute twins. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have the potential to become the family of God. Hayasaka AI, as expected of Hui-chan, smart. Yukino Shida Haruno, Hayasaka, don't do this, you will make me think you are a brothel owner. Hayasaka AI. Shining Asuna. Kamiko who doesn't want to see. Twin killers? Su Yang was stunned when he saw the content of the chat room. Okay, I'll watch over here, you go over there and take a look. Kyuzo suddenly said. Arya turned around and looked at Su Yang with a smile. Take me with you. All the members of the clan can use the power of the neighboring realm or flying thunder god technique to teleport directly to other people. But after a certain elf teleported to some people while they were taking a shower several times by accident, her teleportation ability was blocked by all the members of the clan. Now she knows where Hayasaka AI is, but she can't teleport to Hayasaka AI. Hee. Su Yang laughed and ignored Arya, who looked eager and left with a teleport. Damn it. Arya jumped up and down. That's enough. This man took advantage of me and threw me away. It's too much. Little Kwang Kwang, aren't you right? Hee. Su Yang had thought about who the killer made Hayasaka AI met was, but he didn't expect to meet the twins. Killer? No, their job is to be a maid. They ranked the highest among the maids Su Yang wanted to gather. In a room of the villa, Hayasaka AI sat quietly. At this moment, she was in the chat room, and she ignored the two girls behind her, one pink and one blue. The reason was very simple, although the twin killers were quite powerful. Although the magic fluctuations were only at the level of intermediate 7 or 8, they really had strong assassination abilities. Maybe they could assassinate masters of high level. However, for Hayasaka AI, she did not believe that the two could break free from her group. Don't be funny, even if two high-level killers came, they could not break free. Obviously, the two twin killers also understood this. The younger sister looked at the older sister, with a question in her eyes. What should I do, sister? I can't break free with this kind of power. The older sister, don't worry, we can still escape when we find a chance. But in fact, the older sister was already extremely panicked. My God, what mission did that damn thing accept this time? To assassinate such a person? A maid in this place is a demon king, what is he thinking? Or that stupid old father finally sucked souls and had a stroke. But the elder sister had another guess in her heart, that is, they were just chess pieces used for testing. Oh, it's finally their turn. She didn't know how she and her sister came to this world, but compared with the village in the original world that couldn't accommodate them, this world is better. It's a pity that they were adopted by the thing that claimed to be their father when they were young. But that person didn't have any good intentions at all, and trained them with hundreds of children of the same age. She didn't forget the scene of killing 3 or 5 opponents of the same age in order to eat a bite of bread. In the end, they became the best of the hundreds of people with their outstanding talents, and they were also 2 of the 12 people who survived. However, now only the 2 sisters are left of the original 12 people. Once she accidentally learned that if it was difficult for them to continue to improve their strength, they would be treated as abandoned. In simple terms, when they encounter a very difficult target, the abandoned will be the first to assassinate. This is actually used to detect the power around the target and the power of the target itself and other information. Originally, she thought that she and her sister should continue to be trained because of their outstanding talents, and perhaps they can be promoted to the Demon King level in a few years. Because the things in the hands of the old man can allow them to be promoted to the Demon King level. But what she didn't expect was that they, who have the potential to become Demon Kings, were also treated as abandoned. So, are we 2 sisters exploring the way for the Demon King killer? There is still some chance. If the Demon King killer sent by the organization is very strong, they still have a chance. So, she hasn't given up, and she hasn't told her sister the real situation. Suddenly, the elder sister seemed to notice something, and when she looked up, She didn't know when the blonde maid had stood up, with a respectful look on her face. And where she was originally sitting, a man appeared. 9. The moment she saw the man, her elder sister's heart sank. She was born with extraordinary talent, even though the most critical demon horn caused her talent to be severely reduced. But she still retained a very strange ability, which even her younger sister was not very clear about. This ability allowed her to sense the strength of creatures at a certain distance. And it was precisely because of this ability that she still did not choose to leave, even though there were many opportunities for them to leave the organization. The reason was very simple. She knew very well the strength of the father of the organization. Very scary. I'm afraid that even the devil is an ant in front of that father. But at this moment, the elder sister seemed to have noticed that the man who suddenly appeared in front of her had just become more terrifying. She might not be able to feel how strong the father of the organization was, but she knew that even her own father was far inferior to this man. So, she knew that she and her younger sister probably had no chance of survival. However, the next moment, a turning point appeared. Hey, isn't this Ramu and Rem? Looking at the twin killers, one pink and one blue, Su-young smiled slightly. That's right, they are Ram and Rem. Since there are Amelia and Parker, it is not unacceptable to have Ram and Rem. Ram and Rem were quite shocked to hear their names, because since they came to this world, they have completely cut off from the past. Especially after being taken to the killer organization, they did not use these two names. Their names in this world are Red Ghost and Blue Treasure. This is the first time someone has called them by their real names since they came to this world. How can they not be surprised? Hayasaka AI, who was standing behind Su-yen, was not surprised at all, because her master seemed to know a lot of very special things. Oh, as long as they are famous ministers of many beautiful girls. Even Hayasaka AI once made a private bet with Eruri and Haimeng. As long as they are very beautiful girls, their masters must know each other's names. After all, the god of color knows everything in this regard. Who are you? How do you know these two names? Ram asked in a deep voice with a cold look in his eyes. You don't know who I am? Su-young looked weird. Do I need to know who you are? Ram said coldly. Okay, I understand. So, the person you want to assassinate is not me? I'm not a fool. How could I assassinate? Wait. Suddenly, Ram thought of something, looked up with an incredible look and asked, Are you Su-young? Su-young suddenly felt a little reluctant to talk. This Ram is very wrong. Where is my smart little maid? Forget it. Cultivate slowly. She shook slightly and said, Yes, I am Su-young. So who is your target this time? Kagaya. It's really Su-young. Ram was helpless. She would not act rashly with her sister. They understood the target and the people around them, and naturally knew Su-young, a strong man who was suspected to be above the devil. But in the eyes of the two sisters, their target is not Su-young. As long as they are careful, they can still accomplish it. Especially when they saw the news that the villa was recruiting maids, they signed up as soon as possible. We can't tell the target, we can only tell that it's not Kagaya Shinomiya. Ram suddenly spoke. This caused Ram to be dissatisfied, but after thinking about the current situation of the two, she stopped talking. Can't say. Su-young was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, is there any restriction? That's simple. Su-young just waved his hand, and a sealing force was released, directly unlocking all the restrictions in Ram and Rem's bodies. Not only that, even Hayasaka AI's Bakudo was unlocked. Without any hesitation, the moment Bakudo was unlocked, the two sisters fled in opposite directions as if they had agreed. At that time, bang, bang, oh. As if they had hit an invisible wall, the two sisters covered their foreheads in exhaustion. What is this? Boundary? Su-young was speechless. You too, don't you think you can escape? I'll give you a chance to tell me everything, including how you came to this world. 9. Ram and Rem looked at each other and finally compromised. The headquarters of the bloodthirsty organization was still the dark space. Suddenly, the eyes opened again, with a hint of hesitation and confusion in them. The contract between the Red Ghost and the Blue Ghost was cancelled? Are they dead? No, it feels like it was forcibly broken. But that's not right. The power of the contract cannot be forcibly cancelled unless the red ghost and the blue ghost are killed by the backlash. But why do they feel that they are not dead yet? Wait, should they be isolated by a special barrier? The owner of the eyes began a series of guesses. But it didn't know that some contracts were not 100% safe unless they were signed under the witness of the world's will. This kind of contract is the strongest contract in the world. Even a powerful true god like the Great Red can only abide by it honestly. Unfortunately, how could such an existence come into contact with the world's will? Although it is very strong, it is at best a superclass combat power. So that's it, the target is Minghina? After listening to the two sisters, Su Yang finally understood. They didn't assassinate him or Kagaya, but Minghina. As for the person who issued the task, they didn't know, but Yang knew who it was. Who else could it be except the old patriarch of the Yuki family? Yesterday, he heard Minghina say that the old patriarch was dead, and his soul and vitality were drained. This made the village of heroes very angry. If they hadn't known Yuki Koichiro, they would subconsciously think that he did it. As for Su Yang, there was no doubt at all. CGFB. In fact, some people also mentioned whether Su Yang took action, but it was rejected by Dong Chung-sun in one sentence. Don't joke, if such a person really wants to kill someone, would he care about our village of heroes? Would he cover it up? Believe it or not, he would kill in front of you. It's not like he hasn't done this before. Although this is a bit difficult to say. But it's the truth. However, now the truth is out. You actually used your soul as a bargaining chip to hire a killer? And since you know you can't kill me, you choose Minghina? Su Yang thought that he would talk to Yuki Koichiro later and ask him to go to the village of heroes to ask for an explanation. Although the old patriarch's operation gave him 2 more satisfied little maids, he couldn't do nothing, right? And now he also knew that Ram and Rem in front of him came to this world when they were very young and had never been maids. Oh, the killer's compulsory course did learn about maids. However, I'm afraid that these 2 sisters would not be happy to be his maids willingly. But there should be no problem. Thinking for a moment, Su Yang looked up at the 2 sisters and said, I give you a choice, which is to become my maid. Huh? Ram and Rem were a little dumbfounded. Huh, I knew it. Hasaka AI behind Su Yang had a blank expression on her face, but she laughed in her heart. At the same time, she sent the message to Arya in a private chat without hesitation. Sending it directly to the chat room will be known. Although Hayasaka AI knew very well that, even if it was the content of a private chat, as long as her master wanted to know, she would know it in a minute. But with Naya attracting vitality, she could stay out of it. At the very least, she would not suffer the worst bombardment. Maid? Rem was a little unsure. Are you serious? Of course. Su Yang's tone was firm. In fact, there was another purpose for going to Re-Zero this time. That was to capture the twin maids. Plus 486. In fact, these days, Su Yang secretly searched for 486, and he really found her. So, Su Yang quickly understood. 486 was not far from crossing to the Re-Zero world, or in other words, the world where 486 was swallowed up by the world of Soman a long time ago. This is why Amelia and Parker, as well as Ram and Rem, appeared in this world. This is also the reason why Su Yang has the confidence to go to the world of Re-Zero. Since people can come from that world, it is no problem to go there. It is also thanks to the fact that the world will is just a world program and does not have wisdom, otherwise it would have come to this world through Amelia and found the world of Re-Zero directly. If it were true, he would have been dead. But Su Yang knew that he had to hurry up, because once 486 was really teleported, the world would definitely be able to detect the existence of the world of Re-Zero. Although 486 has been secretly captured by Su Yang and put in the neighboring world, the 486 outside is just a Shinigami pretending to be. But Su Yang is not sure that this will prevent 486 from crossing into the world of Re-Zero. Impossible, we are killers, how can we become maids? Ram directly denied. Su Yang ignored it and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 conditions. The first one is that I will protect you and let you live safely. Second, I can take you back to your world, and the third. Looking at Rem, who was somewhat moved, and Ram, who was expressionless, Su Yang smiled slightly. I can help Ram restore your ghost horn. What? When this sentence came out, even Ram's face paused slightly. Agreed, we agreed. Ram shouted without even thinking. But Ram wanted to deny it out loud, but at this moment, Su Yang's voice sounded in her mind. Do you still want Ram to continue to feel guilty and continue to make so-called atonement for you? Ram froze and finally did not say anything. She did not regret losing her horn because she saved her sister. But Rem did not think so. Especially Rem said that she could not forgive herself for being relieved and happy in her heart after her sister lost her horn to save her. Perhaps after the horn is restored, Rem will be like this. Su Yang will naturally help Ram restore her horn. You must know that there is a world of difference between Ram with horns and without horns. If she hadn't lost her horn, Ram's final achievement would probably be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 5 in the Re-Zero world. Think about it, what kind of existence are in the top 10 in Re-Zero? Especially, this ranking has to include the deceased first-generation sword Saint Dai, a veritable world-class genius. This made Su Yang very curious about what kind of changes Ram, who has a demon horn, would undergo after being reincarnated into a member of the god's favor. In this way, there were 2 more maids in the villa. Su Yang hesitated for a moment and finally let Rem eat the collapse version of Thunder Fruit. When she said that the Hogyoku version of Thunder Fruit was developed to a certain extent, she would be directly reincarnated into a member of the god's favor. Su Yang wanted to see what realm Rem could eventually reach. Although she couldn't be reincarnated into a member of the god's favor yet, it didn't mean that Su Yang wouldn't take action. After all, they came to assassinate. Is it reasonable not to punish them? So at night, Su Yang punished the 2 sisters cruelly. At the same time, taking advantage of this situation, Su Yang used the perfect body to help Ram restore her horn. Su Yang has discovered that his strongest healing ability is not Kido or ninjutsu, but his perfect body. And as long as he is in a special state, even if the other party is not his god's family, Su Yang can use his perfect body to help the other party recover. And this recovery is the most perfect. Ram's horn is also fine. Facts have proved that Su Yang is right. My horn is really restored? Ram cried for joy while touching her horn. Don't look at her indifferent face. But in fact, she cares about her horn more than anyone else. It's just that she cares more about her sister. Sister, congratulations. Rem is very happy, but the previous punishment has consumed too much of her energy. If she didn't want to see it with her own eyes, she would have fallen asleep long ago. Now seeing this scene, she was completely relieved and fell asleep. Ram's heart tightened, but soon found that her sister was just too tired. She breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep at the same time. 10,000 World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer, Shinigami, Imperial Tool User, Destroyer, Ability User. Talent, Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, Inspiration, Gold, 100 times Training, Gold, Magical Genius, Red, Simulated Target, Red, Combat Power Increase, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. Skills, Spirit Sage Art, God Class, Bloodline Net, Dimensional Space, Conqueror's Haki, Kido, Ninjutsu, God's Power, LV60 God Tree Blessing, LV63. Simulation Points, 83, 068, 000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. The simulation points increased by more than 30 million. Obviously, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru have exerted their strength. Those cursed spirits and ghosts in the ghost domain can indeed obtain simulation points, and the number seems to be quite large. It's too slow. Seeing that there are still a few minutes until midnight, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head. Because at this speed, it is impossible to get 90 million points and refresh the golden talent. Since it consumes simulation points to refresh the golden talent, Yang naturally goes straight to the 100% success rate. Because once it fails, the golden talent is not refreshed, not to mention the waste of tens of millions of simulation points. The most speechless thing will be that the initial success rate will only increase by 10% in the next simulation, which is completely in vain. Therefore, Su Yang did not hesitate and took advantage of the few minutes left to simulate the number of simulations refreshed today directly in the Hokage world. The world is confirmed. Enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation is a one-click simulation, with the result of a simulation in the Hokage Ninja world as the result. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated SSS+. Therefore, the simulation world has been perfectly passed, and you get the following rewards. Clearance reward. A certain skill of your own is improved accordingly, or the next simulation specifies the golden talent generated by the talent that has already appeared. Fixed reward. The next simulation will 100% randomly generate a red talent, and the probability of generating a golden talent is plus 30%. Very good. This will directly select the simulation target to upgrade the golden talent. Now he is looking forward to having 3 simulation targets. As for whether the simulation target of the golden talent can set many simulation targets, Su Yang thinks it is unlikely. The simulation target is a very special talent, and it is impossible to have too many improvements. The world is confirmed, and enter the One Piece world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain chance of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Would you like to consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate 1 gold talent? Warm tip 1. Because the last simulation was rated as SSS+, the probability of generating a gold talent in this simulation is 40%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a minimum orange talent can be randomly generated, and the probability of generating a gold talent in the next simulation will increase by 10%. 1. Warm tip 3. If this simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. After this prompt, Su Yang directly chose to consume simulation points to upgrade the red talent simulation target. This time it was only 70 million simulation points, and he already had more than 80 million simulation points, which was enough. Do you consume 70 million simulation points and choose to use the red talent simulation target as the gold talent? Warm tips. Assume that the chance of generating a golden talent is 100%, and a golden talent will definitely be generated. The simulation is consumed instantly, and Yang's simulation points return to more than 10 million. But Su Yang is not distressed, because he feels that it is just the beginning for Geto Summer and Gojo Satoru. If the 2 ghost domains are really cleaned up, it will probably get a lot of simulation points. At least 300 million or more. So Su Yang is very relieved. Simulation starts. Currently available talents: Perfect Body, World Class, God's Possession, World Class, Reward Enhancement, Gold, Dream Come True, Gold, Inspiration, Gold, 100 times Training, Gold, Magical Genius, Red, Simulation Target, Red, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange. This simulation has generated a red talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Simulation Target, Gold, Multitasking, Red, Well-Developed Limbs, Green. Simulation Target. The Gold talent allows you to set 3 targets each time you simulate, and the simulation of Vice Admiral will be centered on the simulation target. Multitasking. The Red talent allows you to have the ability to split your mind, which allows you to have independent thinking without interfering with each other, and a special state of unified thoughts. Well-Developed Limbs. The Green talent allows you to have extra development of your limbs, and your strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but there are some minor shortcomings. For example, a simple mind. 9. But when Su Yang saw the refreshed Red talent, he was slightly stunned. Isn't this an upgraded version of the White talent's multitasking? And this ability. Su Yang wants it. He even wants to take this multitasking right now. The reason is very simple because the multitasking ability of this red talent is very special. Let's put it this way. When Su Yang, who is in the simulation, uses the inspiration, whether it is the inspiration burst or the inspiration transformation, it only affects his body and cannot affect Shadow Clone. At most, he can use Shadow Clone to consume the gains of the state and cannot put Shadow Clone in the state. But with this multitasking, it is different. The state of inspiration transformation can be shared with Shadow Clone. Of course, the number will definitely not be as exaggerated as thousands or tens of thousands. But 3, 5, 7, or 8 will definitely be no problem. It doesn't matter. Since it has been refreshed, I will directly choose this talent to upgrade it to a gold talent in the next simulation. Su Yang murmured, his eyes flashing with a gleam of light. Originally, he didn't care about the white talent's multitasking. After all, with his current ability, he could do 100 things at once without any problem. But now that he found that this upgraded version of the talent has such a special effect, it is naturally different. Your red talent simulation target has been replaced by the gold talent simulation target. After this prompt, Su Yang started to set the simulation target this time. The first goal is naturally needless to say, to directly strengthen the Qinglong fruit that has been integrated into his body into a Hogyoku version of Devil Fruit. As for the second simulation goal, it is also simple, which is to create another special Devil Fruit and become the next Hogyoku version of Devil Fruit. Su Yang also chose the Devil Fruit, which is the Soul Fruit. Although there are not many Devil Fruits that can strengthen the Soul Fruit, Su Yang knows that there are Spirit Fruit, Shadow Fruit, and Yellow Spring Fruit. These Devil Fruits, the fruits, are very special, and it would be a good idea to use them to strengthen the Soul Fruit. And according to the memories of his two experiences, there are also many similar soul fruits in the devil fruits collected by the world government and celestial dragons. Although most of them are spiritual devil fruits, they're enough to strengthen the soul fruit. As for the third simulation goal, this is also very simple. That is, when the Azure Dragon Fruit cannot be further improved, directly make a wish to strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit, which is actually to trigger the Golden Talent Dream to come true. The 3 simulation goals are fully arranged. Especially the third simulation goal, Su Yang has already planned to fix it. Every simulation brings a dream come true. You are born. As soon as you were born, you found yourself different. Because you found yourself very strong, as if you could turn the tide with just a wave of your hand, which made you incredible. What made you even more incredible was that you found yourself Grandmaster Kido, Ninjutsu, Haki, and Special Sage Art. You feel that there is a very important secret hidden in you, and you want to find out. But you find that the most important thing now is not the time to explore your own secrets, because you found out where you were born. Badarila Island. This is where you were born. You seem to remember that this name is the world of One Piece, and it is also the place where Ace was born. Sure enough, your observation Haki allowed you to find Ace's mother and Ace, who was not born yet. You understand the time of your birth, and also know why your parents are so embarrassed, with a look of panic and anxiety on their faces. All this is related to the Marines on the island. To you, these Marines on the island are not worth mentioning. Even Garp, who is on the warship, is a small character that you can punch one at a time. But you pondered for a moment and did not act rashly, and you also felt that it was unnecessary. You are just some ants, and staying here seems to allow you to develop better. So you and the 9 Magatama Rinnegan controlled everyone, making them look like they are still carrying out their missions, but in fact they are not carrying out anything at all. Instead, they become the guards of Badarila Island. A month later, you have a thorough understanding of yourself. You find that you have a very powerful Devil Fruit ability, that is, the Blue Dragon Fruit Devil Fruit. But compared with Kaido's Blue Dragon Fruit, you find that your Blue Dragon Fruit is not only more powerful, but also has no weaknesses. Even if you are in the seawater, the ability of the Blue Dragon Fruit will not be reduced at all, let alone make you weak. And you found that the Azure Dragon Fruit you possessed seemed to be able to continue to improve. Not only that, you also found that you knew how to eliminate the weaknesses of the Devil Fruit and strengthen the Devil Fruit. This discovery made you very surprised. Although the Azure Dragon Fruit made you very powerful, it was still far from enough for you. After all, this Azure Dragon Fruit only allows you to transform into an Azure Dragon and master some attack methods with attributes such as wind, thunder, and fire. It does not improve your own strength much. You found that your strength is really very strong. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. In order to prove this, you went directly to Wano and captured Kaido, and at the same time, the beast's pirates were also captured. Even the general who possessed the Yamada no Orochi fruit was sealed by you. You plan to extract the devil fruit of these ability users, and then use the ones that can strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit directly, and keep the ones that cannot. However, on the way back to Batarila Island, you suddenly thought of 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin. Oh, there is no such thing as an Emperor of the Sea yet. Roger died not long ago, and the Age of Discovery is still in its initial stage of rapid development. But you don't care about the 4 Emperors at all, because with your strength, it doesn't matter even if the entire plot of the One Piece world collapses. Others are willful because they have money, but you are willful and casual because you have strength, even unscrupulous. So, not long after, Charlotte Linlin and her Big Mom pirates were easily taken down by you. Seriously, you are actually very interested in the Soul Fruit. Well, very good. Is this the second simulation target that has been directly confirmed? Su Yang stroked his chin and thought, this is quite interesting. Well, just like a sentence in the simulation, this is called having absolute strength. You can be completely unscrupulous. What are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? Plot? What can that thing do? Su Yang didn't care at all. If he didn't have the ability, he might still care about the plot. If he had the ability, he wouldn't care about the plot. In this way, will it take only a few years to draw a simulation of the One Piece world? 0. Su Yang had a headache when he thought of this. Because if it doesn't take a few years Hey, wait, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. At most, he didn't cultivate any divine power, and he basically didn't take out the divine power as a reward, so it doesn't matter. After all, simulating the One Piece world is just about getting a special devil fruit, so it doesn't matter if it's early or late. As long as the goal can be successfully completed, it's fine. Thinking of this, Su Yang was very calm. 3 months later, you, who are not even half a year old, killed Kaido and Charlotte Linlin from the future 4 emperors. Because you have extracted all the devil fruit abilities of both of them, Kaido's blue dragon fruit ability has been absorbed by your blue dragon fruit. After you extracted Charlotte Linlin's devil fruit ability, you eliminated her weaknesses and turned it into a brand new soul fruit. And most of the beast's pirates' ability users have dragon-attributed demon fruit power, so you use them to strengthen the blue dragon fruit. Even the 8 Yamada no Orochi devil fruits were used to strengthen the blue dragon fruit, and the effect was still good. This improved your blue dragon fruit a lot, but you found that it still hasn't reached the upper limit of the blue dragon fruit. The same is true for the soul fruit. Although you think the upper limit of this soul fruit is not as high as the blue dragon fruit in your hand, it is still a good devil fruit. You also strengthened it, but the soul fruit did not improve much. At this time, you thought of the yellow spring fruit, the shadow fruit, and the spirit fruit. You plan to find these 3 devil fruits to further improve the soul fruit. 3 months later, you found Gecko Moria and found that the current Gecko Moria had eaten the shadow fruit, and even the spirit fruit was on him, and even found Perona, who was a few years old. However, the current Perona has not eaten the spirit fruit. You directly sealed Gecko Moria up, and then went to the Foggy Sea to find Brook. Because you searched everywhere with a large number of shadow clone, you soon found Brook, and then sealed him up without saying a word. A week later, the soul spirit fruit strengthened by the spirit fruit, the yellow spring fruit, and the shadow fruit has been greatly improved. Even with the current soul spirit fruit, it is likely that if it is eaten, it will have the combat power of the admiral level with a little development, and it can exceed the admiral level with further development. If the current soul spirit fruit can be developed to the awakening state, you think that even Imu may not be the opponent. Oh no! Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but get a little anxious. Because he just suddenly remembered that at this pace, he might not be able to take down the world at the age of 3 government. Imu and the 5 stars were sealed. This is actually not a big deal. But the problem is that if there is no research or special development, will his golden talent be triggered? Triggered at will? Then the harvest will not be very good. This made Suyang a little depressed. After all, he didn't want to waste his golden talent that he could only use once in a simulation. Forget it, let's see if there is really no suitable opportunity, so we can only find an opportunity to trigger it directly. Suyang didn't think of other ways and decided to do so for the time being. Although the effect will be greatly reduced if you adapt to the inspiration at will. But it is better than not using it. If the situation is not optimistic, the worst-case scenario is not to choose to take out this reward. Suyang made a decision and continued to watch. The potential of the soul fruit surprised you, and what surprised you most was that you seemed to have discovered that the soul fruit had some special features. Because you found that as long as the devil fruit with some soul power can be used to transform the soul fruit. The devil fruit with soul power is naturally very rare, but if you leave a part of the opponent's power when extracting the devil fruit ability of the ability user, then perhaps the soul fruit can swallow it. This discovery surprised you quite a bit, but you also found that if the devil fruit is not cultivated to a very high level, once the soul power is brought in, it will pollute the devil fruit. This will not completely eliminate the weaknesses of the devil fruit, but you don't want to give up on this situation. Therefore, you plan to start researching this aspect. Suyang. I just thought that I couldn't use the golden talent in this simulation, but now this situation has occurred again, which is a good thing. Indeed, if you directly split a part of the opponent's soul when extracting the devil fruit ability of the ability user. No, if you completely integrate his soul into the devil fruit ability. When he thought of this, Suyang's eyes lit up. If he could really do this, it would be terrifying. Because there are many demon fruit powers in the One Piece world, which is enough to upgrade the soul fruit to ultimate. However, this is not an easy thing to do. The research on devil fruit in the simulation is the same as his current research. Suyang naturally can't do this now. Because when extracting the devil fruit ability, it is 260, it is actually quite easy to expel weaknesses, because the extraction is just to extract what you need, and the rest will be left in the ability user's body like garbage. But now if you bring soul power, it will have a certain impact on the weaknesses, and I am afraid that it will bring out a lot of devil fruit weakness. Now, if Suyang wants to eliminate this part, he knows the way. Perhaps he can hope to find something in this simulation. If he really wants to do this, maybe the soul fruit he brought out this time, combined with the azure dragon fruit in his hand, can directly reach ultimate. 1 year later, you are 2 years old. Although you are only 2 years old, you are not a simple 2-year-old child. Your strength is probably invincible in the entire One Piece world. But even such an invincible, you have encountered difficulties. Because you find that it is quite difficult to integrate part of the opponent's soul into the devil fruit ability when extracting the ability of the ability user. Generally, it is difficult for you to do this in a realm where devil fruit is rarely developed. A month later, you destroyed a powerful pirate group. Because you have taken a fancy to the captain who has cultivated devil fruit to the awakening realm. Sure enough, you found that after cultivating devil fruit to the awakening realm, extracting devil when using devil fruit ability, it is easy to carry part of the soul breath. With this situation, you can split a part of the opponent's soul and then integrate it into the devil fruit ability. In the end, you find that the situation is just as you expected. Such ability can be absorbed by the soul fruit. This result proves that your research direction is correct, so you continue to conduct research in this area. Develop the devil fruit to the awakening state, and after extracting it, it can be integrated into part of the soul, and then it can be used to strengthen the soul fruit. Suyang's heart moved, but he quickly shook his head. He thought of specifically catching those who have awakened the devil fruit ability, extracting the devil fruit ability, and then using it to strengthen the soul fruit. But in the entire One Piece world, there are probably not many people who can develop the devil fruit to the awakening state. If we really catch them all, and then count them as 5 elders and Yin, it should be almost the same. The self in the simulation should be able to think of this, as for why not do it this way. I'm afraid this method is not the strongest. So, we still have to study it. It doesn't matter. When there is an opportunity, you can actively trigger the golden talent and have an idea. 3 years later, you are 5 years old. After 3 years of research, you have made some progress in integrating the soul of the ability user into the other party's devil fruit ability. But it is still a long way from what you want to achieve. Because you found that devil fruit is quite special, it is already difficult to eliminate weaknesses. On this basis, adding strength to it, especially soul power, is obviously not that easy. Although you have a clue, you find that it is often difficult to achieve. This is incredible to you, because according to your thinking, the 2 or 3 methods you have thought of in the past 3 years are completely feasible. But the result is not possible, which makes you a little incomprehensible. 9. Exceeding the scope of the laws of the One Piece world? Su Yang frowned, thinking that this should be the reason. If this is the case, then it will be troublesome. If his guess is correct, it should be that he used the power of God in the simulation, but still failed. In fact, Su Yang knew very well that if he used the power of God, he could force the soul of the ability user into the devil fruit ability. But this fusion is not a perfect fusion. If it is just him, there is no problem. You can use the power of the perfect body to smooth out these side effects and discomforts. But in this way, you can't give it to others, and you can't use the reincarnation of the god's family to further improve. If it were in this real world, I could use the power of the neighboring world to complete this step, but it wouldn't work in the simulation world. Let alone using the power of the neighboring world, he couldn't even borrow the power of the god tree in the simulation. The power of God is only at the level of LV60, and it is impossible to obtain the blessing of the god tree to reach LV63. Su Yang felt that he could almost use the inspiration. Although you can't understand why, you subconsciously think that your research is not thorough enough. Anyway, for you, a large amount of special devil fruit is needed to strengthen the blue dragon fruit. If you meet a person with abilities who has cultivated to the awakening realm, you may be able to strengthen the soul fruit. Therefore, in the next year, you launched a hunting plan. You hunt all the people with abilities on the sea, and you will take down any person you like. Even Whitebeard, who is vaguely known as the Emperor of the Sea, was taken down by you in the end, and the Whitebeard pirates were also destroyed by you. As long as the pirates in the New World are strong, you have taken them down. In just 1 year, the whole world has changed because of you, and the sea has become precarious. Because until now, no one has discovered that you did it, but they only know that those powerful pirates on the sea will disappear inexplicably. At this point, the 4 emperors will no longer appear in the world of One Piece. The 4 emperors in the future were not taken down by you because no one, whether Shanks or the other red hair pirates, seemed to eat the devil fruit. Therefore, these people are not very attractive to you. On this day, you, who were 6 years old, finally stopped the hunting plan. Because the devil fruit in your hand was enough for you to study for a while, and you could also improve the azure dragon fruit. However, you just stopped the hunting plan, but you didn't mean to hold back. Because you have determined the target, you plan to take action against the world government. Just take down the world government? 6 years old? It's getting earlier and earlier. Then, Su Yang also understood a little. This is probably to take them all down directly, and then put them aside for research at the end. Well, it should be like this. In fact, this is not bad. Su Yang also felt that this was a normal choice. In this way, it would be very good to trigger an inspiration later. On this day, you descended on the holy land of Mariewa. World government seemed to have anticipated your appearance and counterattacked immediately. A large number of strong masters appeared, and the weakest were all at the level of alternate admirals. At this moment, world government showed its amazing foundation. Hundreds of warriors were at least alternate admirals, an unprecedentedly strong lineup. It's just a pity that to you, these are all chickens and dogs. You released Conqueror's Haki, and after 10 seconds, only a few of the more than 100 warriors could still stand up. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 5 elders attacked immediately, and all 5 of them burst out with all their strength. Looking at the 5 elders who appeared, you nodded with great satisfaction. Because you found that the 5 elders had not only reached the awakening state in the opening of the devil fruit, but also reached a very advanced state. And the black flame cloud they all possessed was a standard that would only appear when the devil fruit was cultivated to a very high awakening state. At the same time, this is not only a representation, but also a special power of the devil fruit. But even at this level, they are still relatively powerful ants to you. You easily defeated the 5 elders and sealed them up. But what surprised you is that Im actually escaped. Wait, what the hell is this? Im escaped? Su Yang was really stunned. This was the first time that a situation appeared in the One Piece world simulation. So Im can also escape? Su Yang laughed, and it was easy to understand. After all, whether it was the powerful lineup of more than 100 warriors of the world government or the powerful 5 elders, he could easily solve them in the simulation. Even if Im was confident in his own strength and in Uranus, he would be paralyzed when he saw this. If it was Im himself, he would never be so relaxed. No matter how confident he was, he knew that he was not as strong as him. If he didn't run away, he would probably die if he stayed. After you found him running away, you didn't catch him immediately, but looted the spoils. You harvested both devil fruit and ability users. Then, you used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to Im. You were not worried about him running away because you had marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique, so he couldn't escape at all. Faced with your sudden appearance, Im was shocked and wanted to resist with all his strength, turning into a huge, mysterious humanoid creature. But it was obviously futile. Under your power, Im couldn't resist at all. You defeated Im easily and then sealed him. Very good. That's it. Su Yang was relieved because although he had taken him very early, but as long as the soul fruit was not strengthened to the upper limit, the simulated self would definitely not seal him into the soul fruit. In this way, there should be a lot of time for this simulation. You still have to pay attention and find the right opportunity to use the inspiration. After taking Im, you quickly returned to Badarila Island with the spoils of this time. Then you start strengthening the blue dragon fruit. During this strengthening, you find that you have strengthened the blue dragon fruit to the upper limit, and it is an upper limit that cannot be broken in the One Piece world. It took you 6 months, and you also know that if you want to go further with the blue dragon fruit, you can only use Hogyoko as a strengthening stone to strengthen the blue dragon fruit. But you didn't do it right away, because you will need Hogyoku in many places in the future. Once the blue dragon fruit is strengthened, Hogyoku will disappear completely. In the following time, you start to conduct targeted research. Because you captured 5 elders and in this time, they have developed the awakening of devil fruit to a very high level, especially Im has merged his own soul with the devil fruit. Even the devil fruit abilities of Im and 5 elders can be used to strengthen the soul fruit. With these 6 experimental subjects, you think you can research that other devil fruit can also be used to strengthen the soul fruit. It's just that it's not easy for you to find this out. A year later, you find that you have made progress in this area, but the progress is not great. Another year has passed, and your research has still made progress, but it's still not perfect. 6 years later, you are 16 years old. It has been 10 years since you destroyed the world government, and the ocean has changed a lot in these 10 years. Without the world government, without powerful pirates, more pirates have been born. The whole world is in chaos, but Badarila Island is very stable because of your existence. Red Hair and his Red Hair pirates have become the strongest pirate group in the world, or even the strongest force in the world at present. And Red Hair Shanks is also running around, hoping to stabilize this chaotic world. You don't care about these situations at all, and you have been in the state of devil fruit research. 3.1 However, you found that in these 10 years of research, you have made great gains in the research of devil fruit and ability users. But you still can't extract the soul of the ability user and integrate it into the devil fruit ability at the same time. At least you can't integrate it perfectly, which will make the devil fruit have some side effects. A little bit of side effects actually has little impact, but once the soul fruit is strengthened in this way, it will have weaknesses when it reaches a certain level. The soul fruit obtained in this way will have the weaknesses of the original devil fruit, which is naturally not what you want to see. 10 years. It should be okay. Seeing this, Su Yang no longer hesitated in his heart. Because if the golden talent is not used again, I'm afraid that the golden talent dream will come true in the next 10 minutes. Or something else will appear now. Su Yang's heart moved, and a prompt appeared instantly. Excuse me, do you want to use the golden talent to influence this simulation? Warm reminder. This talent can only be used once in this simulation. Yes, Su Yang said silently in his heart. The text on the simulation interface changed immediately. Because you feel that you can't make any progress in this area, you are planning to give up using other devil fruits to strengthen the soul fruit. But on this day, you who were about to give up suddenly had an unimaginable improvement in your thinking, as if you had entered the realm of God. In this state of inspiration in the realm of God, you finally made a breakthrough in how to break the current problem of integrating the soul of the ability user into the devil fruit ability. Even at this moment, you are like a god. Not only have you made a breakthrough in this aspect, but also in other aspects. When you exit this state, you seem to have experienced a long time, but when you understand it, you are sure of something that surprises you. At the moment of spiritual enlightenment, only a moment of time actually passed, not the 10 days or half a month you thought. The most exaggerated thing is that everything you feel seems to have been studied and researched by you with great difficulty. This makes you feel incredible. But what you care about most is that in this spiritual enlightenment, you finally found a way to integrate the soul of the ability user into the devil fruit ability. You call this method spiritualization. Using the soul of the ability user as nutrients to improve the devil fruit itself is actually extracting the ability of the ability user and transforming it into a new devil fruit while maintaining this state. Then, in this state, the soul of the ability user is forcibly refined by special means to improve the devil fruit. This is equivalent to the special refining and sealing technique you have mastered, except that the refining of the sealed space is replaced by you. Although it is a bit complicated and takes a long time, it is a great thing for you. Because you finally have the means to improve the soul fruit. 3 years later, after you refine the soul of a capable person into his ability and let the soul fruit absorb and improve it, you find that the soul fruit seems to have reached its upper limit. Although this took you more than 3 years, you finally completed this step. The next step is to use the power of Hogyoku to seal the souls and devil fruit abilities of the 5 elders and them into the soul fruit, and then refine it. However, something you did not expect happened. Because the soul fruit was upgraded to meet the standards of Hogyoku, Hogyoku swallowed the soul fruit. Suddenly you were surprised to find that your unintentional wish actually came true. The Azure Dragon fruit has changed again, and even on this basis, it seems to have evolved, and it is no longer a simple Azure Dragon fruit. You didn't study the Blue Dragon fruit seriously, because you found that after the Blue Dragon fruit evolved, you seemed to be watched by some existence in the One Piece world. Before you could react, a white light flashed the next moment, and a person who surprised you appeared. Luffy appeared in front of you, and he was the strongest Luffy who directly activated the Nico form. The other party didn't talk nonsense with you when he appeared and attacked you directly. You were very surprised, and you didn't expect such a situation at all, and you soon found that it didn't seem to be Luffy in front of you. Maybe it was Luffy himself, but you realized that it was not Luffy who was controlling Luffy at this moment. It seemed that Luffy was being controlled by some existence at this moment, which made you very puzzled. What puzzled you even more was Luffy's strength at this moment, which was very strong. Ridiculously strong. You thought that Luffy's final achievement could be to beat him, but at this moment, Luffy was much stronger than him. It is no exaggeration to say that Luffy can kill him with just a breath. This makes you more interested, because since you were born, everyone is an ant to you, and Luffy in front of you finally makes you more energetic. Big battle. A real battle between the strong. A large number of islands were broken up in the battle between you and Luffy. Even the red line was directly shattered by the aftermath of the battle between the two of you. The entire One Piece world seemed to have been hit by a devastating blow and fell into the end of the world. Soon, you discovered a situation, that is, Luffy's combat power is getting stronger and stronger, but Luffy's existence is gradually disappearing. You finally discovered that Luffy at this moment seems to be in a state of law. In this case, it will not be long before Luffy will completely disappear and replaced by the laws of this world. You now vaguely realize that this does not seem to be a good thing for you. And you also notice that at least half of the world's population had died because of the fight between the two of you. Although you were not among these people, you were concerned that the world you lived in was not popular at all. Finally, you sealed Luffy. After sealing Luffy, you noticed that your seal seemed to be becoming a law. Suddenly, you had an idea and used several special seals to seal Luffy into the bat fruit. In fact, you wanted to seal it in the Azure Dragon Fruit, but at this moment, the Azure Dragon Fruit was fused with your body, and you did not want to refine Luffy directly yourself, fearing that something might go wrong. Your worry was right, because at this moment, you discovered that the bat fruit became a law in an instant. And at this moment, the entire One Piece world was in turmoil, and the world that belonged to the One Piece world descended. Because the bat fruit became a law, Im's soul was completely taken away. Because you have successfully killed the biggest boss in this world, this simulation is successful. This simulation is over. DJP X. Seeing this, Su Yang didn't know what to say. At the last moment, if he was not mistaken, it should be the end of the world's will. But I ran away. This is so funny. In fact, Su Yang also wanted to say that in this case, could he simulate for a while longer to let himself see what the world will of the One Piece world is like? Sure enough, every world has a world will, and the same is true for the One Piece world. Bai Yizhong will also appear. Su Yang understood. But at the same time, Su Yang thought of a situation. According to the final outcome of the world will in the simulation, the 300 world wills in the One Piece world would not have emotions, right? If the One Piece world is swallowed by the Soman world, then, well, the Soman world should still be able to crush the One Piece world. So, there is no need to worry about anything. As a result of this simulation, Su Yang can confirm some things. That is, there is indeed a problem with the Nika fruit. However, this problem is not a conspiracy. The big boss of the One Piece world is Im. This can be fully seen from the situation of several simulated clearances. Su Yang thought that the Nika fruit was probably developed by a certain person, and the Nika fruit was developed to the ultimate level, even beyond the limits of the world. Then, he directly came into contact with the laws of the One Piece world. How to say it? A world that cannot even breed superclass life may breed creatures with superclass combat power. But the life level is not even superclass life, so it is directly in contact with the law. TSK, in addition to being assimilated by the law, Su Yang can think of a second possibility. There can't be a plastic box of copper and iron, right? The weak are not qualified to touch the real power, let alone master it. The real strong have a balance between life level and combat power. Although the One Piece world can be cultivated to the realm of contacting the law, the final result will only be transformed by the law. Shaking his head slightly, Su Yang looked at the simulation evaluation and rewards this time. Then, he was completely stunned. This simulation evaluation is SSS plus level clearance. For this simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Obtain SSS plus rating, you can choose any main item as an additional reward. Each simulation will receive an additional reward. Option 1. Talent Simulation Target, Gold, requires 30 million simulation points. Option 2. The Divine Power, LV62, cultivated in this simulation, requires 10 million simulation points. Option 3. All experience in this simulation requires 230 million simulation points. Option 4. The Devil Fruit, 10, simulated in this simulation, requires 30 million-573 million simulation points. Option 5. Hogyoku version of the Dragon Fruit, SSS, requires 999.99 million simulation points. Option 6. Bat Fruit, Fantasy Beast, Vampire Form, a special devil fruit with a world law, requires 5 billion simulation points and a world law, can be replaced by a divine power. Clearance reward, you can strengthen a certain ability in this simulated world. Fixed reward, the next simulation will generate a red talent 100% randomly, and the probability of generating a gold talent will be plus 30%. Warm reminder, The clearance reward this time is the reserved reward from last time. The SSS Plus rating obtained this time has a certain improvement on the original basis. This reward has reached the cumulative limit. If you continue to keep it, you will not get any improvement. What the hell is going on? Hogyoko swallowed the soul fruit? Su Yang was a little dumbfounded because this situation was really something he never expected. How did this happen? My soul fruit is a simulated target. How come it was swallowed by Hogyoku? Su Yang didn't understand. Can simulated targets be eliminated? But after thinking about it carefully, Su Yang felt that this possibility was not completely impossible. It's not that you can definitely get the goal just because you said it. The simulated world can't make you wish for everything to happen, and everything will go according to your wishes. It's normal to lose the simulated target, right? In this way, there will be one less target, so this time, this special enhancer of him will not be used on the Azure Dragon Fruit, right? Su Yang felt helpless when he thought of this. He now knows that the Azure Dragon Fruit will not change anything special if it swallows another M, and it can only strengthen it a little at most. The problem is that the Azure Dragon Fruit has been strengthened to ultimate. So this time it's wasted? Forget it, let's see how the simulated self chooses. The soul fruit was swallowed by Hogyoku. Faced with such a situation, you're stunned. You actually know that your Hogyoku can evolve by swallowing special items, and you have tried to let Hogyoku swallow Devil Fruit to see if it can evolve. But unfortunately, the Devil Fruit seems to be too low level and did not trigger Hogyoku to swallow it. So, the current situation is that the soul fruit has reached the point where Hogyoku can swallow it. No, you quickly denied this situation. Because in terms of level, it is obvious that the blue dragon fruit you have is of a higher level, but Hogyoku has no intention of swallowing the blue dragon fruit. You have to guess that this may be because the soul fruit is the soul fruit. Because the soul fruit is the soul fruit? This seemingly unexplained explanation made Su Yang understand it immediately. How is Hogyoku made? Shinigami soul. Hollow soul. Plus the broken fragments of the Soul King. And the soul fruit is, in a sense, the power of the soul and the laws of the One Piece world. It is normal for Hogyoku to actively devour it after it is strengthened. And it is not a loss to let Hogyoku devour it. Su Yang remembered that in every simulation in the One Piece world, Hogyoku would be used as a strengthening stone. Now Hogyoku can devour it to improve, which is a good thing. The stronger Hogyoku is, the stronger the Hogyoku version of the Devil Fruit will naturally be. After several months of research, you have completely confirmed one thing. That is, the soul fruit has really been improved to the point where Hogyoku is eager to devour it, which is why the previous scene happened. Although it is a bit unexpected, it is also a good thing for you. Because your ultimate goal is to use Hogyoku as a strengthening stone to strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit, and now this situation obviously means that Hogyoku has been improved. The stronger the Hogyoku is, the better the Azure Dragon Fruit will be in the future. However, such an unexpected appearance caught you off guard. Finally, you decided to create a new Devil Fruit. In fact, you still have a lot of Devil Fruits, but in your opinion, these Devil Fruits are not very good. And at this time, Shadow Clone, who is still searching for Devil Fruits in the sea, discovered a special mythical beast Devil Fruit. Bat Fruit, mythical beast, vampire form. Yes, this time you plan to strengthen this Devil Fruit. Su Yang. Is this a random choice? Su Yang couldn't understand his own operation in the simulation. As for this so-called Bat Fruit, to be honest, he really looked down on it. But soon, Su Yang knew why he chose this Bat Fruit in the simulation. You chose this Bat Fruit because it is very special and has a special capacity. Because after some research, you found that it seems that any Zoan Devil Fruit can strengthen this Bat Fruit. This is much larger than the Soul Fruit, which can be strengthened by the Devil Fruit with soul power. Because there are many Zoan Devil Fruits in the One Piece world, you even think that you can create a Devil Fruit stronger than the Soul Fruit. 3 years later, you are 22 years old. Today, there's a very peaceful era on the sea, all because the new One Piece was born. Yes, Luffy finally became the Pirate King. You came into contact with the Nika fruit a long time ago, and finally found that the Nika fruit really has a special will, as if there really is a demon. The most important thing is that you have long discovered that the Nika fruit cannot strengthen the blue dragon fruit, so you place the Nika fruit in the laboratory on Badarila Island. What you didn't expect was that the Nika fruit disappeared at some point. If Luffy hadn't appeared, you wouldn't have remembered the Nika fruit. However, now you've paid more attention to the Nika fruit. In the past 3 years, you've strengthened the bat fruit to a very unique level. Even the soul fruit is not as good as it is. You even found that the bat fruit no longer needs the help of Hogyoku to absorb the devil fruits you've processed one by one. A year ago, you sealed him and the 5 elders into the bat fruit. Now the will of the 5 elders has been completely erased, and their abilities have been absorbed by the bat fruit. Even Im's soul is almost gone, and you estimate that it will be almost gone in a month at most. And the Azure Dragon fruit has long been strengthened by you using Hogyoku, and has even been strengthened. The Azure Dragon fruit has evolved into a more powerful Azure Dragon fruit. And on this day, you suddenly have an inexplicable wish in your heart. It would be great if the Azure Dragon fruit could become more powerful. It's finally here. Seeing this, Su Yung was relieved. Because this is finally a wish, then the next step is to trigger the Golden Talent Dream Come True. I just don't know how much this dream come true can improve the Hogyoku version of the Azure Dragon fruit. In the current state, the Golden Talent Dream has been triggered. Go to host and ask if you want to use the Golden Talent Dream Come True to complete your wish in the simulation. Warm reminder: this talent can only be used once in this simulation. This reminder sounded, and the text on the simulation interface changed again. Another SSS plus level clearance. But not a perfect clearance. Because I didn't become the Pirate King. In fact, Su Yung thought that this simulation might have an SSS level or even SS plus level evaluation. Because he didn't become a pirate in this simulation, let alone the Emperor of the Sea. Under such circumstances, Su Yung didn't have much expectation for the SSS level evaluation. But now it seems that at the last moment, the commotion was too big and a capped evaluation was directly given. But compared with this, what made Su Yung most stunned was the last reward. Bat fruit. Worth 5 billion simulation points. This price alone made Su Yung feel like shit. Not to mention that a world law or a divine power is required as a price. If this could not be brought out for free, Su Yung would probably just stare. No nonsense, this time Su Yung also chose to abandon the power of God. This time the power of God was cultivated to LV62, but he could only bring out 5 rewards. He could only give up the power of God. Su Yung took out the talent, the experience gained from this simulation, and the 10 devil fruits at once. Because in his opinion, these 3 rewards were far less important than the latter ones. Then, there was the Azure Dragon fruit. No, it was no longer the Azure Dragon fruit, but the Hogyoku version of the dragon fruit. Powerful. SSS level. It's very close to the SSS level, and the price is 999.99 million simulation points. So it seems that 100,000 simulation points are in the SSS level range. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Su Yang's eyes. However, this is not necessarily the case. You consume the reward for this simulation and take out the Hogyoku version of the dragon fruit, SSE level, for this simulation. You get a special item, Hogyoku version of the dragon fruit, SSS level. The next dragon fruit, the same as the Hogyoku, appeared in Su Yang's hand. Very strong. Just relying on this breath alone, Su Yung felt an extremely powerful force. The moment he got it, Su Yung knew one thing. Once the Shenlong fruit is eaten, it can directly evolve into a superclass life form and even further give birth to divine power. That is to say, it can directly send an ordinary person to the sub-god level in a short time. It is even easy to comprehend its concept. It looks exaggerated, and it is completely unlike the devil fruit in the One Piece world. But in fact, it is not exaggerated at all. You should know that this Hogyoku version of the Shenlong fruit is the Qinglong fruit strengthened by the largest devil fruit in the last simulation. Then it also swallowed the thunder fruit with the ability to swallow. In addition, it swallowed a lot of devil fruit in the One Piece world simulation this time, and finally sacrificed Hogyoku to strengthen it. At the same time, there is another point, that is, this time's Hogyoku is more powerful than the Hogyoku simulated last time. Because Hogyoku has absorbed a soul fruit. Hogyoku itself is an SS level item. Even if it does not reach SS plus level after absorbing a soul fruit, it is estimated that it is not far away. Both Hogyoku and Devil Fruit are stronger than the last simulation. The appearance of SSS grade Hogyoku version of Devil Fruit is not a big surprise. Aren't you? Is it the concept of dragon? Suyang frowned. The concept of dragons in this world has already existed. That is the Great Red. It can be said that in this world, the Great Red is the origin of all dragons and dragon power. However, this is not a big problem. After all, his previous idea was to trade with the Great Red once, and then get some dragon blood or something to strengthen the Azure Dragon Fruit. It's not bad now, right? For this Hogyoku version of the Dragon Fruit, Suyang did not think of using the Golden Talent reward to strengthen it. Although using the reward to strengthen this Golden Talent will most likely allow the Hogyoku version of the Dragon Fruit to be directly upgraded to the real SSS level. But what Suyang thought was that if he wanted the Great Red in his current state and let the other party strengthen it once, it would have its special power and aura. It doesn't matter. As long as the Hogyoku version of the Dragon Fruit is brought into the simulation again and strengthened in the next simulation, there will be no problem. The next step is... Suyang's eyes fell on the bat fruit worth 5 billion simulation points. In fact, Suyang knew very well that this time was really a fluke. If it was a little later, I'm afraid I would be killed by the world will of the One Piece world. At that time, the rules belonging to Luffy would most likely not be retained. It can only be said that it was too coincidental and lucky. If I really have to go again, I hope it's not too late. So, should I use the clearance reward of the One Piece world to strengthen it? Suyang was in a state of hesitation. Although the enhancement of this clearance reward can be accumulated and improved, the SSS plus level perfect clearance should be the highest of this enhancement. Although he did not complete the SSS plus level perfect clearance in the One Piece world, the several SSS level clearances before and after also made the clearance reward enhancement reach the level of SSS plus level perfect clearance. This no longer needs to be accumulated. Therefore, Suyang was a little hesitant whether to use this clearance reward to strengthen this bat fruit. Let's take a look first. Suyang's heart moved, and he chose to take out this reward directly. You consume this simulation reward and take out this simulated bat fruit, fantasy beast species, vampire form, a special devil fruit with a world law. You get a special item bat fruit, fantasy beast species, vampire form, a special devil fruit with a world law. Suddenly, a special devil fruit appeared in Suyang's hand. It is special because this bat fruit is not red, but white with red. It is a bit weird. It has not been fully integrated yet? Suyang frowned and felt it at the first time. The law in this bat fruit seemed to be forcibly integrated, but it was not completely integrated by the bat fruit. But it doesn't matter. Suyang directly triggered the Golden Talent reward enhancement. Your Golden Talent reward enhancement is triggered, and the special item of your reward is enhanced. Enhancing successfully, you get a special item vampire fruit, containing the law of the Tao world. This time it was fused. It was a perfect fusion. The bat fruit completely evolved into the vampire fruit. But Suyang felt that there was something wrong with the vampire fruit in his hand, as if it was missing something. Feeling this, Suyang finally stopped hesitating and directly used the clearance reward to strengthen it. You use the clearance reward of this simulation to strengthen the vampire fruit, containing the law of the Tao world. Strengthening. Strengthening is successful, you get the law of vampire. Law of vampire? Asterisk Balaboxwachek. Is it still devil fruit? Suyang was stunned, and then he also found that the devil fruit in his hand had completely changed. It turned into a special ball of light. No, this is actually a law. It seems that because it is a devil fruit about vampires, this law has directly become a vampire. What does it mean? In short, this thing can make an ordinary person a vampire. It doesn't seem to be very good, but this is a vampire made by the law of vampires. In short, becoming a vampire in this way can become the source of all vampires in this world like the Great Red. However, the premise is that the world will grant the position of God. But Suyang feels that if he really eats this special law, the world will really grant the vampire the position of the true god. In general, this thing can directly reach the realm of law, and it may be a little short of condensing the godhood. But as long as he is reincarnated as a member of the god's family, there will be no problem. At least now, eating it can allow an ordinary person to directly reach the sub-god level. After a little adaptation, it is also easy to practice for a period of time to master the concept. Then you can smoothly promote to demigod. This thing is a demigod ticket. Su Yang was very emotional, and he even wanted to use it himself. But after thinking about the best use plan, it was to let himself reincarnate as a god's family to strengthen once. Su Yang still held back. In fact, Su Yang also thought that if he was allowed to use it, with the strength of his perfect body, he would naturally not become a vampire. At most, he would have an extra special talent or skill. Then who should I choose for this thing? Su Yang hesitated for a moment and looked at Ram. He wanted to let Ram use it a little. The reason for the hesitation was that Ram had a good talent. As long as his talent was developed and then reincarnated as a god's family to practice to the demigod level, it would not be a difficult task. Therefore, the vampire law used on Ram did not actually maximize the benefits. Forget it, Ram himself should be fine. Turns his head to look at Ram on the other side. Su Yang feels a little regretful. The Hogyoko version of Thunder Fruit was given too early. CGCC. If I had known earlier, this vampire law should have been given to Rem. But he didn't know that this would happen. This special law, vampire, was an accident. I don't know if I can copy the routine in the next simulation. Su Yang fell into deep thought, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind at this moment. That is, can we set a simulation target, that is, after sealing him, then seal Luffy? In this case, will there be another devil fruit with a law? This possibility is not impossible. Wait. Instead of sealing it in the devil fruit, it is better to seal it in the Hogyoku. Maybe it can be copied once? Thinking of this possibility, Su Yang thought he could try it next time. I'm afraid that I will become the Pirate King in the simulation. If so, I'm afraid it will be easy to pass the game perfectly. When Su Yang thought of this, he wondered whether he should set a goal of not becoming the Pirate King. This is safer. If the dream comes true, then it won't be triggered. After all, if this situation can be replicated, at least a devil fruit that is integrated into the law can be obtained. This is the biggest gain in the One Piece world. Suddenly, at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Because the host has obtained SSS Plus rating in 3 simulated worlds and has obtained SSS rating more than 10 times the system upgrade conditions are met. Does the host want to upgrade the system? System upgrade? Su Yang was surprised, but for such a situation, he didn't need to hesitate at all. Yes! After agreeing, another system prompt sounded. System upgrade. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. A countdown appeared in front of Su Yang. Will it take 10 hours? Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and then he was ready to kill time. It's the middle of the night. What's the best way to kill time? Of course. Swish! The next moment, Su Yang disappeared between the twin mates, and when he appeared again, he was already next to Kaguya. One Kaguya is not enough. Su Yang's heart moved, and he directly teleported Hayasaka AI, Hai Meng, and Ming Hina. Under Su Yang's careful teleportation, except Hayasaka AI woke up immediately and rolled her eyes. Hai Meng and Ming Hina were still sleeping soundly. But the next moment, Kaguya's voice that couldn't help but burst out woke the two. After seeing the situation in front of them, the two were embarrassed and shocked. But no one had the intention to leave. Sure enough, a rookie is a rookie. It was like mud in just a dozen minutes, and Su Yang directly changed people. This nonsense lasted for several hours, and Su Yang slept for a while at dawn. When he woke up, the system upgrade was just finished. The system has been upgraded and is currently version 2.0. TSK, there is still version 2.0? Why don't you use version 3.0? However, seeing the content after the system upgrade, Su Yang's eyes flashed. After the upgrade, the system adds the following functions. Function 1. The number of simulations can be accumulated, and the maximum cumulative number is 100 times. Function 2. Added simulation number exchange function. Function 3. Added color talent refresh function. Seeing these 3 new functions, Su Yang's eyes lit up. First of all, finally, you don't have to simulate every day or simulate with one click. Sometimes, Su Yang is really worried that he will forget or not have enough time. This is why he usually simulates once every 2 days, all around midnight. Simulate with one click the day before, and simulate directly after refreshing in the early morning. This is all because of convenience and to save trouble. After the simulation is done directly, you don't have to worry about what to simulate the next day and the next day. Because you can just wait until 23:59 the next night and do a one-click simulation. There is no other way because the number of simulations is refreshed once a day, and it will be wasted if not used. Now it is good, the number of simulations can be accumulated directly. It can be accumulated 100 times, which is a very good number. Su Yang was very happy. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about the simulation times being accumulated. You should know that when entering the Zontong world before, although the time flow rate is different from that of the Zhongmon world, but the system refreshes the simulation times once a day in the Zhongmon world. If 9 simulation times were not deducted before, Su Yang would waste 9 simulation times after returning from the Zontong world. This time, Yang was actually a little worried about going to the Zero world. He was afraid that if he stayed for a long time, he would refresh and waste a lot of simulation times. Now he doesn't need to worry. Then, there is the newly added exchange function. The simulation times can be exchanged, and the real simulation times, real body simulation times, etc. can be exchanged. A real simulation time is not cheap. It takes 20 simulation times to exchange, but a real simulation only needs 10 simulation times. Su Yang thinks this is because the real body simulation requires the body, which consumes less than the real simulation. In addition to these 2 types of simulations, a perfect simulation can also be exchanged. One perfect simulation requires 30 simulations. Su Yang thought it was a special simulation that can be completed perfectly, but he was wrong. The so-called perfect simulation is actually to simulate again in the simulation world after the perfect completion. In other words, Su Yang can now enter the Hokage world for simulation again by spending 30 simulations. And after Su Yang carefully understood it, he found that although the perfect simulation is not a simulation that can be completed perfectly, it is actually not much different. Because the entire simulation seems to be able to be adjusted after reaching the A-level evaluation and after the A-level evaluation. The most important thing is that after the A-level evaluation, the already triggered talents can be used again. This means that Su Yang can trigger a dream come true once at the A level in one simulation, and then trigger it once at the S level and once at the SS level. Even the SSS level can trigger it once. It is considered to be triggered once before the A level, and it can trigger 5 dreams come true. If such a perfect simulation is placed in the One Piece world, the Hogyoku version of Devil Fruit can be strengthened 5 times. This can definitely be upgraded to SSS level. Even in this way, there are more things that can be done. So, 30 simulation times in exchange for a perfect simulation is actually not a loss. It's a pity that the number of simulations is far from enough now, otherwise Su Yang really wants to try it. In addition to being able to exchange these 3 simulation modes, simulation times can also be exchanged for 2 things. One is divine power and the other is law. One divine power requires 50 simulation times, and the law of Tao requires 100 simulation times. Su Yang feels too expensive. But if you think about it seriously, you don't have to do anything for 100 days, and you can get a law or 2 divine powers. This seems to be a good deal. It's not just a good deal, it's a huge profit. A law, and a law that is completely controlled, is enough to easily give birth to a demigod. It can even condense a demigod. This plus a god position can simply create a true god. This function is still good. As for the third function, Function 3, Added Color Talent Refresh Function. Just seeing this, Su Yang was a little excited. After the system was upgraded, the talents generated in each simulation also changed significantly. First of all, The original selection of one talent from 3 simulated talents has become a selection from 5 talents. Not only that, as long as the evaluation level of each simulation reaches S level, you can select another talent. The only thing that made Su-yang a little dissatisfied was that this extra selected talent also accounted for the total reward quota. Even if it was an SSS level evaluation, he could only bring out 5 rewards. If the talent occupies 2, there would only be 3 reward quotas left. So, in the end, I'm afraid it will still be 1 talent per simulation. When Su-yang thought of this, he felt a little regretful. However, now he can brush out talents of higher levels. Colored talent. There is no doubt that this is a talent above the golden talent. It doesn't seem to be a world-class talent? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Su-yang raised his eyebrows, raising them with some surprise. After understanding, he roughly understood that this was mostly because world-class talents were actually special talents. Seriously speaking, neither the perfect body nor the divine possession of these 2 world-class talents were actually generated by the system. Instead, they were born from his own actions and efforts, plus a series of factors such as system enhancement. This should be very special. In this way, color talents are not necessarily weaker than world-class talents, or is it higher? Su-yang couldn't understand, but after understanding the probability of color talent generation, his face twitched. Color talents do not require any evaluation level to trigger. Even a B-level or even C-level evaluation will not affect the next simulation of generating color talents. But the problem is that the success rate of generating color talents is too low. The initial success rate is only 0.01%. 100 million simulation points can increase the success rate by 1%. That is, 10 billion simulation points can generate a color talent 100%. This number alone makes Su-yang's scalp numb. One night passed. Gojo Satoru and Geto Xiao had almost destroyed the ghost domain, giving Su-yang more than 1 billion simulation points in total. Originally, Su-yang thought he could be rich once. But he didn't expect that it was not enough to refresh a colored talent. However, improving the success rate of orange talents does not only consume simulation points, but each simulation evaluation can also increase the success rate of colored talents. S-level evaluation increases the success rate by 1%. Don't look at it as a small amount, it is 100 million simulation points. SS-level evaluation increases the success rate by 2%, which is equivalent to 200 million simulation points. SSS-level evaluation increases the success rate by 5%, which is equivalent to 500 million simulation points. In this way, brushing 20 SSS-level evaluations can refresh a colored talent 100%. This is easy. After calculating this way, I had such an idea in my mind.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.